welcome to the circuit at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is with us. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour rounds number 3 and 4 this weekend here at, we already have a spinner. I couldn't even get through our intro, Greg, before someone decided to test the Buttonwillow dirt.
That's right. So luckily, Brian, we have that fly-in where we can see exactly where that car spun. But good morning, everybody. Welcome, as Brian said, to the circuit at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. So glad to join you here this weekend. As you can see, not a cloud in the sky. No dark clouds except for maybe that one driver who spun, and
or the guy talking into the microphone with you.
Yeah, that could be it. Well, there's always a black cloud over my head, Brian.
That's right.
But so glad to join you for what is the inaugural Super Tour weekend at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. This track opening just 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
You were here for the opening round at the circuit of the U.S. Majors Tour, and of course you know better than anybody how well it races.
It is a fantastic racetrack. It's tough to learn, but once you get it, everyone seems to love it. I don't say everyone, that's pretty presumptuous, but almost everyone seems to love it. I'm sure there's somebody that doesn't. But it is a lot of fun. We've got elevation changes, bank corners. Let's take a look at the way it runs here. You'll see on the right the old track. On the left here is the brand new circuit. It is 2.56 miles, 4.11 kilometers for our friends to the north and to the south. 10 turns, all asphalt, which you can't see here because Google hasn't flown over it since the pavement went down. First race 2025, 3 weeks ago, and it is 10 corners. It is technical. There's a couple of speed places on it. Drivers seem to really enjoy it, Greg.
Yeah, every review that I've heard so far from drivers, both the SCCA and also some other organizations that have run since, really love this track. I think compared to the classic circuit, it's almost like Coke Classic, a lot of elevation change, a lot of camber changes in some of these corners to really give this track. Although you may not see it in our camera views there, of course, still predominantly grass and gravel around the track, but gives this place, at least the asphalt, quite a bit of character. And some very, as you mentioned, very challenging corners here. It was interesting, Brian, as you had on your Inside the SCCA podcast this past week, Michael Lewis, multi-time national champion, talking about his experience racing it 3 weeks ago. And he mentioned that there was a section of this track that he thought was very similar to Madness at Mid-Ohio, and I'm sure he was probably, I assume he was talking about that turn 2, turn 3, turn 4 section.
Yes.
But the one thing that strikes me, and it's right where we saw that car spin very early on, and I think it was actually the number 17 machine.
It was.
That spun. That car being Whitfield Gregg in his E-Production Mazda, at least turn 2 in particular kind of reminds me of the keyhole at Mid-Ohio. At the keyhole, you rise up a little bit towards the entry. It then goes off camber and drops down in what is a right-hand turn. And this is actually almost the mirror image of it. You're just turning to the left instead.
Right,
and,
right.
Just very, very challenging, both on entrance and on exit as well.
Right now, our purple lap, Glenn McCready in the number 4 car. His fast lap at the moment is a 1:54.236. Right behind him, Michael Lewis in the 32 car. That is the Mazda F production car. He had a 1:56.529. Of course, that F production Mazda used to be a GT Lights car, so he's making that car switch over. And I think this is his first weekend running it in F production trim. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares with that, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. Big changes there is the GT Light cars in moving over to F production. They lose the big spoiler on the back deck that they might have had in GT Light trim, and so these drivers have to work out a little bit more as far as figuring out the balance of their machines. So I think we mentioned this is our first qualifying session of 7 this morning, Brian.
Yes.
We've got 15-minute qualifying sessions for each of our 7 race groups. We did have practice sessions before this, and so most of our drivers, if they were not out for the test day yesterday, they certainly got at least a little bit of time. They had a 20-minute session each to go out and test their mettle here on track under a non-competitive racing or format. But we're going to have our 7 race groups. That is going to take us up until lunchtime today, about 12:15, and then we go racing 25-minute sprint races for each of those 7 groups.
Right. Now, we had a two days of testing before our first event 3 weeks ago, and then 2 days of testing available before this event. So while it's a brand new track, there are a lot of drivers now who do have a lot of laps on this racetrack. So it's not new to in the purest of sense
Right.
to a lot of these drivers. There's been a lot of racing that we've done in a month here. So and we're getting some rubber down on the racetrack. Obviously, any new asphalt surface is going to take probably a good year for it to kind of get the character that will be more enduring. So I've been hearing from drivers, the one thing that they have had to wrap themselves around is, even from session to session, the track has different grip levels. And that is a challenge that everyone's having to deal with here until it gets some patina on the racetrack, scrubs off some of the rough spots. That's going to be something we're going to have to deal with for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, we're not going to see, and we don't see a lot of precipitation, a lot of rain in this part of the country. And so you're going to find, certainly from week to week, day to day, the track is probably going to become more grippy as more rubber is laid down on course. We were just seeing a couple moments ago a lot of brake lockup, in particular from these 2 cars here, this silver Mazda RX-7. I believe that's Kurt Fritchie in the number 40 machine, and then I think Brandon Drost in the 02 machine. Possibly right afterwards. They were going into turn 8, which is a double apex right-hander. It is actually the slowest corner on the course. It goes from an increasing radius right-hander to a decreasing radius for the second apex. It's the slowest corner, and I think still we are seeing, especially as those grip levels and the amount of rubber that's been laid down isn't all that high yet, at least from the rear-wheel drive cars, a lot of rear-wheel brake lockup trying to get the cars to rotate around there.
Well, and between weekend 1 and weekend 2, we had 3 atmospheric rivers come through the area.
Oh, my.
So we have had a tremendous amount of rain in Southern California standards come through here. The last one in particular dumped a ton of rain over a 2.5-day period. So any rubber that was built up on the first race weekend definitely is being rebuilt up now with the 2 days of testing coming into today. So it was fairly green on Thursday, considering that situation as well.
Interesting there. All right, so Glenn McCready is our fastest driver on course currently. He's just set fastest lap time at a 1:54.367. Should mention that if you want to see the live timing and scoring, besides our ticker that we have on the left-hand side of the screen, which rotates through showing all of the drivers on course, and then we break things down by class for you. For example, we've got the H production drivers on the ticker at the moment, and there's the full field. You can also see the live timing either on the Race Monitor app and the Race Monitor website, or we suggest that you go to scca.com/live, where you will see our multi-sector live timing, especially here during qualifying. Really very important, because you can see when drivers on flyers, and you can see where they're fast, where they're not as fast as their competitors, as they all try to set the fastest lap time and set the grid for this afternoon's races.
In our chat, John316 is saying, go Caleb. He's in Group 4. I'm guessing he's talking about Caleb Schrader. Then we've got Patrick Lipsinick is in the chat. Tony Kart Racer, he's around here with us a lot. And that is the folks with us this morning. Welcome to everybody here watching what was believed to be America's newest racetrack. I don't think anybody's came online since 2 weeks ago. So we're going to call it America's newest racetrack.
least until Uhari or whatever they're calling it out in North Carolina comes on board in a couple of weeks.
That's right. Hopefully they don't have a kangaroo rat there to slow them down.
No, likely not. No, it's North Carolina. They just have rats. No, not rats, but something.
Well, you're
else.
there, so there's definitely some rats in North Carolina.
Yeah, but I'm nowhere near that racetrack. Actually,
That's true.
Very interesting is that there was a road course that was being built right next to Charlotte Motor Speedway that I know that Ford Motorsports had a hand in, and they had just saw an article the other day that they've gone out and done some testing and have decided that it probably is not best to put full-sized cars like their school Mustangs out on the course, that it's perhaps a little bit tight. So it'll be a new go-kart track for Charlotte.
Nice.
Unfortunately, you'd think they probably have some simulation technology they could have used before the pavement ever went down. But anyway, that's beside the point. Here, not so much, Brian, because of course the gestation period for this racetrack, thanks to those, what are those rats called?
Kangaroo rats.
Kangaroo rats. There's been quite a bit of time to
yes,
to get this track up and running. A big soap opera, I'd say.
Yeah.
But glad to see.
If anybody wants to hear the
course.
story, come to the racetrack and share an adult beverage with me, and I'll sit down and share the story with you at some point in time.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the history of the kangaroo rat and how it relates to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. All right.
So when we got here this morning, Greg, there was it was 38 degrees. We're already up to 56 right now. I've already taken off 2 layers. I'm not taking off any more because nobody wants to see me that way. But it's warming up nicely. We're going to get up into the 70s this afternoon, and even maybe a little bit warmer tomorrow. So, we got a car spinning, 2 cars spinning. That is the number 38 car. That is a Toyota, I believe.
That is one of our that's one of our B-Spec machines. That's Joseph Gersh in his 4-door Toyota Yaris. Moving over, had been running a Yaris hatchback for a number of years, has moved into the 4-door sedan. Now, it's always been felt that the sedan was perhaps a little bit faster in a straight line. He is, though, although he did that on camera for all of us to see. He is currently your fastest B-Spec racer on track. He's out of Conroe, Texas, with a qualifying time at this point of a 2:11.579. I'm guessing that this next lap probably going to be a little bit off that pace. Tom Lepper joining us from Benicia, California in a Mini Cooper. Tom, used to watch him for years in the USTCC. Tom, at a 2:11.618, so only 39 1,000ths of a second off of Joseph Gersh times. Ali Naimi, 1.7 seconds back from there with a 2:13.3, and then we've got Wendy Epstein-Annis. Wendy racing in a Mazda 2 this weekend, and I'll tell you, Wendy's got a neat little story here, as she was the 1995 AHRMA Vintage Motocross champion.
Wow.
And raced in AMA Pro Superbikes from 1977 to 82. So that itself, Brian, I think would make her stand out. But the fact that she is, and I don't want to get in trouble here, I don't want to call her a monkey, but I'm going to call her a monkey because she was a sidecar driver.
Okay.
Back in the early 2000s as well. And so and that is something you will never, ever, ever get me to do.
Come on.
Is jump on one of those 2-person motorcycles. No chance in hell.
All right. All right, good stuff there. About a minute and 10 seconds left to go in this session. Your top 5, McCready, Lewis, Fritchie, Drazy, Powers, and Brian Lynn. That's your top 5 here, top 6, I should say, as we get into the last minute or so of this qualifying session.
All right, in E-Production, and again, your fastest driver on track is McCready. Had the E-Production pole at the runoffs back in 2018. That was when the runoffs were at Sonoma Raceway. Finished in 4th position. So the Redwood City, California driver looks like he may be making another run here this year, trying to get back to the runoffs for the second year at Road America.
All right, looking at the notes that we get from race control, it looks like when Joseph Gersh got that turnaround there in turn 1, he had a little help, and he didn't do that by himself. It says car number 3, but we don't have a car number 3 on the list. So somebody did a little tap and run, and that's what happened to make that situation happen. All right, we should be seeing our checkered flag out any moment on this session. We're going to, as Greg so wonderfully told us earlier, we're going to have our 7 groups here this morning before we get to our lunch period. Take a lunch break, and then 7 races this afternoon. It'll be a good time. All right, Greg, you want to run through our order here before we say goodbye for a minute or two?
Absolutely, I can. Let's take a look here. We'll start off with B-Spec, where Thomas Lepper ended up leapfrogging Joseph Gersh. Set a qualifying time at 2:10.736. He's your provisional pole sitter in B-Spec, 84 hundredths of a second up on Gersh. Alan Naimi, third fastest. Wendy Epstein, and I should mention, this is Wendy's only her second SCCA race. She is 4th fastest. In H production, Lee Fleming out of Lake Forest, California, in an MG midget sets the bar this session with a 2:06.770. Bill O'Kell, only 73 hundredths of a second back in his MG midget. He's out of Victoria, British Columbia. Bobby Byer, 3rd fastest. Tom Tuttle, 4th fastest. In F production, Michael Lewis in his Mazda RX-7, the Poway, California driver, fastest of 5 drivers who set times, a 1:56.121, 9/10 up on Stephen Powers out of Mesa, Arizona, in a Mazda Miata. Brian Lynn, another multi-time national champion, driving his Nissan Sentra SER. That's another convert from GT Light. He was 3rd fastest. Dan Snow, 4th fastest. Gary Raymond. And then finally in E production, our fastest driver on track today, Glenn McCready in his Mazda MX-5, the Redwood City, California driver, turned in a 1:54.36. Kurt Fritchie in his Mazda RX-7, 2nd fastest, 2 seconds back from McCready. Brandon Droz, 3rd fastest, then Joe Carr and Woodfield Greg.
All right, that's going to do it here after qualifying for Group 1. We're going to take ourselves a short break, and when we come back, we will get our second race group qualifying underway here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be back in a minute.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is with me. This is Group 2, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5, 15-minute qualifying session here. And joining us in the booth for this session here is a driver who knows a little bit about Spec Miata. Amy Mills, welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Glad to have you here. You are not driving in this race because you are in STL.
Correct.
Brand new car.
Yes.
You had a little bit of a moment at the runoffs.
I did.
So was the new car because the old car, it didn't look like there was much damage to it. What was the deal?
No, what happened was it was a control arm broke, and then as you saw, it was a slow roll.
It was.
But I had just decided I wanted to build a new STL car because
Nice.
I was renting that one.
Got it.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
Great. Awesome. So one of the reasons I wanted you here is one, because you have a little bit of experience in Spec Miata cars, but also you've got some laps on the new track. Tell us what you thought or what you think of the circuit.
I love it. Yes, it's fun. It's technical, which isn't usually my strong point, but I'm usually kind of better at those fast, sweeping tracks, like the Glen or whatever. But yeah, it is a lot of fun. and I'm enjoying it right off the bat. So it took the first few sessions, I was a little lost. You know, it's the first new track I've had to learn in quite a while. But yeah, it's quite fun.
What is your favorite part and what is the hardest part?
Oh gosh. Well, okay. The part I like the least, we'll talk about that first, is turn 8.
Of course. Everyone says that.
Yes.
It's hard.
That is a hard little turn, and it's kind of awkward.
Hey, there it is, right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, yeah, I guess he found that awkward.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's, you know, I'm still kind of, you know, I'm working with Nick. He does a lot of coaching for me, and I'm getting there. You know?
Right.
I find that one a little awkward, but I love turn 2, going up that hill. And turn 5 is, I can definitely go faster through there, so I'm working on that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. This is a fun little section here. This little downhill. It's almost a little roller coaster-ish as it comes down the hill out of 2 and then down towards turn 3.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. I'd say.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a hoot.
Yeah. It says, yeah, there's a lot going on. There's not all, even though there's some decent length straights, it still feels like you're doing stuff to get ready for all the other madness that happens.
It's a busy track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
11 minutes, 55 seconds to go in this session. Very early on. We don't have any times yet, but they'll set some laps in here quick. Of course, we set a whole bunch of track records on the first race weekend. Actually, we sent every track record on the first race weekend.
If you didn't set a track record, Brian, I'd be a little surprised.
Yeah, and but I think we're going to see some better weather conditions, a little more rubber on the racetrack this weekend. I have a feeling that a lot of the track records from the first race weekend are probably going to go away.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I would suspect, Brian, you know, we have in the field here, just taking a look at some of the racers that we have on track, I'm going to be paying a lot of attention, I think, over with SMX, where we've got Nathan Lampy, who is our first ever SMX national champion here in the field. He is out of Hollister, California, and early on, looks like, well, we don't have any times in yet, but I've seen him leapfrogging some cars on track that even on the outlap, he's carrying a little bit more pace than some other drivers. We also have Emmy Kissick in the field in SMX. She was the first ever female winner of the Spec MX-5 shootout that Mazda held this year. So she's got a scholarship from Mazda and is essentially a Mazda factory driver in SMX this season as well. We also have Cooper Hicks, who took the win here last year on the classic Buttonwillow circuit in SMX for last year's Super Tour.
Another one to look out for, Ryan Gutile in the 116 car. That's a brand new build this year. He destroyed his car at the runoff, spent all winter putting it back together. We did a great podcast with him. He decided to rebuild the car, and we talked about making the decision as to whether you start from scratch or rebuild. And he just decided that he had already had a donor car ready that he was going to make another car out of, so that was his decision to use that to rebuild. So is it hard to decide how to do that? You wanted your own car, which is why you went your direction, right?
Correct. Yeah, I would say, you know, my experience from having been in a couple of crashes is, as long as the chassis is not bent, we just rebuild.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. 9:40 left to go. As you said, Greg, Ethan Lampy right up at the top of the leaderboard just went purple.
Yeah, indeed, and this is what I suspect. He came out to the runoffs last year with a bit of a history, and that history was of laying the smackdown in most races. That almost every qualifying session he went out, he was almost 2 seconds up on the field. Right now, doesn't have that 2-second advantage, only about half a second over Cooper Hicks, but it's then another second and a half back to Jared Korth, who is your third fastest SMX driver early on. In Spec Miata, William Rasmussen out of Huntington Beach, California, currently your fastest driver on track. He's got 3/10 on Nick Leveroni, and then Clement Lee another 3/10 back from there. But that's also only with just a single lap in the book so far. So real early days here in Spec Miata qualifying.
Good to see Nick Leveroni out here all the way from Massachusetts, bringing the car out here and having a good time with it. So get a nice little pass going into turn 1 here. Obviously, we're qualifying, so passes for position don't mean much. But also, it's a new track, you've got to learn where to make your moves, and you can get a little bit of that done while you're qualifying as well. So, Amy, you said, first time you've learned a track in a long time. What's your process for getting ready because there's no iRacing on this track. There's no sim to go play with. What's your process?
Well, what I did was I obviously downloaded the track map, but there's a nice little video on YouTube that I can't remember his name. He's from the Cow Club here, and he put together a nice video to teach people the track.
Right.
And I watched that probably 5 times.
Awesome.
And then, yeah. So, and then Nick learns tracks like so fast because he was, autocross champion and
Sure.
all that. So then I just chased him around a little bit.
Yeah, that's a solid way to get it done. Old school. That's how we did it when there was no sim racing, right?
Yeah. I don't do much sim racing, which is probably why all these kids are,
Sure.
kicking my butt.
Sure. 7:30 left to go. Your top 5 in SMX right now: Lampy, Hicks, Korth, Davies, and Butyle. And then our top 5 in Spec Miata. Oh, I have to learn how to use this system, Greg. So we're on Race Monitor this year, and I haven't figured out how to switch from classes.
I'll tell you when the session is over.
There you go. William Rasmussen, Nathan Del Carmen, Evan Jacobs, Nick Leveroni, and Clement Lee. Your top 5 at Spec Miata.
Yeah,
Just scroll
absolutely.
down, Brian.
Yeah. So Brian, we've had a couple of shots so far. Every time we go to turn 8, we see a lot of brake lockup. Actually, we're seeing brake lockup going into turn 1 as well. Again, as these drivers are trying to feel out the limits of the adhesion that they have in their spec tires, whether it be the Hoosiers in Spec Miata or whether it be a non-Hoosier brand.
Right.
On SMX. But here's something I wanted to point out, Brian. As we're watching the exit of turn number 2, you'll notice that we've got our Spec Miatas moving all the way out to the very edge of the track surface for the most part. And we had been told coming into the weekend that there were some actual track limits involved here, because this is very interesting, is that the pit lane exit of the pit lane brings cars out on track. You can see right where that red car went over. There's some white lines painted there, and that is the exit of the pit lane itself. And the drivers who are on course were meant to stay to the right of that white line,
correct,
in order to keep from possibly impacting.
So
a
what
car
that
comes
car
out from
did
behind
right
that
there
wall.
is not the recommended way to go around right now. And that one especially. So I don't know what the instructions are. I was not in the driver's meeting. I will get some clarification during lunch as to how it's going to be judged and officiated this weekend. But in the earlier discussions was that was going to be track limits, and if anybody went off that, it would end up with some consequences. So, but let me get some clarification during lunch, and we'll talk about it during the races.
And for the most part, during sprint races, it probably is not going to cause many issues, just because you don't see many people. If they're going down the pit lane, it's usually to retire the car, not to get it repaired or make changes and head back out. Although during qualifying, you may see that. But I would imagine that during endurance races, that could definitely play a part, because cars come out from behind that wall, and you've got somebody who's basically leaning on the car coming through turn 2, and it could be a bit of a problem there.
Well, but I will say it's almost more important when you're doing sprint races, because you're never expecting a car to come out of pits.
Sure, exactly.
So when one does come, it's going to catch someone by real big surprise, and if you're not paying attention to a track limit there, that could be very expensive.
Yeah, but obviously, if you're trying to carry speed through that slightly more than 180-degree turn 1, it's already a very late apex, but that allows the drivers to maybe apex a little earlier and carry a lot more speed on exit as they make the run down towards turn 2. So let's take a quick look here as we've only got about 4 minutes left to go in qualifying here, Brian. Do we need to take a break?
We do. Yeah,
Okay.
Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll get the last minute of qualifying in here. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance Braking Advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
I'm not here. You dropped off, Greg, or George, Brian.
I dropped off?
Yes.
Great. We are back here at Circuit in Buttonwillow. 34 seconds left in the session. Ethan Lampe still our fast car in Spec MX5. Evan Jacobs now the guy at the point at Spec Miata. And that's how we're going to play out here. 21 seconds. Someone else is going to try to go purple, but I don't know. Ethan Lampe's been at the top of the leaderboard the entire session, Greg.
Yeah, indeed he has, and again, this is something that isn't altogether unexpected here.
Correct.
We've got also another driver to look for, Wes Molno, who was very strong here at the classic circuit last year. Currently running 6th with Brian Gutierrez running 7th. But the top of the field here, top 7 drivers, all separated by less than 2 seconds at the moment. So we'll continue to watch here, but Lampe still, as he just now resets fast lap once again, over half a second up on the rest of the SMX field. In Spec Miata, it is not quite as pronounced a lead for Evan Jacobs out of Encino, California, where he's got a 2:01.6. Brian, that is only 33 one-thousandths of a second up on Nathan Del Carmen, and Carmen took the win here just 3 weeks ago in his debut Spec Miata race for the majors that Cal Club held here for the debut at the circuit. As the checkered flag is now out on the session, we'll continue to look there. Clement Lee, 3rd fastest. William Rasmussen, 4th fastest. Nick Leveroni, 5th fastest in Spec Miata, but all flying laps here do count, and we've got a number of racers still on course and circulating. As as looking here, for example, Evan Jacobs, and we do have an Ethan Jacobs who also races in Spec Miata. Really fairly consistent. He started off in the 204s and dropped down to the 201s, but ran the majority of the sessions in the mid 201s. Nathan Del Carmen, same thing. Clement Lee as well. So it looks like these drivers starting to get into a little bit of a rhythm as we now have, looks like a few changes here. William Wallace now moving up into sixth fastest in Spec Miata, 2002 junior kart champion in the junior 2 class, third place in the NorCal Sprint Kart Series in 2003, and let's see. He says he took first place in Spec Miata here just a few weeks ago.
Well, there were 2 races, so he might have won one of the 2. So
yeah, he didn't say which one. He just says he was first. So
before we let Amy go,
yes.
Amy, what's the plan for the weekend? What's your goal for the weekend?
My goal is to keep my new car in one piece.
One piece. That's
Yes,
a great goal.
And to have fun.
And
Those
to
are
have
my
fun.
goals.
there we go.
That's the perfect goal. All right, that's going to do it for our qualifying session here for Group 2. Group 3 is Formula V, Formula Ford, and Formula F, and Formula 600. That's up next. Stay with us. We'll be right back. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Group 3 qualifying session. 15 minutes, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6, and Formula Continental. We have currently 6 cars registered for this session. And this, Greg, is the group that's getting one of its 2 Super Tour appearances in the year, Formula F and Formula V. As many know, the classes have been realigned in the SCCA for this race year, and part of the realignment is that the Formula F, Formula V cars are going to be at 2 Super Tours, the ones on the West Coast.
And Formula 600 as well, though Formula 600 won't be racing at the runoffs.
Correct.
This year. I should mention that, unfortunately, we do not have any Formula 6 or Formula 600 entries here this weekend at Buttonwillow.
Yeah. And this Formula 6 is not a popularly subscribed class on the West Coast in particular. We typically have none, and when we do, it's one that comes out to our races here. So it's just not a class with a lot of cars. And honestly, Formula F and Formula V are not classes with a lot of cars out here often as well. So this is often our smallest race group of the weekend. Not any less interesting or not any less passionate than any of the other classes, just not quite as many drivers.
Yeah.
So.
And so we do have a single Formula Continental that is driven by Paul McFarlane. He's driving a Van Diemen RF01. He's out of Goleta, California. Representing Magtax Horse Track and StephenMcFarland.com, which kind of makes sense. Eric Poulsen, our sole Formula F driver this weekend. He is racing in a Honda-powered Piper. He's out of Clovis, California. And then a 5-car Formula V field. Marjorie Lundberg, Don Manthe, Ronnie Chuck, Mark Edwards, and Gavin Sweeney. I know we typically see Marjorie, Donald, and Mark here out on the West Coast. Marjorie coming down from Beaverton, Oregon. The other 4 Formula V drivers, 3 of the next Formula V drivers from California. Gavin Sweeney, who I don't remember seeing Gavin at any of these West Coast races, but he also now lists Brooklyn, New York as home, so he might have the market covered on frequent flyer miles this weekend to get out.
There you go. So, 10.5 minutes to go here, and this is the first track, the time that some of these drivers seeing this racetrack, who, especially if they're just coming out for this event. But a lot of fun technical corners here. You're looking at our main straight coming right at you, right past start finish there on the right, and it's a lot going on here at this new track, and I'm hearing a lot of drivers say they don't like it, and then all of a sudden it clicks, and they go, "Oh my gosh, I love this." So, and I think that's probably just the learning curve on any racetrack, but since everybody is going through the same learning curve,
right?
It's and there's a couple of really technical sections, and until you figure those out, you don't feel real comfortable. But I was talking to Scotty B. White, and he said, "Yeah, I hated this track, and then I got it, and now I love it." So I've heard that story several times over the years, or over the last couple of weeks, I should say. So.
All right, so early on here, Brian, and again, just a single lap in the books for our Formula Vs. Gavin Sweeney, your fastest driver, at a 2:05.3. That's a little over 3 seconds clear of Marjorie Lundberg, who has a number of race wins here on the Super Tour at the classic Buttonwillow circuit. She's currently your second fastest driver, Mark Edwards third, Ronnie Chuck fourth fastest. And I know our timing and scoring for a while had been showing one racer as a set of numbers. I think we've got that is basically because we were seeing a transponder that wasn't associated with a driver. That has not been resolved there, but I can probably tell you who that driver is.
Well, you're looking that up.
I think that's Eric Paul. I think that's actually Eric Poulsen, our Formula F driver.
So that truck you see off to the left there here on our turn 7 camera, that is a track truck stationed there ready to go in case they have to go get and help a driver between turn 7 and start finish. So that's where we're staging a truck here that weekend. So it's not a car waiting to be picked up or anything. That's new this weekend. We didn't have any placed out in those areas for the first race of the year. So,
but that should, in case we do have drivers go off, and
correct.
And actually, one of the nice features of this race course, very much like the classic circuit, is if you run off course and it's not, if your problem is not a mechanical issue that you can't find your way back, there is a lot of open and flat ground here to either side of the race circuit. I think, with the exception of where the corner stations are,
right?
That you're not going to hit much or hit anything. And you're not going to pick up a great deal of gravel, although we do have some gravel traps around this course.
And I will say the wall on the other side between turn 1 and pit lane is a lot closer than it looks in the camera.
Is it?
Also, the wall around the hairpin going up the hill towards 7, that wall is a lot closer than it looks on camera. So as opposed to the other track where there was like this area here, this wall is much, much closer than it appears.
Yeah, actually. All right, so I take it back.
Yeah, so there's 2 spots here where you can actually hit something. And drivers are having to calculate for that as well. So it's pretty cool,
Let's take a break here. Kangaroo rats, right?
Yep. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we'll get to the end of this qualifying session. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go here. Group 3 qualifying here at Buttonwillow.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
To the circuit at Buttonwillow. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here. Brendan Kaczmarek, our executive producer, and Jordan Worth pressing the buttons, tickling the ivies to get us all out there.
Or the ivory?
The ivories. There you go. There you go. And but we're here doing our thing. There's a Formula Continental car pulling over to let a Formula. Oh no, he was going around the Formula F car. That makes more sense. I was like, that shouldn't be happening. And it was actually a Formula V. I'm like, that really shouldn't be happening.
All right, so Brian, real quick here, as you look at our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, we have that one driver that there's no name and we have no time for him. That is actually Don Manthe.
Yep.
And as to the best of my knowledge, Don Manthe has not taken his Volkswagen Lynx Formula V machine out on track, and we don't have a time for him currently. But if we do, certainly when Group 6 races, when Group number 3 races a little bit later today, and we think that their race is going to probably be somewhere around 2:25, a little bit before 2:30 this afternoon. Obviously, we'll let you know. But then again, with a 5-car Formula V field, probably doesn't hurt all that much to not go out for qualifying.
That's true. That's true. So, and all of these drivers very familiar with each other. This is the normal cast of characters that we get at our West Coast races here. So, but they're still doing it. And I'm looking at Marjorie. I don't believe was here for the first race weekend, but Mark was, Ronnie Chuck was, Ed Polson was our winner of both of the Formula F races the first race weekend. I don't remember if Paul McFarland was here for the first race weekend. So some of these drivers have some, as many laps as anybody on this racetrack.
That's right.
For this particular race weekend.
All right, and as you would expect right now, Paul McFarland, our sole Formula Continental driver, he's out of Goleta, California. Currently your fastest driver on track with a time of 150.067, as we saw him pass coming down towards turn 1 before Eric Polson, who is our Piper driver in Formula F. And he has a 152.763. Again, those two drivers, they're sole racers in their class today. So let's take a look at Formula V, where Gavin Sweeney currently has 1.8 seconds on the rest of the Formula V field. Marjorie Lundberg, second fastest. And it is another 4.5, a little bit over 4.5 seconds back to Mark Edwards. And then we've got Ronnie Chuck, fourth fastest. So bit of actually pretty large gap that we have, and delta that we have between our different Formula V racers out there today. And so as our racers are working their way through, we've got just under a minute remaining now. Eric Polson, interesting, the Clovis, California driver. He is an eye surgeon, and before getting into SCCA racing, which he's been doing for about 10 years now, he's raced sailboats for about 25 years. Yes.
If you think racing is a money suck, you should race sailboats. That is the most expensive form of trying to go fast in the world, in my opinion.
Either that or owning a racehorse, one of the two.
Yes, yes,
but
that is true.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest joke, not joke, but is you either own a race car, which essentially means just dumping money into a fire pit, or you own a boat, and that's, you're not dumping money into a fire pit. You're just putting dumping money into a large
overboard
body of water.
Exactly.
Where it drowns.
Exactly. The difference, though, with horses and between cars and boats is you have to continue to feed the horse and take care of the horse, even if you can't stop.
Right.
If you run out of money, you can keep your race car in the garage. You can keep your boat in dry dock.
Right.
So that is the one big difference between horses and cars and boats. So.
And of course, producer Brendan Kesmerick, as the checkered flag is now out on the session, Brendan Kesmerick is reminding us of the cost of airplane ownership as well, and how that is a fool's errand.
Exactly.
And for the same reason, typically, in most cases, you're not keeping that plane in your own hangar. You're keeping it somewhere else where you're going to be paying for it day over day. But yeah, certainly.
All right, so let's run through our finishing times here for our group, and then we'll take another break here before we get to our next group, which is Spec Racer Ford 3.
All right, sounds good. So Paul McFarland in his Formula Continental Van Diemen RFO1, fastest driver on course. Qualifying time, 150.067. Eric Polson, our second fastest driver. He's in his DL7 Piper powered by Honda. The Clovis, California driver turned in a 152.584, and then over to Formula V, where Gavin Sweeney, your fastest driver, 1.8 seconds up on the rest of the field. Marjorie Lundberg, second fastest. Mark Edwards and Ronnie Chuck rounding out the 4-car field that took to the track again. Don Manthe not turning a wheel.
All right, that's going to do it for Group 3. Group 4 is next. Stay with us, everybody. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit, the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow. Group 4 qualifying is just started. Spec Racer Ford 3. Got ourselves a nice contingent of cars here in this race group. We're going to have 25, at least 25 have registered. We'll see if they've all shown up this weekend. 12 minutes in, just getting ready to finish the first pre-lap, and then we're going to get flying lap will be the next one that'll count, Greg.
Yes, and so Brian, we have more than 25. We had 25.
Oh wow,
until we
popped
had
up to 30.
Yeah, I was going to say we had father, son, and grandson. We had Calvin, Taylor, and Todd, or actually, I guess that's father and two sons. Pardon me. We had Calvin, Todd, and Taylor Harris all take to the track to push us over that 25 limit. But we're at 33 at this point, where we have some noted West Coast Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers like John Black, former national champion, Andre Pera, Caleb Schrader, who obviously this weekend not doing double duty or actually he might be doing double duty in FE2.
He probably
and Spec
is. I'd be
Racer 4
shocked
Gen
if he
3.
wasn't.
I'll have to double check on that here. And let's say, no, I'm showing him as just being registered for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 this weekend. So we'll see how he does there. But again, nice large field here as we've got our Tom Burt, who is our 2018 Hoosier Super Tour champion, and I think also is the Western Conference FE2 champion. He's been spending quite a bit of time in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Actually, he was in a number of different machines early on, both at Homestead this year as well as Sebring. And maybe I don't know if he brought all of his own cars out there, but he was, I think, also in FE2, and I think he was in actually one of our prototype classes as well. We've got Alice Coetzee racing her very first race in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 here this weekend. Typically races Thunder Roadsters with another organization out on the West Coast.
Well, she was here in a Legends car last race.
Ah, okay.
So I'm surprised to see her in Spec Racer 4 3, but that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it says it's her first weekend racing the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
Nice.
Said her dad made the mistake of signing her up for a teen car control clinic and then let them out on a racetrack. So she's from Los Altos, California. She is, this is interesting, Brian, at age 22, she's a PhD student already in mechanical engineering. So,
I feel completely inadequate.
Yeah, you and me both.
You know, it's not often that I am even close to the smartest person in the room, but man, I feel like really, really inadequate when I hear that. That's so
my.
Cool.
All right, going to the top of the leaderboard, the person who, I say this every time we talk about Buttonwillow, and Mike has said time after time after time that, even though he may manage the Buttonwillow Raceway Park facility, because of his daily tasks, he probably has less track time here than almost anybody else. But at this point, Mike Miserandino, who is a former national champion, he had been, well, up until just a moment ago, your fastest driver on track, turning in a 152.266, but now drops down to sixth fastest as the three Harrises move up, and now we're starting to see, Brian, as people are completing lap number one and now working lap number two, starting to see some other drivers go to the top of the leaderboard at the moment here early on, and we just saw him come through turn one in that blue and red machine, the number 17 of John Black. The bar being set is 150.83. That is only 5/100ths of a second faster than Caleb Schrader, who we talked about just a little bit earlier. Robert Edmondson, 0.3 back from there.
So if you've watched our Super Tours over the last couple of years, and especially the West Coast ones, you will notice John Black and Caleb Schrader often working together at the top of this field. Black was kind of is Schrader's mentor. Caleb's a pretty darn good race car driver. Probably doesn't need a whole lot of mentorship anymore.
Not any longer, no.
But and now,
20.
exactly. But those folks have been working together for a long time and are often at the top of the leaderboard here in Spec Racer Ford 3 on our West Coast races. So there is no surprise in my mind when I see Black and Schrader there 1 and 2. So.
Yeah, indeed, and I think Caleb was Back 2 years ago in 2023, took podiums both in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and also in FE2.
Right.
Last year he was the June Sprints champion. Actually, both 23 and I think 24 was the June Sprints champion in FE2. He was the Hoosier Super Tour champion 2 years ago in Spec Racer 4.
Right. We're coming up on the halfway point here. Let's do this. Let's take our break. When we come back, the rest of qualifying action here for Spec Racer 4 3. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From productions to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. If you were watching through the ad break when you saw that car go off, if you would have heard the commentary that you couldn't hear, it was exciting. Whoa! Ooh!
And Brian, that was Graham Wood in the number 52 machine out of Colbert, Washington. So now everybody knows who that
exactly
who that was, as he just sent the dust cloud down towards not Sacramento, but over towards Bakersfield.
Yeah,
there.
Yes.
He is currently running 18th
right
fastest.
into our living room.
There we go. Oh.
Can I give big props to Brendan Kazmarek, our producer, for putting cameras in some really kick-ass positions this weekend?
Yes.
This has been a lot of fun to watch. We've got a couple of cameras that are kind of speed shots. That's one of them. The camera we just saw the car go off at the exit of turn 8. This one right here, another great camera position. And he is the brains behind this operation. We're lucky to have him because then I get to talk over these great pictures, and Greg gets to talk over these great pictures. So
between Alex Kutzi, our PhD student at age 42, and Brendan Kazmarek, who's the brains of the operation, Brian, we've got a long way to go if we're ever going to move to the top of this corporate ladder here.
Yep. So I just keep showing up every day and hoping that attendance means something.
Yes, you and me both, or or somebody calls in sick.
That's
All
right.
So With 3 minutes remaining here in qualifying, it is Caleb Schrader and John Black at the top of the order. Those two drivers separated by a little bit over 0.2 of a second. Robert Edmondson is currently your third fastest driver. He's out of Manhattan Beach, California, and looks like he might be on a bit of a flyer right now, Brian, as well, he just set a personal best in the speed trap. Here we'll take a look as he has a time in the books of 1:51.178. That is currently about 43 hundredths of a second off pole. TJ Acker just turned in his best lap of the session, fourth fastest at a 1:51.408, and then we've got Taylor Harris at a 1:51.542. That is your top five at the moment.
2 minutes to go here as we wrap up this qualifying session for Spec Racer Ford 3. Coming up next, we've got STL, STU, GT3, T3, and T4. That should be a nice, fun group as well here.
So interesting in watching the Spec Racer Fords out, and we're seeing, I think, something very similar to what we saw in Spec Miata and SMX a little bit earlier this morning, Brian, in a class that is very well known for using the draft. We're seeing, a lot of drivers, and I think obviously this comes with the lack of track knowledge and the lack of seat time here at the circuit. A lot of drivers not really content with slotting in and staying behind the driver ahead of them on track, as we see coming down into turn one, for example. And we're, again, we're not seeing a lot of drafting, but what we're also seeing is that when we do have cars very closely aligned and working the draft together, when they come into some of these harder braking zones, like a turn 8, for example, one of the slower corners, is we're seeing a lot of brake lock up from the trailing cars, as perhaps they're not very confident in, and they don't have a lot of that muscle memory as far as braking zones and where and when to get on the slow pedal, and they're maybe being caught out by the car ahead of them a little bit.
Yeah, it's harder when, you don't have that lap after lap. I'm going to brake at the exact same point every single time, and it's going to work. And that's, I think, you're exactly right, Greg. That's probably playing into the mindset here. And it also might be that just not a lot of people know where to turn in, where to hit the brake points yet.
Well, these drivers are finding more speed. The brake points and brake markers that they thought were working for them on flying lap number 2 aren't working any longer on flying lap number 4 as they're carrying another 5 miles an hour into a corner.
And let's also look at the brake markers, Greg. They're cones. Yeah. They might not be at the exact same spot this weekend that they were last weekend. So maybe they're just, even if they're 10 feet one direction or the other, in some of these cars, that makes a big difference. So they're having to relearn that, maybe this weekend from last weekend. So we haven't got the permanent stuff in yet for brake markers, and that will change things as well. So.
All right, well, checkered flag is out on the session, Brian. Last flying laps here for our racers will count coming into that final flying lap. Caleb Schrader, your fastest driver, with John Black and Robert Edmondson still your top 3. Todd Harris moving up to 4th fastest. He leapfrogged Taylor Harris. We've got TJ Acker 5th fastest, and then Taylor and Calvin Harris. Steve Fogg, Mike Miserandino, who was your outlap champion here in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Brian, he falls down to 9th fastest at the moment, with EJ Abbott, your 10th fastest driver at the moment.
All right, let us take another break. When we come back, STL and U, GT3U, Touring 3 and 4. That's next, folks. We'll be back. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at the circuit at Buttonwillow.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We're back here at the circuit of Buttonwillow. It is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and Gregg Ginsberg is here with me. I'm Brian Bielanski. We are having ourselves a good old time, perfect Chamber of Commerce weather here in Southern California. We're going to get up to about 70 degrees today, and our race group out there to qualify at this particular moment is STL, STU, GT3U. What's the U, Greg? We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yes, we will.
T3 and T4. And this is what we got. This is what we're going to have some fun with for the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I believe there is the Mazda MX-5 or Mazda Miata of Amy Mills, who we had in the booth a little bit earlier today.
Yes.
She is driving, I believe it's the number 114 car today. Yes, the 114 Flat Out Motorsports. You always pick her car out. It's got like the leopard, not leopard, but zebra stripes on the roof of the car.
Yes, that is a brand new race car. She used to rent every race, and she rolled that car over at the runoffs. And instead of, I'm guessing they probably rebuilt that and made it into a back into a rental because the car was barely damaged.
Yeah, it wasn't hard.
But she wanted her own car, so they built their own car, and that's what she has now. Another Mazda Miata, and it was great to have her on. Great lady. Did a great podcast with her on Inside the SCCA. We talked about racing nutrition and a bunch of other stuff. That is her field of expertise is health and nutrition.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought she's a registered dietitian and actually a professor teaching teaching the science of food to students. I forgot what university she's working at.
A marathoner and a distance sports athlete outside of racing. Lots of stuff. Her and her husband, Whitfield Gregg, went around the world doing marathons. So pretty cool. Pretty cool.
All right, so as we've got the drivers out on track here, Brian, and we talked. We've got STL and STU, GT3U. So the story with GT3U, and then we'll talk about the other touring classes that we have involved out here, is that come next season, the STU and GT3 classes are being combined, and this is a one-year only class for basically our GT3 racers. When they race at the national level on the U.S. Majors Tour and on the Super Tour, they race as GT3U, and the major difference is that, much like Super Touring under STU, they must race on DOT tires.
Right.
And they have been given a weight penalty versus what the regular GT3 spec lines are for. GT3 is still being raced at the regional level.
Right.
And so the GT3U cars have to run for each spec line for the moment at, I believe, 100 pounds heavier than what is in the GCR and the general competition rules. However, and here's the interesting thing, coming out of the initial Majors Tour race at Homestead and then the first stop on the Super Tour, I know a lot of drivers had been talking as we've got a driver there, looks like dead stick over by turn 8.
That's Ron Tanamura in the 63 car.
Yeah, that is the Touring 3 BMW. Looks like an E46 BMW. And so there were a lot of, I guess, a lot of, not issues, but, the CRB has, and the reason why we've got this GT3U class is they've got a year to do balance of performance between two classes, which are really wildly different. GT3, for the most part, most of the cars in that class are silhouette-bodied tube frame cars, and they have been racing on true slicks for many, many years. And so the new Fast Track just got published a couple of days ago. Actually, I think it was on Thursday of this week, Brian. And that 100 pounds additional beyond the standard GT3 spec lines, starting on March 1st, so in about a week from now, will become 200 pounds.
Yeah.
So throwing a lot more weight at it because I think coming out of those first two races, it was noticed that there was still a bit of, not just a bit, but a lot of inequality between the GT3U cars and the STU cars.
Well, and this is one of the smarter parts of the way this whole thing is played out, is that they're letting this play out this way this year so they can really dial in the balance of performance.
Right.
So that when they do officially combine them, they should be as close as possible in making speed, to get the times in the ballpark. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, as opposed to some of the other consolidations we saw earlier during our first qualifying session, we talked about GT Light, where the GT Light cars are just being moved wholesale over into F production. And for the most part, and yes, there you had silhouette-bodied GT Light cars, but the performance already between those two classes was already very similar, and you had some aero differences, like the wings that were allowed in GT Light, but they were already racing slick tires. The engine rules were already very similar, so not a lot of work having to be done there. Although I guarantee you, this year there'll probably be quite a bit of balance performance changes as well. But this is one of those where you're just taking two wildly different classes and for 2026 putting them together. All right, so let's take a look, and we'll start with STU and GT3U, Brian, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Currently, your fastest driver on track in STU, Rylan Hazelton. He's in his Honda S2000, as Rylan likes to remind me every time that this is a naturally aspirated Honda S2000. It is not a forced induction car. He has a 155.834 as a fast lap, and he only has 2 flying laps in the book so far. Wilson Powell in the number 77 BMW, that is an M3, currently 2.3 seconds back from there with Dale Schumacher third fastest. If we look at the GT3U, we only have 2 drivers in the class currently that are out on track. And as we take a look there, Justin Graham, he is your fastest driver at the moment. And both drivers are in Mazda RX-7s, and I always like to call GT3 Spec 3rd Gen RX-7. We know one of them is not a 3rd Gen, it's a 2nd Gen car. But Justin Graham, your fastest driver at the moment, at a 2:17 flat. So he's about 20 seconds off of Hazelton's pace right now.
Yeah.
He's only got 1 lap in, and Michael Lewis is a couple seconds back from there, but they only have a single lap in the books currently.
Right.
Of course, Michael Lewis, a multi-time national champion in many different classes. And he talked, I think, about the biggest challenges for the GT3U racers, and that's the change in tire compounds and tire technologies as they're moving from those true slicks DOT tires, where the grip levels just aren't nearly as high.
Yeah. Before we take our break, let me just give a big props to the Cal Club emergency services guys and gals who went out and did a hot tow there from turn 8. We did not have to go to a full course yellow. Thank you all for doing a great job for us. We will take our break. When we come back, we will finish this qualifying session. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
We're back at Buttonwillow. 3:20 left in the session. Greg, couple more classes to talk about.
Indeed, and real quick, Michael Lewis now putting down a 2:01.53. We just saw him come out of our camera there right now. About 6 seconds off of Rylan Hazelton there as we were looking at STU and GT3U before. In Super Touring Light, we've got a large STL field here this weekend, Brian. We've got 15 drivers. Nick Leveroni, he is the fastest one on track. And I think that was him just coming through turn number 2 in that blue and orange number 37 Mazda Miata. Ryan Gutiel, your second fastest driver. We saw Ryan a little bit earlier, I think, in Spec MX-5. And then we've got Jonathan Lugod in the number 61 machine. He's your third fastest driver, currently 1.8 seconds separating the top 3 there in the class, with Carl Young, John Davies rounding out the top 4. Wes Molno, who we saw a little bit earlier, also running in 6th. And I think we're going to see a lot of those NC Mazda MX-5s or Mazda Miatas from the SMX field, probably running double duty here this weekend in STL as well. In Touring 3, Roger Eagleton, currently your fastest driver. We saw Roger drop down to the bottom of the order. It looked like he had maybe taken a lap or 2 off in his Ford Mustang. He's driving a 2007 Mustang. He was your 2019 Trans Am GT class champion out on the West Coast, and he was the divisional champion in the class in Touring 3. He's got a 1:55.965. That is the fast lap time. Scotty B. White, who was your provisional pole sitter in T3, set it on his first and only flying lap. Now drops to second, almost 2.8 seconds back from Eagleton. David Oram, third fastest. And in Touring 4, got a former national champion here with us, Oscar Jackson. Last couple of years, we had seen him, I think, running in the Twins in either a Scion FRS or Subaru BRZ. He is now in a Mazda MX-5, the number 161 machine, and he has a 1:58.339 Tony Karatsus at a 2:01.843, almost 3.5 seconds back. Izzy Sanchez, another stalwart there out on the West Coast in a Scion, third fastest, almost 4 seconds back from the flyer that Oscar Jackson put down. And we have a new one fast driver of the session and a new pole sitter for STU. That is Wilson Powell in the number 77 machine. Brian, BMW M3 driver out of Danville, not Virginia, but California. Just turned in a 1:55.401, almost 4/10 up on Rylan Hazelton.
Yeah, a little bit of an adventure for Wilson Powell. He had a spin and continue, I'm guessing, the previous lap at turn 8. Also, the 50 car also spun at turn 8. The 50 car is Justin Graham out of Irvine, California. Checkered flag is out here on the session, so turn 8 proving to be rather challenging for the racers
Many
today.
drivers, yeah.
So it's been a bit of an adventure there. So
yeah, indeed. And so that the number 50 machine, as you mentioned there, that is one of our that's actually our second GT3U racer, along with Michael Lewis, and almost 7 seconds separating those two drivers as the checkered flag comes out. And it looks like one of our twins having some motor issues.
There's some
Brian,
smoking going on there.
I think that's
there's flames coming out of that tailpipe. That's not a good sign.
That's the red twin. I think that might possibly be Izzy Sanchez in that number 78 machine. We'll have to see. I mean, they always say that they're fastest before they go.
Yeah.
Sanchez on the previous lap had turned in his best lap time of the session. So we will definitely take a look there as he comes in. Should also mention, it was interesting there is Rylan Hazelton in that Honda S2000 finished second. He spent the last week out in Wisconsin with the Dirtfish Road Rally School, or not Road Rally School, Rallycross school, and I look forward to every winter as I see photos from him learning how to drift machines through the snow and through these very difficult race courses. And of course, you kind of have a different mindset coming into road racing. So we'll see how he does. As I'm sure he's going to be looking to get past Powell. All right, let's look over at STL now as the remainder of our drivers coming across the checkered flag. Nick Leveroni turns in his best lap of the session on the last lap. He is your provisional pole sitter going into this afternoon's race, and turns in a 1:55.76, 1.6 seconds clear of the rest of this 15 driver STL field. Ryan Gutiel second fastest, Carl Young third fastest, Jonathan Lugod fourth fastest, Patrick Drinkwine fifth fastest. And Brian, this is I think a bit of a surprise for me in STL, as we've got almost 3.5 seconds separating the top 5 racers, and almost in the top 10 separated by 6.5 seconds. But again, maybe not that surprising, given this is the first weekend many of these racers have taken to the circuit, and they're all just still trying to find their way around.
And that's going to do it here for our 5th qualifying session of the day. When we come back, Wings and Things, FA, FE2, P, and P2. That's next. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at the circuit of Buttonwillow. We'll be right back.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg. We are here, and it is our qualifying session for the Wings and Things, FE2, FA, Prototype, and P2. And Jim Davenport is our early fastest car. He'll probably stay that way for a lot of the session.
Well, that's because he's the first driver to cross the line and set a time, Brian.
Shush! Don't give away my secrets.
All right.
Good God, man.
Sorry.
8 cars in this group. This is got a couple prototypes, got a couple 4 FE2s, 4 prototypes. That's how it's going to play out here. So we might even get a little bit of racing here, which will be nice.
Indeed. So Brian, tell me this, as somebody who obviously knows the local race scene. Mm-hmm. I'm showing both a John Crean and I'm showing a Johnny Crean and a Johnny Crean. Are we talking father and son, or are we just talking a single car and for some reason they're showing up twice in our registration?
I think it's a registration hiccup.
Yeah.
And there may be a story about 2 different cars and not sharing which one to drive.
Oh, that could be
so, and they're both registered. I heard some rumbling about that. I didn't know who they were talking about, but this may be who they were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Indeed. So Johnny Crean, who comes... he's got probably the toughest toe of anybody. I mean, we talked about the Brooklyn, New York driver earlier.
Row your race car.
Johnny Crean comes from Kewauwala, Hawaii. So I guess he can actually combine that whole race car thing and boat thing.
Oh, there was a car off there. And just coming back on the racetrack, you see it there on our turn 5 camera.
Cars.
Yep. So he's doing a little weaving to clean off the clag off his wheels.
The schmutz, is that what you were about to call it there?
I'll go with clag, but yeah, schmutz was the first words that came to my head. Yes.
And I'm fairly certain that was Tom Burt in the blue and yellow FE2 machine, the number 45 car that went off.
Schmutz is an homage to the Jewish family that I married into.
Yes. There we go. There we go. All right. So as we mentioned, so we've got 3 racers in prototype. We've got Davenport, who's a national champion, Joseph Moran, and Johnny Crean. And then we've got an FE2 Tom Hope, who is your fastest driver at the moment. Hope with a 141.289, but again, only a single lap in the books. Paul Marino, Tom Burt, and Noah Hambai also, and in a nice little segue from Johnny Crean. Noah says that his last name is pronounced like Hawaii, so there you go. Lots of
yes, yes,
lots of things here. He is driving a 2018 FE2 machine and has been racing for about 5 years. Currently, as we mentioned, running fourth in class. The delta between the FE2 racers we've seen and we've been watching right here is they're coming out of turn 3. That's Tom Hope and Paul Marino.
Right.
Separated by about a quarter of a second right now, both on track and also in lap times for that matter. Hope, your fastest driver at a 140.35, Marino at a 140.6. Tom Burt is almost 4 seconds back from there, and then Noah Hambai is quite a bit off of the pace there. He's about 2 seconds further back in Prototype 2, or probably not Prototype 2, in Prototype, which is one of 2 prototype classes that we have running on the Super Tour this year. We've got Jim Davenport right now with about a 4-second advantage on Johnny Crean. Joseph Moran, who is running a Norma, about 8 seconds back from there, looking like he's having a little bit of a challenge with that machine.
Let's take a second here and say hi to some people in chat. Bethany is here. Tony Kart Racer, Joel Harleman, Teddy Ruxpin, I love that name. Babyface Fabrication, hey friends.
Hey,
they're
Josh.
watching from North Carolina, I'm guessing.
That's right. Josh Schmidt having to deal with the huge blizzard that we had here in Charlotte the other day. So glad to see he's here. Of course, we've got Boy from New York who's been on with us all the time. And should mention Joel Harleman is part of the Hoosier Super Tour staff. Clerk of the course for our East Coast races. Of course, we've got when we go out west. We split the duties here that we've got, I guess we've got Joe Stadelman, who's handling clerk of the course duties out west here this season as well. So great to have
Kevin
Joel.
Coulter, who's clerk of the course. Joe Stadelman is our race director.
Sorry, got them swapped up. That's right, Kevin Coulter on the west, and Joel based out of the home of American race in Indianapolis, Indiana. So glad to see him here with us as we've got now just a touch over 6 minutes remaining. So, as we mentioned, Brian, about Jim Davenport leading the P class, and I said that it's one of 2 prototype classes that we have running here on the Super Tour, and I hasten to call GTX a prototype class, although we do have prototype cars there in that class as well. But for 2025. We have gone from a Prototype 1, which was primarily automobile engined prototype cars like your Alans and your stores and what have you. Right. Prototype 2, which primarily was your 1,000cc motorcycle motors.
Right.
Or larger, probably not 1,000cc, but I think even larger, like 1,300cc that also. And the plan is and has been to combine these 2 classes, and the P class is the new combined class between the 2. The difference is that Prototype 2 will still exist for this year at the national level on the Hoosier Super Tour and in the U.S. Major Series, U.S. Majors Tour, but will not be racing at the national championship runoffs at Road America this year. Only the P class will be racing.
So we were talking earlier about combining GT3U and F production, and how that was it GT3U? Yeah.
Yes.
And F production. Yeah. And how that was a very difficult combination. The other one that I think is a really difficult class to bring together is the P1, P2 class. And another reason why they're taking a year to let this happen and to be able to figure that out. It's going to be a much harder pull for a couple of these classes in their consolidations, and P1 and P2, another one of those that are very, very difficult to bring together. So Coming up here on 4 minutes and 15 seconds left to go in this session. We got one more group before lunch qualifying. That is our GT1, 2, GTX, A Sedan, T1, and T2. Then we're going to take a lunch break. And then this afternoon, Greg, it will be 7 races of 25-minute length. And then, looking ahead to tomorrow, we'll have another set of qualifyings in the morning, followed by another 7 feature races, 19 laps or 35 minutes. So lots of racing action here this weekend on the Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel. And it is going to be fun to watch everybody on this brand new racetrack. Right now, your top car, Jim Davenport, in that Elan DPO2. And then followed by Johnny Crean. That's your top 2 in P2. Your top 3 in FE2. Tom Hope, Paul Marino, and Tom Burt. The usual suspects out here in FE2. Conspicuously missing from FE2 is a driver who is often right at the front of the field here, and that is Caleb Schrader. He is not double dipping this weekend, so that's probably good news for the other drivers at FE2.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, we saw Caleb out at Sebring this year as he was, I forgot what team he was running with, but he was renting. I can't remember if it was Comfort Motorsports, but and I don't want to, now that I've just mentioned them, don't want to get it wrong, but had a very good outing both in Spec Racer Ford and in FE2 there for the first stop on the Super Tour. But yeah, a little surprising that we don't see him in both chassis here this weekend. Now, also, as we talked about Johnny Crean earlier in that store chassis, I'm showing that he's only completed 4 laps as opposed to the other 2 drivers on track right now in the prototype class, Davenport and also Joseph Baran, who have completed 6. So we may have had Johnny Crean bring his car down the pit lane. Maybe he does have another chassis to bring out.
Yeah, I was just what I was going to say. Maybe he's trying to jump into that other car to throw down one quick lap here so he has options. Although I will say starting 8th in an 8th car field in a prototype, not probably too hard to get it closer to the front right at the start of that race if he just chooses to suit up and finish last. So lots of options there. And I do hear a car leaving pit lane. Well, no, I do not. I'm seeing Johnny Crean.
Things.
I'm hearing things. I am looking at Johnny Crean's car. Their team is doing pressure checks on the tires without any urgency at all.
Okay. Is it without a driver behind the wheel?
No, there's a helmet in the cockpit.
Okay.
And its head is moving because I see glare changing off of. Oh no, car going back out. So the 23 car. Oh no, it's coming to pits.
Okay, so the 23 car, that's Jim Davenport. Obviously,
okay,
so maybe he's almost 3 seconds up on the rest of the prototype field, so it doesn't make a lot of sense as he just comes across the timing loop on the pit lane. In FE2, Tom Hope currently with 6/10 on Paul Marino, so those 2 drivers who've been in pretty close proximity, there they are coming down the front straight now. Tom Hope starting to eke out a little bit of extra time as these drivers get a little bit more comfortable and more accustomed to the 10-turn course here at the circuit. Tom Burt, who had that early spin, he is about 1.3 seconds off of the provisional pole set by Hope. And Noah Hambai, who just turned in his personal best lap of the session at a 1:41.593. He sits 4th in class.
With time running out in this session, and I don't see much changing at this point in time. So it'll be fun to see these guys when they come out here for their race at the end of the day today.
All right, so checkered flag now in the air, Brian. And so last flying laps here will count. So we'll take a look here. As you said that you thought that Johnny Crean had gone back out on course, or do you think he brought that car back behind the wall?
No, I was mistaken.
Yeah, because I don't see that he completed another lap.
Nope.
So let's look here at the 2 FE2 racers as Paul Marino Pardon me, that's not Marino. That's actually Noah Hambayi in the green machine there, in the green number 64 machine. I think he actually just got passed by Tom Hope. We'll follow them through, and we'll see if we have any changes here in the FE2 field. I believe that that the prototype field is pretty much locked in.
This is the exit of turn 8 coming towards turn 9. Now we're looking at turn 9 and 10. It's a quick right-left. It's rather quick between those two corners.
Yeah, and one of those drivers, Brian, just went down the pit lane rather than coming onto the front straight to take the checkered flag.
There you go.
So we've got we've got Tom Burt who crossed the line. Tom Burt just turned in his fastest lap of the session. There he is. He was your final FE2 racer to take the checkered flag. He turned in a 1:40.774. That is still only good for third fastest in FE2, about half second back from Paul Marino, who in turn was 0.6 back from Tom Hope. So it's Hope, Marino, Burt, Hambayi. That is your 4-car field in FE2. In prototypes, it's Jim Davenport, Johnny Crean, and Joseph Moran.
That's going to do it for Group 6. Group 7's up next. Stay with us, everybody. We're back in a few minutes. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Racing Tire, SCCA Super Tour. It is our last qualifying session of the day. GT1 2 GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2. This is a BMW of, you got it, Greg, Delmonico.
It's Drew Delmonico in a 2023 BMW M4 GT4 racing in the Touring 1 class. And, you know, Brian, as we sit on board with Drew, I think, we've talked about the great shots that Brendan Kazmarek has given us here this weekend with the cameras around this circuit. But if you really want to get a feel for some of the elevation change and some of the cambered corners here, this is probably the best way to do it.
And check out what he's going to come up to here in just a second here. Trying to figure out where he is. Okay, so he's going into turn 8 right now. So this is the increasing radius right-hander. You can see they have to come out and do a double apex here. This is what's considered by most the most challenging corner on the racetrack. Now they have a short shoot down here to turn 9. He'll make a right-hander, hit the apex here, and then set right up on the inside to go around turn 10 and onto your front straight. And then you will see the start stand out there on the left. There's our big race control tower, and the broadcast center is right there as well as they come through there. Heading down towards turn 1, a hard brake right-hander. They'll track out into what is the exit of pit lane for, well, there's that white line we talked about, Greg. Very obvious there.
Very obvious from that shot.
This is your uphill left-hander, and then as soon as they hit this apex here, it starts to fall away as they head down towards turn 3 here. 3 is a sweeping right-hander with a little short shoot up until turn 4.
And again, this is what Michael Lewis termed kind of madness, I guess like madness, like over at Mid-Ohio and with the S's there.
And then coming down to the end of this straightaway here, this is going into turn 5. This is my favorite section of the racetrack. You're coming up here. Hard sweeper, fast sweeper coming through here, surprisingly fast. They hit the apex. Now they come up uphill into this hairpin section here. And if you go to the left here, there is not very much space, maybe 15 yards. 20 tops from the edge of the racetrack to that big old tire wall, and then down towards turn 7.
That's right. And we just saw him where he came underneath that yellow and black number 88 GT2 machine of Robert Kelly, the Dodge Viper. And Kelly, I think, wisely just hanging that car to the outside to let this BMW through here. As looks like Delmonico has. I don't want to say he's got this down, but I think he's had a little bit more seat time than some of the other drivers that he's on course with right now.
Yeah. Ian Barberi, also a T1 car. He was here the first weekend, so he knows this racetrack pretty well already, or as well as anybody, nonetheless. And so look out for him. He is also second fastest car in the group at the moment. Obviously, we're still really early on here in this 15-minute qualifying session, if there's a way to be early on in a 15-minute qualifying session.
Yeah, indeed, and there are a number of drivers that I know. I've seen some video online from Ollie Thorderson out of Trabuco Canyon, California, racing in his Touring 2 Chevrolet, the 121 machine. I think we just saw go by there. Should also note, Brian, that we were talking in the last session about the Touring 3 and Touring 4 cars. One of them being Roger Eagleton in his Ford Mustang, and I think both Eagleton and Latucci were out in the previous session running in Touring 3 in their Ford Mustangs. They are again running these exact same cars in this session in American Sedan. And currently, the third driver in American Sedan that we expected to post today, out of Salt Lake City, Utah, Pratt Cole, has not turned a lap yet in his Ford Mustang. So it's Eagleton and Latucci, your sole American sedan racers. Michael Lewis, who we've spoken about a couple times, and his Jaguar XKR. He's your sole GT1 racer here this weekend. And Brian, I think he was on your podcast this week. Was lamenting, I think, the dearth of GT1 racers here out on the West Coast.
Well, it's
he's
not just the
only one.
West Coast, honestly. There's not a whole lot of GT1 races around the country at the moment. So that's interesting. If you're here at the racetrack, thank you. Glad to have you here. And you want to see a really cool piece, go check out Michael Lewis's Jaguar XKR. It is a really cool race car. And then put your head inside that Mazda that he races as well. That Mazda got so much history behind it as well. So check those two race cars out and stop by, say hi to Michael Lewis.
So here's the question I've had for years, Brian, and I thought of this primarily because Trans Am,
yes,
which the TA class is very closely aligned with GT1 in SCCA amateur racing, as the cars are essentially crossovers. This past week has been announcing each day new inductees to the inaugural Hall of Fame class, and one of them is Paul Gentilozzi, who we know for years raced a Jaguar in Trans Am, and I've always wondered if that mold or if the car itself that Michael Lewis drives was an ex-Gentilozzi car. Or if this maybe came later, and I know Michael talked this week about rebodying it to something else other than
to a newer version,
and how he's stayed the course here. But that's always been a question that I'd love to have answered, and one of these days I'll actually get around to asking him. Now that you missed the chance last week.
Well, here's the deal. You could have asked me to ask you before we had the podcast.
I know. Yeah, I guess I could.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Don't blame it all on me.
I had time. Stop.
7 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Let's take our break.
Sounds good.
And when we come back, we will have the finish of this final qualifying session of the day. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to the second race here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. I don't believe there's been any other groups on this racetrack between our inaugural race a couple of weeks ago and this one. There may have been some like track day stuff, but I believe, we got a car off at the exit of 8. And that's one of our big GT cars. I'm going to guess that might be, I think that's Ben Valentine in the Challenger.
Yeah,
No, he's at a BMW.
Yeah, that is.
No, that's a
Mustang.
okay.
That's a Mustang.
Thank you. Oh, from the back, it's a Mustang. From the
yes.
front, I don't know what the heck it is.
I think that might have actually been Brad McAllister in the number 29 machine.
I'll go with you on that.
Okay.
I'll go with you on that. 3.5, 3:44 to go. Your top 5 right now is Michael Lewis, Ian Barberi, Ben Valentine, Drew Delmonico, and Brad McAllister. That's the Mustang that we think we just saw go off there. And then following through 7 through 10, Ole Thorstensen is in 7th. Gary Leidig is in 6th, Ole Thorstensen in 7th, Roger Eagleton. And now Ole Thorstensen drops down to 9th. While I'm talking, things moving around here a lot with 3 minutes to go. People putting in their fast laps, lots of green laps, which means personal best times. Michael Lewis just dropped down his fast lap, a 1:43.9. People are getting it done here as this session wraps up, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And, probably one of the biggest surprises to me right now, Brian, is where our T1 racers are in comparison to the GT2 cars. Right now, we talked about Ian Barberi and his M3. And, of course, we had, we saw the Drew Delmonico's a little bit earlier. Ian Barberi, your second fastest driver overall in a Touring 1 machine at a 1:46.47. Almost 3/4 of a second faster than our fastest GT2 car. That's Ben Valentine in the Dodge Challenger.
That Challenger coming right out of turn 10 right now. It's the last car in this line, that white Challenger. Go ahead.
Let's take a look. But, again, a huge surprise. Yeah, actually, there you go. There looks very different from the Mustang then. But, and you can see there where Valentine, in trying to get on the throttle a little bit, had, I think that was Matt Latucci's American Stanford Mustang that was exiting turn 1. And you see the issues and the problems that the higher horsepower cars are having right now, putting down power. We talked about the amount of grip that these cars have, and maybe, as this track hasn't really rubbered in that much since the first event 3 weeks ago, it may have weathered in, or rubbered in enough for a car that's making 400 or 350 horsepower, may not for a car that's making 500 at this point, as these GT2 cars, I think, are probably more than anything just fighting for grip.
Definitely. Minute 12 to go in the session. After this, we're going to have a lunch break. When we come back, it's time to go racing, people. That's all afternoon. 7 races, taking us all the way to probably about 5:30 this evening. So come back after lunch, and that's when we're going to have some tons of fun.
Tons of fun, and we have gotten word from Race Control that we will have cars on course, Brian, at 1:15 p.m. So make sure to stick around. And again, lots of racing action this afternoon, and it's going to be exciting for me, certainly, to watch the first Super Tour races on a brand new race circuit. We've talked all morning about how drivers are still trying to come to grips with the grip and with the layout of the circuit. And it's going to be, I think, very different in race conditions versus qualifying, because if there's one thing that, Brian, I think, as we've got now less than 15 seconds remaining in this last qualifying session, that these racers have been, I think, probably more consumed about trying to find a fast way around the course. Most of them probably haven't given much, if any, time to contemplating how to pass people and where to pass people here.
Right.
And so it should make the racing very interesting once racers get side by side, or once you follow somebody into a corner, as you try to figure out how do you get around that guy ahead of me. So I can't wait to see it, and it's all in about an hour here as the checkered flag is out. First driver to take the checkered flag is the 29 machine of Brad McAllister in that white Ford Mustang, and we'll track here as the remaining drivers still on course make their way around. A couple that I don't think we have to be too worried about. And there is Drew Delmonico in that Touring 1 machine. Michael Lewis in his GT1 Jaguar. He's your fastest driver overall. Shouldn't be a surprise. A 1:43.967. Again, second fastest driver overall. Not a GT2 car, but a Touring 1 machine. And that is Ian Barberi. Barberi turning in a 1:46.470, 0.6 of a second up on Drew Delmonico, who we're watching here on his cool-down lap. In American Sedan, Roger Eagleton turns in a 1:56.445. That's about 3.5 seconds up on Pratt Cole. So Cole is here, and he just brought his car out a little bit later than everybody else, but he turns in a 1:59.911. Should mention that Eagleton turned that fast lap on his very first flying lap. He was here, I'm fairly certain, 3 weeks ago. Matt Tucci is your third fastest American sedan machine. In GT2, it is Ben Valentine, his Dodge Challenger, turns in a 1:47.1. That's about a full second up on Brad McAllister, with Guy Leidig in a Mazda RX-7, third fastest, Scott Graham, fourth fastest. And then finally, in Touring 2, Ollie Thordarson from Trabuco Canyon, California, turns in a 1:56.473. Actually, we're gonna have to look at this because I'm showing Ollie listed twice, and I think actually fast lap for him a 1:54.065 with Scotty B. White, who only turned in 3 laps, about 0.7 of a second back from there.
That's going to do it. Our qualifying is in the books. Up next, racing at 1:15 Pacific Time, Group 1. E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. That is coming up, folks. Enjoy your little break and come back with us in about an hour. That'd be great. See you then. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Stay with us, everyone.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. A lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
And we are live. You are looking live, as Brent Musburger would say, at the circuit at Buttonwillow, the first Super Tour on the brand new racetrack, America's newest racetrack. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me. We got our first race of the weekend here, Group 1, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. And let's take a look at this brand new racetrack here that we have here in Southern California on the same grounds as the original Buttonwillow Classic track. Here is the circuit. It is 2.56 miles, 4.11 kilometers, 10 turns, lots of banking, uphills and downhills, 10 turns, asphalt racetrack. First race 2025, about 3 weeks ago. It is a ton of fun. Once people figure it out, they say they love it. And Greg, we're going to have some good racing this weekend.
You know what else Brent Musburger used to say, Brian?
What's that?
He said, nothing dissects a man in public quite like golf. I just figured I'd throw that out there, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with racing. All right, let's take a look. We've got our first race of the day. And again, as you mentioned, the 25-minute timed race. It is our small bore production classes. It is E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec today. We had 19 drivers set. Actually, we had 17 drivers set qualifying times, but I'm going to give you a bonus 2 drivers just in case. Starting 19th today, driving the number 95 F Production Volkswagen GTI, Tim Linrud. With Gary Raymond starting 18th today, driving the number 29 F Production Porsche 914 4-cylinder, starting 17th, driving the number 121 B-Spec Mazda 2 from Clark, Wyoming. It's Wendy Epstein-Annis. Ali Naimi starting 16th today. Ali's driving the number 14 Mazda 2 B-Spec car. He's from Morgan Hill, California. With Joseph Gersh starting 15th. Joseph is driving the number 38 Toyota Yaris today in B-Spec. Tom Tuttle's driving the number 42 H Production Mini Cooper. He starts 14th. With Bobby Byers starting 13th. He's in the number 18 H Production Toyota Yaris. Your B-Spec pole sitter today, starting 12th, driving the number 21 Mini Cooper. It's Tom Lepper. With Bill O'Kell driving the number 7 H Production MG Midget, starting to his right in 11th. Starting 10th on the outside of row number 5, driving the 00 H Production MG Midget, your pole sitter in the class from Lake Forest, California, Lee Fleming. Starting 9th, driving the number 17 E Production Mazda MX-5 from Manson, Washington, Whitfield Gregg. Brian Lynn starting 8th today at the tail end of the F Production field after taking a little penalty this morning. He will start 8th, driving the number 123 Nissan Sentra SER. Starting 7th today, driving the number 1 F Production Fiat X19 from Orange, California, Daniel Snow. Joe Carr starts 6th today. He's in the number 12 E Production Mazda Miatis from Petaluma, California. Starting 5th, driving the number 145 F Production Mazda Miata from Mesa, Arizona, Stephen Powers. With Brandon Drost starting 4th. Brandon's driving the number 02 E Production Mazda RX-7, hailing from Goleta, California. Mountain View, California's Kurt Fritschke will start in 3rd position today. He's driving the number 40 Mazda RX-7, and now we'll move on to the front row. Starting in 2nd position, outside of row number 1, driving the number 32 F Production Mazda RX-7, your pole sitter in the class today from Poway, California, Michael Lewis. And on the pole today, driving the number 4 E Production Mazda MX-5 from Redwood City, California, with a qualifying time of 154.367. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grid, Glenn McCready. And green flag is in the air, and we are underway here from
the circuit at Buttonwillow.
Thank you, Brian. There we go. I was wondering where you might be as our racers all get clear through turn number 1, make their way down towards turn number 2 now, Brian. And McCready in that black open-top Mazda MX-5 already opening up a pretty substantial lead on the rest of the E Production field.
That's right. I was gotten by the mute button monster. There's a car off with a couple of wheels on the left at the exit of turn 3, kicking up the classic Buttonwillow dust like we have it here as we always have it here when there hasn't been rain, and we haven't had a lot in the recent days. There's a car with something up on the windshield. Not quite sure where that came from. Turn 5 now is what they're heading down into. The next thing we're seeing them coming up the hill towards turn 6. There is McCready in that Mazda, and Fritchie is the second place car. Kurt Fritchie in the 40 car, the gray older school Mazda RX-7. That is the car in second place now as the cars filter through the hairpin and down the hill towards turn 6.
Yeah,
turn
so
7.
Yeah, and so we noticed there, Brian, even on just the opening corners, that Michael Lewis, who started on the outside of row number 1, dropped a number of positions back. He's in that baby blue second-gen RX-7, the number 32 machine. Also, we are watching as Brian Lynn starting to work his way through the field. You can pick out Lynn. He is coming through the corner now here through turn 8. He's in that yellow with black hooded Nissan Sentra sedan. That is a former GT late car, now running in F production.
All the cars, a little bit of lockup there on that Triumph.
No, that was actually the Fiat X19.
Oh, the
Daniel
Fiat, yes.
Snow.
Yep.
Yeah, big brake lock up from the inside front wheel there, and that's something we've been, Brian, we've been talking about the lockup over at turn 8, but at turn 1 we've been seeing a lot of inside tires, usually inside front, locking up under braking there. It's almost as if you're just off at the edge of the track by just a little bit. There's a huge discrepancy in grip levels there.
I did not get a chance to check on track limits here during lunch, but by the number of drivers that are doing it and not being flagged to come in and have a discussion about it, I'm guessing that they've decided that's okay for this weekend. As our cars now come sliding through. This is an angle I've not seen here, this turn 3 camera. A lot of drift coming out of that corner.
Yes.
And that is an interesting situation there. A lot of tire scrub off there as well.
Well, the one thing also, Brian, that in talking to some of the folks that were here a couple weeks ago for the majors, is turn 3 is a little bit off camber on exit. As a matter of fact, you can kind of see there as that B-Spec Mazda 2 went by, there is definitely a drop off from about the center of the track out to the edge where you are trying to exit the turn. And if you apex a little bit early there, it's kind of hard to keep things on track, much like that Mazda, probably not the Mazda, the Fiat X19 of Daniel Snow, having some challenges on corner exit. There as they're coming through, looks like Snow, and also the Brian Lynn machine, they've gotten past Michael Lewis. Michael Lewis having some issues, and if we could go back to the previous camera here, there is Michael Lewis off pace, trying to limp that car home through turn 8 and make it home to the pits. And I think there was some talk there about some possible contact with Michael Lewis as he's now just pulling the car off the course.
Yeah, and we got a car way off at the exit of turn 8. He's able to keep his foot in it and get back on the racetrack without any issues. Lots of dust, though, being kicked up. Michael Lewis is doing a nice job of getting that car far enough off the racetrack. Well, they won't even have to go get to that car until the end of the racing session. So I am seeing that there was... I'm not seeing any information about an incident involving the 32 car yet, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, actually, it was the 02 car. Well, let me take a look here. We've got the 02, which is Brandon DeRose, and we also have, that's right, it was the 2 of Noel Hayward in the H production machine.
So we had a car go off way off, driver left here. And did they come back on the racetrack? I can't tell.
Yeah. So the issue was Noel Hayward and Tim Linrud getting together. Linrud, who started the very back of the pack, did not have a time in qualifying. So as he was trying to work his way through the field, apparently had some issues with that number 2 car. And I'm fairly certain the number 2 car also did not qualify. So they were both at the tail end to start this race.
Our lineup right here, after the first few laps here, we are working lap number 3, getting ready to start lap number 4. Your top 5 is Glenn McCready, Kurt Fritchie, Stephen Powers, Brandon Drazy, and Brian Lynn. That's your top 5, followed by Daniel Snow, Joe Carr, Whitfield Gregg, Lee Fleming, and Bill O'Kell.
All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's take a look at the B-Spec field.
Right.
As they're a little bit further back in the pack. We had Tom Lepper take
there
the
they are.
pole. Yeah, and there they are right now. We had Tom Lepper take the pole in B-Spec, beating out Joseph Gersh on, I think, the second to last lap, as Gersh had led most of the race. But Gersh, who's in that four-door Toyota Yaris, there he is. He had started the prior lap. Start a lap 2 as your leader. He has now fallen back a couple of spots, and it looks like Lepper has gotten back around. I'm just going to try and double check that.
Yeah, so the one thing we need to be careful of, there's 2 Toyota Yaris's, one's in H production, one's in B-Spec.
In B-Spec, that is
There's
right.
also a Mini Cooper in H production, another one in B-Spec.
All right,
so that's going to be a bit complicated.
All right, so we're going to watch it. So the four-door Yaris, that is the B-Spec car, not the two-door. Okay, and so that is exactly what's going on here. And Joseph Gersh, he is right behind, oddly enough, Bobby Beyer and Tom Tuttle. Right. Tuttle in an H production Mini Cooper, and then the H production Yaris, which is a little bit ahead of both of them. So what we're seeing here now early on is that that Gersh has opened up a bit of a lead now. We've got the Mazda 2 of Ali Naimi, the 14 car, and then Tom Lepper in the B-Spec Mini Cooper just a little bit further behind. Here they are. There's Naimi and Lepper. So about 6-7 car lengths back. And if you look at this, Brian, this is interesting. There's a lot of debris sitting, and it looks like Brian Lynn. It looks like probably that isn't Lynn. I think that was Okel, actually, that just kind of split the difference. Also, somebody took out one of those brake marker cones and shoved it
and that may explain why the car. There's a car off driver's left there that we can't see.
And a local caution being shown at that.
So my guess is there was some contact, which is where we got the debris from.
Right.
And then one of the cars ended up in the boonies out there. So.
Yeah. So we're trying to get the car number here. Let's see. Yeah. So we're trying to get the car number. By the way, I said a little bit earlier that it was the 95. The incident between the number 95 of Linrud and Noel Hayward in the number 2 H production. Just got an update from the corner. It was actually not Hayward, but it was the 18 machine of Bobby Beyer in the H production.
Got it.
Toyota Yaris that got together with Linrud's GTI.
Right, and the car that's off there at the exit on the outside of turn 4 does not have a Flagtronics unit, so I don't know which number that is. This is the last Super Tour race where the Flagtronics units are not required in every car. So, and because there's only 2 Super Tours out here on the West Coast, my guess is that there's a lot of drivers who chose not to buy them for this event. Right. But if we had the Flagtronics units in all the cars, we would know which car number was off there at the exit of turn 4.
Well, tell you what, I think we've got an idea, Brian. As I'm looking towards the drivers that have not completed a third lap or most of our racers are on lap number 4 at the moment, or probably on the lap number 5.
Sure.
And so we show Gary Raymond and Wendy Annis a lap down. They're working lap number 4.
Right.
But we show Daniel Snow in that F production Fiat X19 as being 2 laps down currently.
Right.
And remember, he was just ahead of Michael Lewis when Lewis pulled off.
Right.
And moved another lap. So I'm basically going extrapolating. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Well, and it does look like there's white body work out there, and that Fiat was white. Or is white. It's still there.
Well, it just may not be as white as it was.
That's true. That's true.
Might be more silver and mechanical looking here. As Brian Lynn now taking a look down the inside of underneath Stephen Powers in the Mazda Miata there. Again, Lynn, who started off in 8th position after taking a penalty in qualifying earlier today, he is now up to 4th overall. And see, he's really challenging right on the back of that Miata. McCready is just walking away from the rest of the field at this point. That black MX-5 that started on pole, Brian, almost 8 seconds up on Kurt Fritchie's. And there you go. Indeed, that is the Fiat X19 getting pulled away by by our emergency services teams here with Cal Club. There's Fritchie running second overall at the moment, and again about 8 seconds back from McCready. Of course, that's both of those cars running in E-production.
Right, and then there's Stephen Powers and Brian Lynn just coming through our screen right there as well. So this is a slower B-Spec car right now that they're coming up upon, and the two cars right behind him, that Mazda right there is Powers, and then following him right through there is Brian Lynn.
Yeah, indeed. And so that is the battle for the lead in F production currently, Brian. Again, and big. Actually, it wasn't brake lockup. It looked as though Powers actually drove down to the inside and maybe got a little bit of dirt. And now on the exit of that corner, as he turned in early, runs wide on exit, and that gives Brian Lynn now uncontested lead in F production. Yeah, with about 20 car lengths as they came out of the final corner there.
13 and a half minutes to go here in our first race of the day. Let's take our first break and get that out of the way. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the racing action. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is EF and H production and B-Spec. Speaking of B-Spec, car number 38 right there, sitting there, that was your B-Spec leader, Joseph Gersh. He's under the hood going, why is my car not going where it's supposed to be going?
Yeah, Brian, I thought he went to the Porta-John there, right after lunch or whatever. But obviously some bigger issues for that Toyota right now. Maybe it was losing fluid, I don't know. But that obviously now moves Tom Lepper in the number 21 Mini Cooper to the lead in B-Spec. The other thing, before we went to the break, we saw this battle going on for the lead in F production between Brian Lynn and Stephen Powers. Powers right here in the blue Mazda Miata. And we saw Powers go off. Actually, I guess it was over turns, coming out of turn 8, going towards turn 9. There have been reports And we can kind of see it. There have been reports from some of the corner workers that there is some tire smoke coming out of that car from the right rear. And so definitely something that we're going to want to take a look at. I don't know if maybe it happened when he went off track, or perhaps a little rubbing his racing. When we saw Lynn take the lead, Lynn was on the outside. Lynn was on driver's left on the other side of that car. So not sure where that happened.
And the car that we're talking about is this one right here, right?
Yes.
Right?
Right here, the rear tire that just passed us.
Exactly.
And as we watch that group come around, that is let me take a look here. I think that's Brandon DeRose in the Mazda RX-7, the 02 machine that is directly
that
behind.
makes sense.
And DeRose has been making up some time. That last time through, actually running about the same lap time, running within a couple hundredths of what Powers is putting down. DeRose right now, not a direct competitor with Powers. He is running third in E-production in that second-gen RX-7.
Yeah, coming up on 8 minutes to go here.
Well,
I want to let everybody know.
Okay,
it looks like that 38 car is done for the day. The driver is up on the flag stand with the flagger, up in a big safe position there. So now he's going back down to look at his car again. Anyway,
he wanted the overhead view. He wanted the copter view of the car. There.
That's right. Exactly. So. Yeah. A lot of busy work for our emergency services crews after this race. Several cars to go out and pick up before we get to Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. That's our next race. Stick around for that, folks. That is always a bar burner. Here's a pass going into turn 1. That is Brian Lynn going around one of the B-Spec cars, making quick work of that car as they now head up. Now you see there's a piece of debris there. I'm not sure which yellow car that came off of, but they'll go collect that for the session as well. Another great camera angle of the guys at DriversEye Live today. Coming through turn 3. All the drivers successfully threading the needle of debris there right in the middle of the racetrack as they come up here towards turn 4. It's nice of that car that left the debris, Greg, to leave it just wide enough for the cars to be able to drive through it.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
without hitting it.
It looked like something flat, almost if it was vinyl. I don't know, but
yeah. Well, there was a hood scoop. It looked like almost. But anyway, they'll pick it up at the end of the race here. That could have been a diffuser too. Anyway, there's a couple of B-Spec cars coming through right now. And that blue Mazda of Stephen Powers right there in the frame as well. He's now working around those spec cars, trying to catch back up to Brian Lynn there. That is his competitor. And then right behind is that RX-7 of Brandon Drazy. Coming up on 5.5 minutes to go. Your top 5 right now. First 2 E production cars, Glenn McCready, Kurt Fritchie. Then you got 3 F production cars of Brian Lynn, Stephen Powers, and actually 2 F production cars, Brian Lynn, Stephen Powers, and then Brandon Drazy in 5th place, followed by Joe Carr, Whit Gregg, Tim Lundgren, Bill O'Dell, and Tom Tuttle is in 11th. We've got 2. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Brian, please.
I say our timing and scoring has 2 Brian Lynns.
Yes,
and I believe the second one is the one that's screwing me up and adding another car in 5th place, which is not there, a phantom car.
Well, we've got more importantly, we've got 2 4th-place racers, and Brian Lynn is showing them both in 3rd and 4th place, along with Stephen Powers in 4th. So,
right.
I think we're doing okay there. So I was going to mention, Brian, that as we were talking about the 2 Toyota Yaris's, one of them belonging to Joe Gersh, it's as we've talked, is sitting over at the side of the road right now. The other one is driven by H Production driver Bobby Byer out of Silverado, California. He was your 2014 Cal Club Rookie of the Year. and says he got into racing. His grandfather many years ago was a Formula V racer, and yeah. So calls the car Azul Huevo. So what is that? That is
okay.
Is that water egg? I'm sure. I'm going to have everybody who speaks Spanish come back and tell me what that is.
Yes. Yeah. Well, if it has anything to do with eggs, it's double the price right now. So
right.
That is the situation here with less than 4 minutes to go here.
Azul is blue. I'm an idiot.
Yes. Okay.
Father Elliot, my Spanish teacher. Oh, and Brian, we just saw there coming out of turn 8. That was the 145 machine that we were watching a little bit earlier. The Stephen Powers car, which is running second. And now we're seeing quite a bit of smoke coming out of the back, and I don't think it's tire smoke. It looks as though that might be some oil coming out of the exhaust. It was very prevalent in the last couple of corners there, so we'll keep an eye on it. And so yes, and nobody's put it in the chat, but Azul is actually blue in Spanish, so it's the blue egg.
Yes,
is the Toyota Yaris.
3 minutes to go here as we get into our last couple of laps here in our first race of the day, first race of the weekend. 7 races today, 7 races tomorrow, all on the Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing, hit the like button, subscribe, and hit that little bell so that you know when we're going to be doing what we do, and you can enjoy it with us here. This weekend we are at Buttonwillow. Next race is going to be at Road Atlanta, and then we head to NOLA for our 4th race of the year, our 4th race weekend. That's all coming up in March, Atlanta and NOLA. I think it's on 2, not back-to-back weekends, but there's one weekend in the middle. We're back here at Buttonwillow for divisional races here. That you can see on the Racing Network. So, and then Greg, I'm sure you've got some Mars stuff coming up too soon. So
absolutely, we have our competition driving school in about 2 weeks, but the very first race of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series for 2025 going to be at Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway, the last weekend in March. I think it's so. I guess that would be what, the 29th and 30th.
Yeah, and there was a perfect example here. We just saw it while you were talking about the Mars races. Is not this car here, which is Stephen Powers, but the car right behind him. I don't know which one it was. Given very nice point by, knowing that he was the slower car, and nice clean pass was made. So that was this black and in red car that's going to come through here. That was when it gave the point by. So really nice job of one of our MG midgets, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's Noel Hayward.
That's
Noah
Hayward. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. So well done there. As we get into our final lap, the white flag is in the air. So 2.54, I think it is. I don't even have the track distance memorized on the new track yet.
2.5 and calling it a day, Brian.
Perfect.
And of course, stick around after this race is over. Next race up, always exciting. It's both Spec Miata and Spec MX-5, so definitely stay with us here for their very first race of the weekend.
Yep. Our race leader is Glenn McCready. He's heading down towards turn 5 right now. He is making his final lap here. He'll be heading up the hill towards turn 6. Just a few minutes here. Here comes another group of cars here down towards turn 5. There's Kurt Fritchie right in front of him. Should be Glenn McCready heading down towards turn 7 now for the last time here for our first race of the weekend.
And of course, our leader right now in H production, Bill O'Kell in the number 7 MG Midget out of Victoria, British Columbia. And he's a 2-time Western Conference champion. And Brian, something that you and I aspire to, he was inducted into the Victoria Auto Racing Hall of Fame a number of years ago. Of course, I guess, not being a Canadian, that would probably make it very difficult for me. But, well, then again, you're not also.
That's true.
There you go.
That's true.
But Bill's raced all over the place. Took 2 wins at the American Road Race of Champions at Road Atlanta back in 2022, and again this past year as well, this past October. And at a best finish, I think, at the runoffs, 6th place, somewhere along those lines, back in 2021. So,
all right,
a good run for him so far.
Yep, checkered flag is in the air. Your race winner, Glenn McCready, followed by Kurt Fritchie. Your race winner in F production, Brian Lynn, followed by Stephen Powers. And you just mentioned H production, Bill O'Kell, Tom Tuttle, Bobby Byer. Ali Niami is our B-Spec winner, followed by Thomas Lepper. And that is the top couple cars in every class, Greg.
Well, I was going to say, let's double check if they, actually, I think they're just now crossing the line of that B-Spec race where Naomi actually got around Tom Lepper. Actually, you know what, Brian? Let's hold on for a second because they're coming out of the final corner right now. They haven't taken the checkered flag yet, but that is the Mini Cooper of Tom Lepper in the lead as on the very last lap, he gets around Ali Naomi. He will take the win for the very first Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour race here at the circuit. Naomi finishes 4/10 back, so big fall off there for Naomi on lap number 2. Wendy Annis will finish 3rd, and of course Joe Gersh, no consolation for him after having led laps and taken the fastest lap here at the circuit, will finish in 4th after he has that mechanical retirement 5 laps in. Did we mention Brian Lynn working his way from the back of the F production field to take the win over Stephen Powers? I think we did.
There you go.
All right, well, there you go. Powers finishing 2nd. And the second Brian Lynn finishing 3rd. No, that's not true. Tim Linrud, who started at the very back of the field, he works his way up to 3rd in F production in his Volkswagen GTI.
All right, we're going to take a break. There's a couple of cars to get up, so it's going to be a little bit longer than normal is my guess. But when we do get back to racing action, it'll be Spec Me Out at Spec MX-5. That's going to be a hoot, folks. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and Spec MX5. Spec Miata, that is next. Sure to be entertaining, and for our starting grid, 5G, Gregg Ginsberg.
Thank you very much, Brian. All right, we had this morning 31 drivers between our two classes set qualifying times. We're going to start off with Spec Miata, and what we're going to do is we're going to have a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a split between the Spec Miatas. We're going to start at the back of the pack, and they're just now coming off the grid, and at front, the SMX drivers. So let's run down Spec Miata first, starting 16th, driving the number 199 car from Walnut, California, Bill Nelson. Sayo Hirashi will start 15th, driving the number 34 Mazda Miata. Alan Lucard, the third, will start 14th. He's in the number 17 car. John Stott, he's out of Norco, California. He'll start 13th today in the number 45 Mazda Miata, with Alex Pollard starting 12th, driving the number 47 car. From Scottsdale, Arizona, we've got Max Lojman. He will start in the number 3 machine, with Curtis Z starting 10th. Curtis is driving the number 77 Mazda. Sophia Story will start 9th today. She's in the number 187 car, with Todd Lunchbaugh starting 8th. He's driving the number 73. Brett Rivetta will start 7th today. He's in El Cajon, California. He drives the number 48 car, with William Wallace from Paso Robles, California, starting 6th in the 196 car. Starting 5th today, driving the number 94 Mazda Miata. From Mendon, Massachusetts, it's Nick Leveroni, with William Rasmussen starting 4th. William is driving the number 23 car. He's from Huntington Beach, California. San Diego's Clement Lee will start 3rd. Clement's in the number 87 Mazda, with Nathan Del Carmen from Calabasas starting 2nd. He's in the number 88 car. And your pole sitter today in Spec Miata, from Encino, California, with qualifying time at 2:01.6, Evan Jacobs. Now let's move over to SMX, where we've got Richard James from Trabuco Canyon. He will start 15th today in the number 91 car. Gavin Wardle will start 14th. He's in the number 169 machine. Starting 13th, Michael Travers in the 132 car, with Bryce Johnson out of San Jose starting 12th in the 15. Emmy Kissick, your Spec MX5 Challenge winner in scholarship winner. She starts 11th in the 13 machine, with Thomas Bellman starting 10th. He's in the number 25 car. Ricardo Aruda will start 9th. He's in the number 16 car, with Patrick Drinkwine driving the number 151 car, starting in 8th. Ryan Gutau will start in 7th position. Ryan's out of Madera, California. He drives the 116 car, with John Davies starting 6th today in the number 67 Mazda. He's from Hood River, Oregon. Wes Molno will start 5th today. Wes is driving the number 111 Mazda Miata, with Christian Hoagland from Simi Valley, California, starting 4th in the 01 machine. Also from Simi Valley is Cooper Hicks. Cooper's driving the number 86 car, and he starts 3rd. And so now we move on to the front row. Starting 2nd today from Clovis, California, driving the number 27 Mazda MX-5, Jared Korth, with your pole sitter from Hollister, California, setting a qualifying time of 156.788. He is your reigning and first ever SMX national champion, Ethan Lampy.
So, Greg, when Spec Miata and Spec MX5 has a split, who gets the house, who gets the dog? Green flag is in the air for folks as we come down to the first corner for the first time. Ethan Lang is leading them down to the line. And then you've got Jared Korth, Cooper Hicks. Now they're fanning out 3 and 4 wide as they come through turn 1 for the first time. We'll see how clean this action is as they track out between. Well, everything looks nice and clean here. Spec Miata will be coming through next here. Now they take their green flag. Look at them. Oh, so wide, even into the grass. This is a mayhem here going into turn 1 at the circuit at Buttonwillow.
They're going now 4 wide into turn 1, Brian, and I still don't understand that. At the drop of the green flag, whoever it was all the way on driver's right, and maybe it might have been Nick Leveroni, actually went to the dirt on a track where he had like 7 or 8 feet to his left that he could have used. But it seems to have worked out for him as he slots himself now into 3rd position, right alongside there Clement Lee, and I think William Rasmussen might have been caught out a little bit on that start.
Still side-by-side action going all the way back to 8th and 9th position. Here's your Spec MX-5 group as they come out of turn 6 right towards our living rooms, down the hill now towards turn 7.
Yeah, and so Brian, in qualifying, Ethan Lampe, he out-qualified the rest of the SMX field today by almost half a second. He hasn't been able to break away as of yet as we jump back to the Spec Miata racers here a little bit further back on the track there with Evan Jacobs still leading this field as they come now down through turn 6 as we see some drivers. And, you know, the exit of turn 6 here, Brian, has been a bit of a challenge for some racers in what is, I think, probably the only true hairpin here. And we're finding drivers, they're turning in, they're apexing a little early, and they're not necessarily running out of curbing, but they're hitting the outside of that curb, which is a really difficult transition. There's a lot of drop off there back over to the dirt here as we've got one lap in the books, and it is Korth finding Lampe leading the field here, and they're maybe starting to break away just a little bit, Brian.
There they go. I actually see Lampe in first place on my board.
Oh, did I say Korth leading?
Korth, yeah. So I've got
Lampe. I thought I said that Korth was following Lampe, but
okay.
I'll take your word for it.
Maybe you did. Whatever the case is.
Or maybe I didn't.
Lampe, Korth, Hicks, Hoagland, Davies, your top 5 in Spec MX5. Looking down to Spec Miata, your top 5 after lap 1. William Rasmussen, followed by Nathan Del Carmen. William Wallace, Nick Leveroni in 4th, and Evan Jacobs is in 5th.
All right, so Korth, who's running second to Ethan Lampe right now in SMX. Brian, college student, 21 years old. He's been racing karts since and here they come, been racing karts since he was 8 years old. He was, 2 years ago, the San Francisco region's Spec Miata champion before last year was his very first year racing in SMX. And I don't think we saw him much on the national stage last year. I think he kept his racing primarily contained to the West Coast, but this will be a good coming out party for him, especially if he can stick with our national champion.
Yep, here is your Spec MX5 field coming down through turn 7 now and out through 8. There's your leader there in Spec MX5, that first car, Ethan Lampe, followed by Jared Cooper Hicks. That's your top 3 as they come around and down towards 9 here. 9 is a right-hander, 10 is a left-hander, and then the chute down the drag race, down towards the start-finish line.
All right, and we are starting to see now, Brian, a bit of a gap being built here in SMX, and it appears that it is. As we take a look at the field here, I think the cutoff is West Moldau in 6th.
Oh, right out in front of the cars. Oh, that was very close. That was the 23 car of William. That was your Spec Miata race leader William Rasmussen. And when he came back on the track, heading right towards a couple of other drivers, amazing job to keep those cars separated. I thought that was going to be a master of disaster situation here coming out of turn 8. If they all seem to pull it together, who has assumed the race lead now? It is Evan Jacobs is your new, William Wallace, your new race leader, followed by Evan Jacobs and Nathan Del Carmen.
Yeah, and so Rasmussen, who's only 16 years old, Brian, a lot of experience, a lot of wins in the Pro Kart Regional Series there out west. Of course, he's from Huntington Beach, California, so down from SoCal. I don't know. I don't want to say he couldn't take the pressure. I'm sure that if he's taking race wins in karting, he could definitely take the pressure. But you know, again, part of this is trying to figure out this track and where there's grip and where there isn't. And, you know, just as we go from one high school student to the lead, we go to another as Wallace out of Paso Robles, California, now 17 years old. He was your 2024 third place NASA NorCal champion in Spec Miata. In 2022, the KPX Junior 2 kart champion, finished second in the NorCal Sprint Kart Series back in 2023. And I believe, Brian, and we may have mentioned this, he was one of the 2 winners at the circuit just 3 weeks ago here for the majors race.
Yes, that situation, whether he had help or whether he did it by himself, was a 10-place, basically off and on for William Rasmussen. He was our race leader, went all the way back, and is now in 10th spot. We'll see if he tries to work his way up. through the line there. There's another car with a little lockup going into that little section there. Not easy to make up time here at this point on this racetrack. I will say, Greg, you know, the Spec Miatas, we've watched them for what, 2 decades now?
Yeah.
Very much a drafting class. Now, after watching Spec MX-5 for the first season, they don't draft like Spec Miatas.
No, they
it's a
don't.
Very, very different body style. They punch a hole through the air very differently. And I thought they'd be a lot more like Spec Miatas in the way they race, but they don't race like a Spec Miata.
No, I mean, you still see a lot of the nose-to-tail racing and very close quarters racing, but I think it's a lot less dependent on the trailing car being able to make up ground through the draft. And I think a lot of that is, you know, a little bit more horsepower, a little bit more torque, and they're able to use the drivetrain to an advantage. I also don't think those NC Miatas are near they obviously punch a hole in the air, and they're a much larger and much wider chassis than the NA and NB Miatas,
right.
But they just don't seem to make as large a pocket in the rear as the first gen Mazdas do.
Ida L. Snowman, Aiden Pohl, Derek Ambrose, Julie Del Carmen, all in the chat. Oh, big car off.
Yeah, Brian, and as that car's coming through, I was just about to say something as you were reading them off, because that driver had, I'd say, probably a good 30 to 40% slip angle coming through turn 8 and coming through. We'll try and get the number on him in just a moment. It's just another white Miata to me right now, but but we'll get the number as soon as our corner workers call that in for us. But yeah, that started early. He turned in early, had the rear end walk out on him, and spent that entire time trying to just get the nose to correct it.
All right, we've got a little bit of a change. Jared Korth was in second place. He has now dropped down to 4th. So your top 5 in Spec MX-5. Ethan Lampy, Cooper Hicks, Christian Hoagland moves into 3rd. Jared Korth drops down to 4th, and John Davies remains in 5th place. Looking at your top 5 in Spec Miata: William Wallace, Evan Jacobs, Nathan Del Carmen, Nick Leveroni up to 4th. Clement Lee is in 5th.
All right, Brian, and that was the number 31 machine that just went off. At least that's the number that we are getting, which is, I believe, one of our SMX racers. Let me verify that. Actually, I'm not seeing a 30. I'm not seeing a 31. So
yeah, maybe it was number. No, it wasn't number 91. That's a red car.
That's a red car.
Yeah, that's Richard James. He's a editor-writer for Sports Car Magazine.
Oh, geez, 35. That's Evan Jacobs, Brian, that went off, and he was running 2nd in Spec Miata at the time. Oh my gosh! So that was the Encino driver that went wide, and yeah, look at that. I've got him in my in my spotter's guide here. So that's going to drop him back considerably through the pack now. That should move Nathan Del Carmen in the 88 machine up a little bit higher in the field.
15 and change to go here. 25-minute races today, 19-lap or 35-minute races tomorrow, so a little bit different there. That's an endurance race.
Yes, indeed it is. All right, so that moves Del Carmen now up in the 2nd position. Brian, he is a driver coach at the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles, California. So certainly used to racing rear-wheel drive cars, maybe having a little bit more weight behind him with a mid-engine or rear-engine car. Had his debut Spec Miata race a year ago at the January Cal Club Majors there on the Classic Circuit, and he's there in the number 88 machine.
$14 minutes to go in this race. Let's do this. We're coming up on the halfway mark almost. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we will have the rest of our action here. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be right back. For more tthan 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg. Jordan Worth is our director. We are bringing you Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata. Ooh, I've never seen a car go off and put up dust right where that car did. But anyway.
Although I think one of the emergency services vehicles did between sessions a little while ago, Brian.
That's true.
So as we're watching Spec Miata, and as I spent all this time talking about Evan Jacobs going off, having that big wild ride. No, it wasn't Evan. We're still trying to track down from the corner workers exactly which machine that was, because they were saying it was the 31 machine. So Evan Jacobs still running in second to William Wallace, and this is what we've been watching. Here they are coming in to turn number 8 right now. In very close proximity, they had opened up about 6 car lengths on Nate Del Carmen, and Del Carmen has closed that down quite a bit. He and Clement Lee now within about 2 car lengths. It's not till you then get to, you've got Nicola Veroni. He's their trailing car in that group of 5 right there, and then it is about, you can see the big gap back to 6th place runner Brett Rivetta. Now here's something very interesting, and I was going to say, if we could go back to that previous shot, Jordan, hopefully we'll have some cars here. This curbing at the apex of turn 9, and of course, as I wanted to go here, there we go. None of the cars want to go over that curbing. And one of the things that we saw during the break, Brian, there was one driver in a Spec Miata who he apexed late, he went right over that apex curbing, and it lifted up the whole rear end of his Mazda Miata and shot it out. And you can see here where everybody else, they're apexing a little bit early, but they are staying away from that, what would I guess be the traditional apex point of that corner, and staying off the curbing, going all the way back out to the pavement. As it is. And now moving down, is that a look to the inside there from Evan Jacobs trying to make the move on Wallace?
Could be. That is one of the better passing zones going down into turn 5 there. Now they come up the hill.
Yeah, so we've got that I don't want to say long-ish, but we've got a decent-sized straight coming out of turn 4 going to turn 5. They come through then this hairpin at 6. You drop down the hill towards turn 8. This, I think, another very traditional braking zone here. A 90-degree left-hand corner. And you can see that they've got the brake markers set up there. But I think all of those drivers may be carrying a little bit too much speed as we have somebody try to drop down to the inside and make the pass there. We talked about, Brian, at the end of qualifying, that most of these racers, they don't have any race experience on this course. So they're kind of making it up as they go along as to when to attempt passes. You know, that's maybe, you know, advantageous for the driver that's leading because he goes, oh, well, the guy behind me, maybe he doesn't know where to pass me. Could also be an issue because as the lead car, you can't predict, you know, what is a good passing opportunity for the guy behind. The guy just might try, or woman might just try to shove it down the inside.
Yeah, let's take a second and try to pick up our race leader in Spec MX5. He should be coming up towards turn 7 right now, towards the hairpin, or turn 6, I should say. Ethan Lampy, he's coming down the hill now.
No, he just went through the shot, Brian. There, just past the blue room.
Yep.
That is right now the red number 86, red and black of Cooper Hicks. And right behind him, good battle going on right now. The battle for third in SMX. Christian Hoagland in the 01 machine, Jared Korth in the 27 car. And now remember, Korth had been running early on, had been running second in SMX early on. So now he drops back a little bit further in that white with blue striped machine. Of course, Korth had that off here early on in the race when he was running in second position.
Right.
So you know, again, he's got Hoagland directly ahead of him.
Yeah, Hicks, Hoagland, and Korth are in striking distance of each other. Ethan Lang has opened up a nice lead for himself, 9.7 seconds over Cooper Hicks. That's why we've been spending a little more time on Spec Miata, because they are definitely the best race of the day at the moment here. But I just want to give a little bit of love to the second, third, fourth place battle in Spec MX5, that Hicks, Hoagland, Korth grouping that Greg was telling us about here. They still have some work to get done here to get to the finish line, but I did want to talk about them a little bit before we go back and go back to this big battle for the top 5 positions in Spec Miata. And there is the Spec Miata battle we've been talking about. That first place car, the blue car, that is William Wallace. Right behind him, Evan Jacobs in that gunmetal gray machine in the 35 car, followed by Nathan Del Carmen and Clement Lee, then Nick Leveroni.
Yeah.
And I've got Julia Del Carmen in the chat, rooting Nick along. So that is the battle right now. Those 4 cars, and then Nick Leveroni trying to hold on to that draft in 5th place.
And it looks as though Leveroni starting to fall off that lead pack of 4 now. We see and watch them come through out of turn number 2. There is the Leveroni machine now about 4 or 5 car lengths back.
I would say about 10, 12 car lengths separates 1st to 4th place in Spec Miata.
And we've seen here multiple times, Brian, coming out of turn 4, going into turn 5, where Evan Jacobs takes a look, driver's right on Wallace. Wallace kind of keeps the car center of track thereabouts, but Jacobs never quite close enough to really pressure going down into the braking zone over by turn 5. And as we can see here, as they made the run down towards turn 7, not quite close enough either. Just not able to make up any real ground. I wonder if it would make sense for him to maybe try and stay in the draft a little bit longer and then pop out. As you know, we're actually seeing now where he's maybe losing a little bit of ground to our leader, makes it up on the braking going into that very slow turn, double apex turn 8, but just doesn't seem to have the straight line speed, especially when he pops out.
Yeah, keep an eye on the battle for second between Jacobs and Clement Lee. Those two drivers out here every race weekend, kind of each other's nemesises, and they know each other's moves really, really well. So there'll be some interesting car placement by Jacobs to make it difficult for Lee. But Lee knows all of Jacobs' tricks here, so I would not be shocked if in the next couple laps we have a pretty tight and heavy battle for second place, which is exactly what William Wallace would like to see, so that he can just kind of hopefully drive away to a win. And as you can see there, Jacobs coming closer to that rear bumper of William Wallace. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go now, and the gaps in Spec MX-5 widening, so we're going to keep an eye on the Spec Miata race here.
All right, so this time we see Jacobs tuck behind and actually follow the light blue Wallace machine down there, and was actually able to stay a little bit closer. You notice this time, Brian, he's actually able to extend a little bit of a gap back to Clement Lee, who has maybe a little bit of a challenge there coming out of the hairpin over at turn number 6, runs a little bit wide on exit.
Well, and what Lee needs right now is some help, and he's not going to get it, or he's not looking like he's going to get it, because Del Carmen and Leveroni are kind of backing up a little bit, and I don't think that that Clement Lee will be able to catch and get around those first two cars without some help, and help's not coming right now.
No, it isn't.
2.5 to go in this race.
Yeah, and so as our leaders in Spec Miata coming out of the final corner out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, Brian, and they'll have about 2:10 left on the clock. They've been running lap times in the 2:02 range, 2:01, 2:02, so should be this lap and likely one more, because the SMX racers about 15-20 seconds further up the road should also be able to get in another full lap underneath the before the clock hits 0.
Seeing a string of 4 and 5 Miatas all together at the finish line is very common for this class, putting on, so far, the best show of the weekend. Once again, that is not an uncommon occurrence in any Spec Miata race anywhere in the United States.
No, not at all. All right, so Nick Leveroni now getting back up to the back of Nate Del Carmen and Brian in this battle. You know, we've been talking about the battle between Wallace and Jacobs, but it is starting to look like, as the time is running down and as the Spec Miatas now have about a lap and a half remaining, it looks as though it is essentially a 3-car race for third right now, unless we can see these 3 push their way back up to our lead duo, as once again you see Wallace moving to the center of the track to defend just a little bit coming out of turn 6, and as they run down that hill towards 7. But it's now Del Carmen, Lee, and Leveroni all pretty much locked nose to tail.
And here is that battle coming through 8. If anybody is going to make a move, they've got 11, 12 corners to do it here. There's 2 Spec MX-5 cars that are in front of this 5-car pack of Spec Miatas. I think they'll be quick enough to stay out front for this lap and a half, or lap and a couple corners, until we get to the finish line. So our leader in Spec MX-5 should be coming into turn 8 right about now. He will be coming for his last 3 or 4 corners. I believe our white flag is in the air, and it is. So
indeed,
we should be seeing Ethan Lampe coming into our view onto the front straight here. That Spec MX-5 car getting out of the way of the Spec Miata cars. Here comes there right now. Yes, so that Spec MX-5 car did a nice job of getting out of the way, letting the Spec Miata drivers through. No real advantage for William Wallace here. Oh, we got a car spun. right here. I think that might be just off track, but it's definitely off the racing line. He's going to be able to continue. No worries for that group now as we bring those Spec Miata cars down towards turn 5. The car in front is William Wallace. Right behind him is the great car of Evan Jacobs. And then you've got Lee, Del Carmen, and Leveroni as they head now through turn 5, up the hill towards turn 6 for the last time. There they go through there. Right now, it is a race for first place. Where is Evan Jacobs going to try to make the move? My guess is coming into turn 7. This is going to be the best last chance for him to get this pass done. I don't know if he has enough car. He's going to try to go around on the outside because that's where Wallace put his car to make it difficult. No move there. That might be the move to seal this win for William Wallace.
All right, and Brian, we should mention here that Ethan Lampy does take the win in SMX, finishing in second. Cooper Hicks, Jared Koff finishing in third. Back over to you for the Spec Miata finish.
All right, here comes the Spec Miata cars into turn 9 for the final time. Wallace, you can see, is the blue car just to the inside, just to the left of center, and Jacobs right behind him. I don't think Jacobs has enough to get around him in the last 2 corners. Unless Wallace makes a mistake, he should be in good shape as they head down towards the checkered flag. Let's see who gets the win. They fan out just a little bit. Coming to the line, it is going to be William Wallace with the win, followed by Evan Jacobs, Clement Lee, Nathan Del Carmen, and Nick Leveroni. Whew. That was fun.
Very exciting first race. Yeah, absolutely. Very exciting Spec Miata race. And great run for William Wallace there as he went and inherited the lead from our pole sitter in Spec Miata. So congratulations to him, and I'm sure that was it Rasmussen who put the car around early on after having that wonderful start in Spec Miata after Rasmussen had started fourth. I'm sure that he is doing nothing but
kicking himself.
Yeah, but he's got another chance, and that chance will come tomorrow.
And he was able to drive his way back up to 6th place after dropping down to 10th. So no shame in the recovery there. Good job by him. So, all right.
Yep.
You want to run through the finishing order here a little bit before we go to break?
Yeah, we can do that. All right. So in Spec Miata, Wallace, Jacobs, Lee, Del Carmen, Leveroni, your top 5. William Rasmussen finishing in 6th. Max Logan finishing in 7th. Sophia Story finishing 8th. Courtesy 9th. And Todd Launchbaugh finishing in 10th. And over in SMX, your reigning national champion takes a win right out of the box here at Buttonwillow. Ethan Lampy, your winner by 14 seconds over the rest of the field. Cooper Hicks will finish in 2nd. Jared Korth takes the last step on the podium. Christian Hoagland will finish in 4th with Wes Molno 5th. John Davies, Ryan Gutile, Patrick Drinkwine, Thomas Bellman, and Michael Travers will round out your top 10.
That's going to do it for race number 2. Up next is Formula F, Formula V, and Formula Continental. That's next here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
This is the circuit at Buttonwillow. If you've never seen it before, stick around. We're going to have a good time here. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6. Actually, no Formula 6, Formula Continental. We are here for our third race of the day. Gregg Ginsberg, my buddy, is here with me, and we have got a very brief starting lineup. Let's get to that.
If I was your buddy, Brian, you wouldn't make me read this long list. All right, 6 drivers set qualifying times this morning for today's small open wheel race. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 6th. And 4th in Formula V, driving the number 50 Mysterian out of Redwood City, California, it's Ronnie Chuck. Starting 5th today. And 3rd in Formula V, driving the number 74 Glamdring, it's Mark Edwards. Starting 4th and 2nd in Formula V, driving the number 24 Caracal from Beaverton, Oregon, it's Marjorie Lundberg. And your pole sitter in Formula V starts 3rd overall. He is driving the number 107 Protoform, and he's from Brooklyn, New York. It's Gavin Sweeney. Your front row today. Starting 2nd, driving the number 48 Honda-powered Piper, it is Eric Polson. He's from Clovis, California, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 53 Van Diemen RF01 out of Goleta, California, the Formula Continental driver, Paul McFarlane, with a qualifying time of 150.067. And Brian, we should mention that the 7th car on course, looking a little bit larger, although also without any kind of aerodynamic or downforce aiding appendages on the truck, except unless you count maybe those big giant mirrors on the doors.
Yeah, at 8,000 pounds, it doesn't need any downforce aid.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, so starting in 7th is tow number 2.
Yeah, we'll see how much speed he carries down into turn 1. Yeah. All right, here is the field is looking pretty well formed up, Brian, as they come out of the final corner and onto the front straight, and over to you for the start.
Here they come down to the green flag. It is in the air, and they come flying past the start-finish line here for the very first time. And we will see who takes the lead to start with. It should be that Formula Continental car, and gosh darn it, there it is. That is that car of Paul McFarlane. Right behind him is Eric Polson in that Piper Formula F car. That is a Honda-powered car, which is why we call it a Formula F and not a Formula Ford. And here... And there we go. And now you've... Okay, now we've got our Formula V.
I was just going to say, Brian, that emergency services vehicle carrying a lot of speed through turn 1 looked pretty stout there.
Yeah,
Not
but
sure
didn't
what we
carry as much speed through turn 2. So, that's how we play out here on the West Coast, folks.
That's right. All right. So it looks as though, Brian, the Formula F of Eric Paulson may be a little bit off the pace. Just a little bit, as I think we had Gavin Sweeney get around him on the start. And there he is at the tail end of the field there. So we'll continue to track this. But jumping out to an early lead there in Formula V, it is Gavin Sweeney with Marjorie Lundberg running in, I believe, 2nd position with Edwards and Ronnie Chuck, that 4-car field. And yeah, you can see they're dropping a little bit further back behind the Formula V race.
Yeah, that last car is still... No, he's right there behind that FC car.
Yeah, you're right. He's right there with McFarlane.
And here comes our Formula V field right now. That yellow car is Gavin Sweeney. Right behind him is Marjorie Lundberg. I want to see where everybody crosses the line here, because there's one car in particular I want to talk about. There's a car going way off, and does he pull it together?
Around.
No, almost a full spin. And that might be the car I wanted to talk about.
And the thing I like about this, Brian, is you can actually see, because as we're sitting here at turn 9, you can actually see the corner station for turn 8 all the way on the left-hand side of your screen. So, of course, they've got the waving yellow flag denoting that car was still partially on the pavement. That local caution has now been withdrawn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that car that went around is Donald Manthe. And Donald Manthe is kind of known as the godfather of Formula V out here on the West Coast. He was out here for our first inaugural race 2 or 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. I've lost track of time. My My time continuum's not working these days. But anyway, he was out here for our first race 3 weeks ago. That was, Greg, his first race in 42 years. So this is his second race in 42 years this weekend. And he is out here. He has helped so many Formula V drivers over the years. He still preps a bunch of these cars. I believe the Gavin Sweeney car was prepped by him, as well as the Ronnie Chuck car. And, oh, you know what? I was wrong. Ronnie Chuck is not the car that spun it. It was Donald Manthe that spun it.
It was Don Manthe, yeah. Exactly.
So,
and so Manthe did not set a time in qualifying today.
Got it.
And so wasn't on the starting grid. And so there you go. We had one additional car that I didn't think of. Now, are you saying that Don Manthe has not raced
it's
in 42
Ronnie Chuck.
years?
It's Ronnie Chuck, who had not raced in 42 years before coming out here 2 weekends ago.
Okay, gotcha.
So, yeah, I was getting my people mixed up. But yeah, so Ronnie Chuck, he's out here. He preps a lot of cars. He's been involved with Formula V's from that whole time. Just hadn't raced in that long. But he decided to dust off everything and come on out here and play 2 weeks ago, and he's out here for the Super Tour as well. So welcome back to the driving duties as well. And there is another car that went off again. And was that Manthe again? No, because that's Mark Edwards coming through now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that might be Ed.
That might have been Ronnie Chuck.
Ronnie Chuck, I think a little bit further behind, because Manthe's in that very low-slung Formula V in that Lynx chassis that looks it looks much lower and certainly not wider. I think here coming up into turn one now. Interesting here, Brian, to notice how many corners that these Formula V drivers are getting almost completely off the throttle. Here, I mean, you see the big puffs of smoke coming out of them going into turn one. But certainly, we talked about that double apex right-hander at turn 8, where you have an increasing radius for apex 1 to a severely decreasing radius at 2. And you just see this huge, huge puff of smoke through the air from every one of the Formula Vs. They're almost to the point where if you were the trailing car, you'd almost get blinded there. But, for all the flat-out running that these cars do here, there's a good amount of time off throttle as well.
Right. 19 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Up front, you've got Paul McFarlane, Eric Poulsen, your leaders. Then you've got your Formula V field, Gavin Sweeney, Marjorie Lundberg, Mark Edwards, Ronnie Chuck, and Don Manthe. That is your Formula V field. As we come down now it'll be the start of lap number 4 for these cars when they get to the start-finish line. There's your race leaders coming through turn 1. That first car was McFarlane, followed by Eric Poulsen. Poulsen's doing a pretty good job keeping up with that faster Formula Continental car. The big difference between those two cars is the Formula F car is, I believe that's a 1.5 liter Honda.
1.6.
Yeah. 1.6, okay.
No, actually, the
Honda's
the Honda is a 1.5 liter, correct.
Right. If it were the Fords are the
1.6.
Yeah, the Fords are 1.6 liters. The Hondas are 1.5 liters. That Van Diemen has a 2 liter Ford under the cowl there, and so that should be a lot faster.
Yeah,
but,
I think a 2-liter Z-Tech motor should be considerably faster, and should note that that Poulsen in that Piper machine just turned and just reset fastest lap of the race, and was almost 4/10 faster than McFarlane was on that last lap, 3/10 faster than McFarlane's run all race. And if we take a look at the qualifying times where McFarlane qualified Poulsen by almost 2 full seconds, Poulsen right now is almost 6/10 faster than he ran in qualifying. And McFarlane has yet to get down to where he was in qualifying. Matter of fact, McFarlane is running almost 1.7 seconds off of his qualifying time.
In the chat, Eamon Sweeney is here. Tim Adolfson is here. Apollo Espraza is here. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying the show. Want to remind everybody that the next... hold on a second. Let me pull it up so I don't lie.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, EWL Motorsport was mentioning, Brian, that there are a pretty good contingent of Formula Fs here out on the West Coast, and that they do run the regional races the Cal Club puts on. It is the Formula F series, or it says Formula F the series. I guess everything is a the, whether it's the series or the circuit out here. And I do remember some of the earlier Super Tours when I was with Super Tour Radio back in 2017 and 2018. We actually had a run group designated solely for the Formula Fs back then. So it looks like they've moved over to the regional races, which I think kind of makes sense. Given the extensive schedule that Cal Club has. And this also would allow, if you have rookie racers, for rookies to be involved, whereas they wouldn't be involved in a majors race or a Super Tour race.
Yep. Still ahead for the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour after this weekend. We're going to head out back east to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, March 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then after that, we're going to go to NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, one of the parishes outside of New Orleans. And that's going to be one of my favorite races. I love that place. I love New Orleans. So thank you, Greg, for allowing me to go back to New Orleans this year.
Well, you can thank me even more, because I think we're going to have somebody filling in for me that weekend, because I've got some other commitments. So thank your lucky stars. It may likely be Larry Lefty McLeod joining you that weekend, but that's still to be determined. Brian, in the chat, we've got Ian Sweeney. And he says, is Gavin Sweeney the fastest of the Sweeney brothers?
I don't know. I wonder if he thinks that Ian Sweeney is the fastest of the Sweeney brothers.
I bet he does.
He might. I sense a sibling rivalry that has been brewing probably for years.
That's right.
Also should mention that when we go to NOLA, Greg, you might not know this. You ready for a fun fact?
Of course I am, Brian.
Okay, good. I was waiting for your affirmation. It's going to be DriverSeye's 100th race at NOLA. So that's going to be a big anniversary. We're going to have a big party. I hear DriverSeye's buying everybody dinner that weekend. And
so wait, that's their 100th race at NOLA, just like Don Manthe hadn't raced in 42
correct.
years?
No. Their 100th race ever since they became a production company. And that's fantastic. They've come a long way in 100 races, and I'm glad that I've been a part of a few of those. So congratulations to them. We'll do it up big. If there's a place to go have a party, it's NOLA.
That is absolutely. Brian, I always tell people, a little bit about I went to school in New Orleans. It's the best 4 years I can't remember. So
very nice. Very nice. Back to the racing action.
Probably were some great places.
That's true. Back to the racing action here. Let's run through the rundown before we take our break. Paul McFarland's your race leader, followed by Eric Polson. That's FC and FF. Then we have our 5 Formula Vs. Gavin Sweeney, Marjorie Lundberg. Gavin, not as fast as Ian Sweeney. Marjorie Lundberg, Mark Edwards, Ronnie Chuck, and Don Manthe. That's how they stand right now with 14 minutes to go. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll take you all the way to the finish line.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Race and Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
We are live in beautiful Kern County, California, home of Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit.
Willow Springs, is that what you were going to say?
No. Stop. This is a Hoosier Race Tire SCCA Super Tour. We've got 7 races today. We're in the middle of race number 3 right now. Whole 7 more races tomorrow. We're going to do it again tomorrow. There is that wonderful glamdring of Mark Edwards, that yellow car that just came through the screen. Right behind him is Ronnie Chuck, and there is Don Manthe.
So, Brian, it looks like Paul McFarland had, for a moment, he had picked up the pace here in his Van Diemen. Right as we were going to break, he turned in a 148.6. That is a second and a half faster than he qualified this morning in much cooler conditions. Right after turning that 148.6, as if to just lay the smackdown on Eric Poulsen in his Piper, he went back to turning 153. It turned into like a 153.4, so he lost almost 5 seconds over the previous lap, and now he seems to have equalized a little bit, right at a 150.0, actually right at the point where he qualified this morning.
I think what he's doing is managing the equipment. Because he's not racing against any of these guys, no. and he wants to get to the finish line and get to halfway and all that kind of stuff. And when you know he could put down that lap and he's choosing not to, is my guess. That's probably just trying to get it there, not put any extra stress on the tires, put any extra stress on the motor, the transmission, and bring her home in one piece. So 9:25 left in this race. McFarland, Poulsen, Sweeney, Lundberg, Edwards, Chuck, and Manthe. That is how they stand right now as we get into the final 9 minutes of this race. Also, we want to remind everybody here at Buttonwillow, our next race, March 15th and 16th at the circuit of Buttonwillow. Another opportunity to race this beautiful brand new racetrack. That's coming up here in, 4 weeks from now?
About
3
a month
weeks from
now,
now.
yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be out here for that, and then right after that, I head to New Orleans.
That's it.
Yeah.
You are a lucky man, my friend.
I got me some Cajun food in my future.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. By the way, a little bit earlier, I think I mentioned that the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series was racing March 30th and 31st. That is not the case, unless you want to race on a Monday. It is March 29th and 30th for the first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event of the year.
Awesome.
We're going to be, of course, at Summit Point Raceway, going to be at Virginia International Raceway, New Jersey Motorsports Park, and new this year for the first time in as long as I can remember, in over 20 years. Going to be heading to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for an event put on by the Ohio Valley region in August. Can't wait to meet all our good friends out there. So definitely make sure to join us. You can find us on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/@WDCR.
There we go. 7 minutes, 50 seconds to go. McFarland, Poulsen, Sweeney, Lundberg, Edwards, Chuck, Manthe. That is your running order here. Next race up, Spec Racer Ford 3. that is also often one of our better races of the weekend. So stick around for that. And then that will be after a short break for our workers to catch a glass of water, cold sports drink. It's actually gotten nice and warm here this weekend. It's not hot. That comes in May. But it is not cold either. This is kind of perfect racing weather. I think we're in the 70s by now. And it's just a beautiful day out here to watch cars drive around, and it's a good time.
And when that hot weather comes in May, the folks with Cal Club, Brian, I mean, they are like the masters of scheduling. Don't you guys usually put cars on course like around 6 or 6:30 in the morning so that you wrap up just as the sun is getting high in the sky and the temperatures ramp up? Absolutely amazing thought.
Yeah, when we get to the heat of the summer, and we don't even race in the heat of the summer. We stop basically at Labor Day or Memorial Day, and then come back after Labor Day, and that's just because nobody pays to come out here to drive in the summer. But when we do get to those late May, early September weekends, when we see the forecast, it's going to be in the hundreds, which is often the case. That's exactly what we do. We go green at 6 a.m. and we are sipping adult beverages by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and that is really the only way we can get it done and get people to come out and do it. So,
no, that's again, it takes a lot of forethought. I just don't know if I could start talking that early in the morning.
Well, the good news is it's usually practice and qualifying, so I don't have to start talking until after 8, maybe even 9 o'clock.
I don't know how I could actually start forget the talking, how I can actually get behind the wheel of a race car that early in the morning.
Well, when the other option is racing at 105 degrees outside,
you find a way.
You get up early. Yeah,
I guess
get up
so.
early. So 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Actually, there's been a change. Marjorie Lumberg has gotten herself into first place in Formula V with that Caracol. She's out of Beaverton, Oregon. And then right behind her is Gavin Sweeney at the line. It was 0.035 seconds.
As a matter of fact, that's, I think, the fight that we're watching right now, Brian, here. Not this right here, but I think just now coming out of turn 6, heading down into turn number 7. That is Lundberg and Sweeney. So let's, if we can, Jordan, if we can stick with this little fight for just a little bit. Although,
if Sweeney got back around, because
yes,
Sweeney got back around Lundberg. So 2 lead changes in that subsequent laps.
So sorry, Donna, in the chat, but as quickly as we noticed that Marjorie had moved to the lead,
right?
She's not anymore. Sorry.
Had a fun chat with her when we were at Portland last year. Obviously, that would be her home track now.
Right.
And I think she's from down here originally, but she lives up in Beaverton now. But Gavin Sweeney's gotten back around Marjorie Lundberg. We had a really nice chat about her racing in Formula V, and really fun to talk with her. Let's see now, with 4.5 to go, does she have it in that car to be able to catch back up and give Sweeney a little bit of a hard time? They've now got a big gap, though. That's what, 10, maybe 12 car lengths?
Yeah, I was going to say it's quite extensive here now. Of course, they're coming up on some slower traffic and some slower Formula V traffic at that, Brian. And if we find where Sweeney might, if he gets held up coming in any corners, that could give Lundberg the opportunity to close things back up. But as they're making the run now over towards turn 6, I don't think that's gonna happen here, as they've got the quick switchbacks here at turn 5. And then as they come back in the other direction over towards turn 6, as they then drop down the hill.
Yeah, and that slower car did a great job of moving out of the way, so no advantage gained or lost by Sweeney there. And Lundberg still hanging in, trying to catch up. I'm going to guess there's maybe 2 more laps to go coming up here for these 2 cars. No change up front, still McFarlane and Poulsen. Your first 2 cars, one is an FC car, one is a Formula F car. We'll stick with this Formula V battle. There is Sweeney, followed by Lundberg. That slower car, I think, is Don Manthe. That they got around. Here they come into turn 9 for what I think is going to be the 3rd to last time, or 2nd to last time.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
They should get
it
the white
depends.
flag next time by.
Yeah, I think it all depends, obviously, on where Paul McFarlane is. But McFarlane's been now lapping in the 48s and 49s as he's found a little bit more speed. And, with 2:26 remaining, you'd think that it would probably be, another at least one more lap, possibly two for him. The Formula V has been lapping in right about the 2-minute 2:01 mark.
Right.
Very similar lap times. Interestingly enough, Brian, very similar lap times to what we see in Formula V. And we are getting word from race control now that the next time either Paul McFarlane or Eric Poulsen come onto the front straight, they will see the white flag and one lap remaining then for them here at Buttonwillow.
We'll see now if Lundberg can make up some time. It was 2.172 seconds at the line last time by. When they come by this time, we'll see. She's got to at least cut that in half here if she thinks she's going to have a chance here on that final race lap. But it does not look like that gap is getting any smaller.
No, indeed. And I think once Sweeney was able to break the draft, I think that was pretty much all they wrote.
Right.
I was going to say all she wrote or all he wrote. Depends on who is doing the writing of this story.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So. All right. We're not watching it, but Paul McFarlane has gone across the line. White flag will be in the air for these cars when they make these final three corners here. The yellow car is Sweeney. The black and red car is Lundberg here. They come down towards turn 9 now for the second to last time. When they hit the start-finish line, it'll be 2.5 miles to the finish line and to the checkered flag. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock.
All right, let's see, Jordan, if we can pick up our overall leader, Paul McFarlane, in that Formula Continental. Here we go. We'll follow him. We'll follow. Yep, that is the Formula Continental. Yes, of McFarlane in the white and green machine, indeed, with the wing on the rear is the Formula F. Piper, no wings, no side pods here. So McFarlane making his way around into turn number 7 for the final time. As again has had a pretty easy race of it. I figure we'll just track him and track the when the checkered flag flies here as that Formula V race now on the very last lap has really started to open up here. So Paul McFarlane, again, our sole Formula Continental driver here this weekend, but his run we'll say a pretty flawless race. I mean, he took a little bit of pace off mid-race, maybe making sure the equipment would hold up, and it has as he comes onto the front straight, Brian, and there he goes. He takes the checkered flag. He takes the inaugural Super Tour win in Formula Continental. Eric Poulsen, at last check, was about 10 seconds in arrears, and he now comes onto the front straight, and looks like he's gonna. There you go, Brian. He actually lets the Formula V take another lap. No, that's not the case.
No,
actually, the Formula V, because McFarlane took the checkered flag, all following cars will see the checkered flag. So there you go. All right, so as our Formula V field makes their way around, of course, we had Eric Poulsen finishing second overall, takes the win in Formula F. And in Formula V, there it is, coming out of the final corner in that yellow number 107. That is Gavin Sweeney. He will win the class with Marjorie Lundberg finishing second as she just now comes out of turn number 10. Mark Edwards will finish third with Ronnie Chuck and Don Manthe finishing fourth and fifth just off the podium.
That's going to do it for group number 3. Up next, group number 4, Spec Racer Ford 3. That's going to come after a short worker break, so we're going to be back probably in about 15 minutes to get that one underway. We'd love to have you here with us. If you're watching, hit the like, hit the subscribe button, and hit that bell so you know when we're coming up next, which will be tomorrow, actually. He's Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. We'll be back in about 10-15 minutes, and we got some more racing, so stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow. 4 races to go. No more worker breaks. Taking you all the way to the finish line. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg. Group 4, Spec Racer Ford is next. Lots of cars, Greg, so let's go to the starting lineups.
All right, Brian, we had 33 drivers set qualifying times in earlier today. I'm going to give you the top 30, so my apologies to Don Paula, Alice Kutzi, and Gary Nesvich. Starting 30th today, driving the number 71 Spec Racer Ford, it's Doug Stewart out of Porter Ranch, California. Clayton Powers is out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. He starts 29th. He drives the number 70 car. Denny Fostick from Riverside will start 28th. He's in the 69 nice machine with Chris Strand starting 27th. He will drive the number 49 car. He's from Morongo Valley, California. Then we got Michael Moshe from Los Angeles starting 26th. Michael's driving the number 16 machine with Vince Balch starting in 25th position. Vince is driving the number 65 machine, and he's from San Diego. John Arscott's from Portland, Oregon. He starts 24th in the 81 car with Paul Goody starting in the number 127 machine in the 23rd slot. He's also from Portland. Tom Miserandino now calls La Quinta, California home. Tom is starting 22nd today. He drives the 15 car with Jay Rosenthal starting 21st. Jay's in the double nickel, the 55 car. He's from Woodland Hills, California. Starting 20th, driving the double 7. Andre Pera out of Woodland Hills, probably out of Government Camp, Oregon, and he starts 20th. Starting 19th, driving the number 197 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, it's Mark Ballingy. Graham Wood is from Colbert, Washington. Graham is starting 18th. He drives the 52 car. Eric Hand is driving the 76. He starts 17th today, and he hails from San Jose, California. Shoreline, Washington's Tom Burt will start 16th today in the 45 machine. We've already seen him out on track in a couple different classes today. Lee Douglas will start 15th. Lee's driving the 2 car. He's from Portland, Oregon. Umberto Miletti's from San Francisco. He starts 14th in the 34 machine, while Paul Marino is driving the 14 machine. The Chatsworth, California driver starts 13th. John McClintock will start 12th today. He's in the number 23 cars from Seattle, Washington, while Sean O'Boyle from San Francisco, California starts 11th, driving the 67 car. EJ Abbott is from Mountain View, California. EJ starts 10th, driving the 27 machine, while Mike Miserandino from Bakersfield, California will start 9th today. Mike, your track manager at Buttonwillow, is driving the number 11 machine. Steve Fogg will start 8th. He's in the number 21 car, and he is from West Lynn, Oregon. Then we've got a whole bunch of Harrises. Calvin Harris is going to start 7th today in the number 42 machine. He's from Portland, as is Taylor Harris, who starts 6th in the number 12 car. TJ Acker will start 5th, driving the number 62 machine. He's from Saugus, California. And then Todd Harris will start 4th. Todd is driving the number 24 machine. Oddly enough, much like Taylor and Calvin, he's from Portland, Oregon. Starting on the inside of row number 2, starting 3rd, driving the number 22 machine from Manhattan Beach, California, it's Robert Edmondson. And now onto your front row, the 2 teammates. Starting 2nd from Olympic Valley, California, driving the number 17 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, it's John Black. And your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 150.509 from Tigard, Oregon, driving the number 99 Spec Racer Ford, it's Caleb Schrader.
Here they come, pretty well stacked up 2 by 2 as they come through turn 9. 33 cars should be taking the the green flag. Hopefully the checkered flag as well at some point.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll all get to the checkered flag. That would be awesome. Coming now through turn 10. Double yellows are there till the green flag falls. They're going to come onto the front straight. We'll see if our starter likes what they see. If they do, we will get a green flag. And there is our green flag in the air. 30 cars fanning out 3 and 4 wide down towards turn 1. Will 33 cars come out the other side? We will know in just a few seconds. Look at that. That is a pretty awesome sight. First Spec Racer Ford Super Tour race here at the circuit. Everyone seemingly getting through turn 1 just fine. Heading up now towards turn 2.
Yeah, and Brian, what a diamond formation going into turn one is Caleb Schrader. He just went to the center of the track to try and cover to the inside, to the outside. John Black, Robert Edmondson behind. They fanned out 2 wide, and then it went 4 wide back behind them as we had the Harrises and TJ Acker there as well. So, but all the important thing is all the racers make it through the first 3 turns. And just as I say that, maybe a little bit of contact, Brian, as there's a lot of fiberglass that just went flying off the track coming out of turn 4 on the run down to turn 5.
A lot of debris, but it doesn't look like anybody lifted. You mentioned Robert Edmondson. He is the Cal Club regional champion in Spec Racer Ford 3, coming up from last year, trying to defend that championship now. And all of those cars making it through. Nobody seemed to slow down. Now they come down the hill towards turn 7.
Yeah, and we're trying to hopefully get some word from race control, Brian. That might have been the 52 car of Graham Wood that we had the fiberglass flying off. There is one car with the left front corner is missing a little bit of fiberglass there.
Yeah.
The front tire is showing, and I couldn't tell for sure if it was the 52. It might have been the 23 of McClintock. So we'll keep tracking that. I'm sure we'll get word from our corner workers here in just a few moments.
Yeah, someone will have to identify that car post-incident because that was between corner stations, and it is a long way from either of those corner stations to see what has happened. But as they come across the line after the first race lap, Caleb Schrader is your leader, followed by John Black, Robert Edmondson, Todd Harris, Taylor Harris. They're out of the Portland, Oregon region. And then you've got Mike Bizzarandino, Calvin Harris. So there's all of the Harris family, Steve Fogg, TJ Acker, and Paul Marino, your top 10.
And now we're starting to see the field, well, at least at this point, not running nose to tail, or they are running nose to tail, not seeing the side-by-side racing here. But, Brian, huge breakaway at the front of the field.
You betcha.
With Schrader and Black having opened up, looked to be about 1.5 to 2 seconds now on Robert Edmondson. They're running in second, and Todd Harris in that the 22 car and the 24 car. Now we'll continue to see if that holds. And a question from Tony Kart Racer in the chat about what kind of motors are in these cars, and actually he hit it right on. 1.6 liter motors from the Ford Focus are in these machines in the Gen 3 cars, aluminum cylinder head, aluminum block. The Gen 2 cars, or did I say Focus? I mean the Ford Fiesta, pardon me.
Right.
Whereas the previous generation, the Gen 2s, which are just called Spec Racer Fords now in regional racing, had the old 1.9 liter iron block motors out of the Ford Escorts from the early 80s. So big changes there, a lot more power in the Gen 3 cars, and also a lot lighter rears. They carry considerably more speed now. And of course, the other big addition is that the majority of these cars now are running SADEV sequential transmissions as opposed to an H-pattern box, although there may still be some H-pattern boxes here in the field.
Look at that lead that Caleb Schrader and John Black have amassed over the rest of the field after only 2 laps, 2.1 seconds. That duo from the Pacific Northwest are working their way, working together, trying to pull away from that gaggle of 8 cars behind them, all trying to chase them down. Edmondson, Harris, Bizzardino, Harris, and Fogg. That's your group trying to catch your leaders, and it is a tough road for them to haul if Caleb Schrader and John Black keep working together here.
Yeah, and so Brian, you were talking about Robert Edmondson, who is at the lead end of this second pack in that red and white number 22 machine. Edmondson, I think you mentioned, was a 2-time Spec Racer Ford Cal Club champion. He was also the 2023 Cal Club Driver of the Year. An interesting note, of course, we always talk about multi-generations race SCCA racing, and of course we've got Todd Harris here in the field along with Calvin and with Taylor, but Robert Edmison's father was an SCCA racer as well. And his SCCA license number, which incremented up from the very start of the club, is number 503.
Wow!
So the SCCA has been around now for just about 80 years.
Yep.
And well, there you go. I'm not saying that that he was a member in year number 1, but it's probably at least year number 2. Probably long-time SCCA family.
Wow, look at those cars, 2 and 3 wide. They're heading down towards turn 1. There is not a lot similar between the classic Buttonwillow track and the circuit at Buttonwillow. One thing, though, that is 100% identical is the dust plume that you get when you put a wheel off between corners. It is our telltale sign that somebody went a little wide. And we get that here just like we get at the other track. And we don't have the shot that, this weekend, but you can see typically from turn 4, you can see actually action at the other racetrack. Actually, you can way off in the distance here. No, you can't. Different track.
Is that
Sorry.
Is that Phil Hill back there?
That is Phil Hill. Way up in the back, up at the top of the hill, you see a flag station with a little overhang. They're going to be putting these overhangs on our current flag stations at some point. But that is what's called Phil Hill at the other racetrack. And if we have another event going, that's one reason we have the new racetrack here, and so that we can run 2 events at the exact same time. None of the tracks share any of the facilities, so you can run 2. We did it for the first event. There were 2 events going on that weekend.
All right, so Brian, one driver did not make the field in what now turns into a 32-car field. That was Andre Pera in the number 77 machine out of Government Camp, Oregon. He was scheduled to start 20th. And the driver here finishing second in the Super Tour, actually taking the Pacific Coast Championship a number of years ago, did not take the green flag.
Schrader, Black, they now have a 3-second lead over the field. Let's see what it is this time by as they just come across the start-finish line. Let's see if that gap has widened. It is now 3.7 seconds. Almost 4 seconds abreast of the field here. Harris, Harris, Harris. Now we've got 3 Harrises in a row as they try to catch up. Robert Edmondson drops down to 6th. Steve Fogg is in 7th. TJ Acker, Mike Miserandino dropping down to 9th, and Paul Marino holding station at 10th place here with 17 minutes to go. Action fast and furious at the circuit at Buttonwillow. You can already see a little bit of the glare working its way onto this racetrack, and it becomes more and more glary. There's a sheen on the pavement, Greg, still. And as the sun starts to droop in the sky, especially going into turn 8 is where it's really, really noticeable. You'll see it, and you'll see it as on our turn 9 camera as the sun dips itself into the day. You really kind of hard to see in a couple of areas. So that's one thing that these drivers, probably not so much in this race, but when we get deeper into our race 6 and 7, that could become an issue later today.
Yeah, indeed. So we do have 2 races remaining here today, Brian. As you mentioned, next up is going to be our second open wheel race of the day, and I believe it is going to be FE2 and prototype class. The 2 classes that were here for that particular group. Yeah.
We have STL, STU first.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes. We have 3 races left.
Oh my gosh, I almost left out STL, STU, GT3, T3, and T4. My apologies.
That's all right.
Believe it or not, they're next. Good thing that doesn't go out over the PA system, right?
Exactly.
And then we'll have our second open wheel race of the day. They're going to be our 6th race here today, and then we've got the big ground pounders that are going to wrap up the day for us here at the circuit. And Brian, we're starting to see a pretty large gap once you get past now the first. What would we say here? Probably, actually, the first 9 cars And then a huge gap back to Sean O'Boyle, who leads the second group. So that first group, it's Schrader, Black, Harris, Taylor Harris, who's moved ahead of Calvin Harris, so the 12 and then the 42, and then the 24 of Todd Harris. So they're running third, fourth, and fifth. Robert Edmondson, now the 22 machine, who had been as high as third. He now drops back in the sixth position with TJ Acker, Steve Fogg, Mike Miserandino rounding out the top 9. And there's Miserandino in that white with red trimmed number 11 machine right at the back of that pack. And then it's almost 8 full seconds back to Sean O'Boyle, EJ Abed, Umberto Moletti, Tom Burt. And actually, we might also add Eric Hand and John McClintock into that group as well. Pretty big train of cars there as well. But at this point, you know, our two leaders, and you mentioned earlier today, and we saw this at Portland last year, were John Black, who I believe, and I'll have to check the record books, but I believe John Black was our very first Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 national champion. I will confirm that in our media guide. He and Caleb Schrader have worked together since turn 2, and really just started to separate themselves from the rest of the field.
13 minutes, 40 seconds to go in this race. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have you all the way to the finish line. This is Spec Racer 4-3 from the circuit at Buttonwillow. Stay with us, everyone.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at the at Buttonwillow, Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, race group number 4. Spec Racer 4, 3 more races to go after this one. But this one's far from over, although Caleb Schrader, John Black, they're trying to make it look like it's over.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they could just call it a done deal right now, they certainly would. All right, Brian, I did go back through my notes, and through the SCCA
The Wayback
Media Guide
Machine?
as well. Yes, and the Wayback Machine. And so John Black, not the very first Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 national champion. He was the second. Kerry Jacobson, for those of you that are looking for some great Saturday night trivia, Kerry Jacobson was the very first. He took the win in 2015 out here on the West Coast at Laguna Seca. John Black took the win in 2016. That was at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Now, of course, John Black has 4 national championships to his name, and he was the Gen 2 champion back in 2003. That's when he took his very first, I believe. So congratulations to him. Of course, Caleb Schrader still looking for his very first national championship.
Oh. If he sticks around and keeps doing it, Caleb Schrader's going to get a national championship one of these years. The kid's got an immense amount of talent. So, and we have a yellow flag here, and they're telling the drivers, you can see the direction that the flagger is giving to the drivers to keep drivers right, which means there's drivers left, either barely on the racetrack or just off the racetrack. And can't see it from this camera, but yeah, interesting. I don't see it. So it must be tucked up in the corner right behind our scoring pylon there. We probably won't be able to see it from this angle unless that car is starting. No, I think I see this little tiny car right. Yep, that's exactly what our director, our producer, Brendan Kazmarek, I think it's right between the second and third blue. Those are blue painted lines there. So they're going to keep an eye on trying to get that car moving and out of the way. Thank you for dropping the pylon there, Jordan. And still Caleb Schrader, John Black, they've now opened up a 6.2 second lead over the third place car of Taylor Harris. Then we've got that Harris trio, the triplets, although I don't think they're all brothers.
They're not, no.
Yeah, Taylor, Calvin, Todd. I'll call them the triplets. We'll just go with that for now. Then you've got Todd Harris, TJ Acker, Steve Fogg, Robert Edison, Mike Miserandino, and even Miserandino's now falling back. He is 15 seconds back from the car in front, from the leaders actually. So good lead going on. I see a truck heading down 5, so they're going to go pluck that car out of there. Not sure if they can do that under a local yellow, but the Cal Club ES people typically try to do it under a local, so we'll see what happens here with 7.5 to go.
All right, and as I went back through the record books, and there we go, the local caution there, Brian, coming out of turn at number 6, is that Caleb Schrader probably didn't have the runoffs that he wanted this past year at Road America. Did compete both in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 as well as Formula Enterprises 2. In Formula Enterprises 2, finished 9th this year, and in FE2, brought his machine home in 14th position. He and Charles Russell Turner, Russ Turner, were the last 2 racers still circulating on track, as Monette, Whitston, and Yateman unfortunately did not finish.
Right. That car stuck up there at turn 6, Clayton Powers from Lake Oswego in the 70 car. Is the one that is up there. That is according to our fantastic feed from Flagtronics. So they will get him up and out of the way. It looks like they're keeping it green flag all over the rest of the racetrack. That means there's just 2 corners under the yellow, so that's great news.
And so, Brian, I gotta. This is probably payback to Clayton Powers. We ask all of our drivers to submit some bio information to give us some interesting information, and he lists his occupation as galactic travel agent. All right, and what was his major accomplishment? He was member of the Black Galaxy Spacewood Derby Championship, or he won the championship. But apparently, according to him, and this is where I guess that galactic time travel comes into play. He said he won in the year 2087. All right, so
nice.
Anyway.
Well, the problem is that he's racing with mere mortals here on Earth, and that's his problem.
That is correct.
So.
That is absolutely correct. And Brian, so we're seeing here now, it looks like Caleb Schrader has either left John Black.
Yeah.
Or John Black has had an issue. There we go. There's Caleb Schrader now coming into turn 7 with John Black no longer right underneath and tucked underneath that little duckbill wing. John Black now falling a number of seconds back, and looks like the Harrises are starting to make some headway there on the number 17 machine, starting to close things down just a little bit. Oh, and I think that was Calvin Harris in the light blue 42, where the rear end just stepped out on that second apex over at turn 8. We saw that a little bit earlier today with one of the SMX machines, but Harris was able to get that rotation stopped, able to get the rear end back underneath and carry at least a little bit of speed through turn 8. We'll see if Todd in 24 maybe able to take over that 4th position.
So, Greg, if you're noticing at your start stand here, the white flag is in the air.
Yes.
They're going to end this race a little bit early to be able to get that 70 car out. It's one of the rare spots on this racetrack where it is really, really tight. And it looks like it's on the inside of turn 6 is where they're at with this car right now, and it's just really hard to pull that car out of there. So they're on our last lap. And Caleb Schrader is trying to make his way around with a 3-second lead over John Black here on our fast. And actually, we're going to end this under a full course yellow. It's about to come out. And what's happening is, here's what's happened. This is when the drivers don't do what they're supposed to do. They're overdriving the yellows, and they've got no choice but to shut this thing down.
Yeah, where we have our emergency services teams there trackside trying to recover that car. And they don't feel. I mean, it's not safe to begin with, Brian. And it, I don't like being out there and exposed. But when you have the drivers where they continue to prioritize making up positions and carrying speed versus the safety of our club members and volunteers out there trying to remove a car. That's when our stewarding teams and race control make a decision like this. And so, we're going to finish this under full course caution. I don't want to run down the full order here yet, Brian, because we may have had some passes made prior to the full course caution coming out. But we can tell you, just from watching the field now as they come out of turn 9 and come into the final corner onto the front straight, it is going to be Caleb Schrader taking the win in race number 1 this weekend as he does the weave on the front straight. Don't wreck the car, Caleb. Caleb Schrader in the number 99 machine out of Tigard, Oregon, your winner. John Black will finish 2nd. Taylor Harris will bring his machine home in 3rd, with Calvin Harris and Todd Harris finishing just off the podium 4th and 5th.
Yep, there you have it. That's your top 5 here, as our checkered flag is in the air. And I appreciate everybody working with us here through this last final lap. Coming up next, STL, STU, GT3U, Touring 3, and Touring 4. That is next after our cleanup, so stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We're back here, the Super Tour at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Apparently we have a one-car race group here coming up as they leave pit lane. This is STL, STU, GT3U, Touring 3 and Touring 4. Gregg Ginsberg is here, and he's got our starting lineup.
Congratulations to Wilson Powell. He's already got a 15-second lead. All right, Brian, let's run down the order here. We're going to be doing a split start once again. We're going to have our STL, STU, and GT3U racers in the front pack. You're seeing them come off the grid right now. And then a little bit further back, we're going to have our Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers. Let's start off with them, where we had 12 drivers set qualifying time, starting 12th, driving the number 63 Touring 3 BMW 330i. It's Ron Tanamura. Rito Eberle is driving his Porsche Boxster, starting 11th in the number 43 machine. That's also a T3 car. Steven Carrazos in his Mazda RX-8 out of Los Angeles, California, will start 10th. That's a T4 car. Also in T4, we've got Lynn Griffiths. Lynn's driving the number 31 Porsche Boxster. She's out of Menlo Park, California. Then we've got Izzy Sanchez. Sanchez driving the number 78 Toyota FRS. We think we saw that car maybe letting out a lot of smoke earlier. We'll have to see if that machine makes the grid. Tony Carrazos will start 7th. In the number 35 Touring 4 Scion FRS. And then we've got Michael Lowe driving the number 10 Touring 3 Ford Mustang, starts 6th in that group, with Matt Latucci starting 5th, driving the number 30 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. David Oram is starting 4th. He's in the number 6 Touring 3 BMW Z4M, while Scotty B. White will start 3rd. He's driving the number 0 T3 Ford Mustang. Then we've got Oscar Jackson driving the number 161 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. He's your Touring 4 pole sitter today, with your Touring 3 pole sitter out of Burlingame, California, driving a Ford Mustang. Driving the number 11 machine, it's Roger Eagleton. Now let's move over to GT3U, STU, and STL. Starting 18th, driving the number 50 GT3U Mazda RX-7, it's Justin Graham. Aiden Velencourt will start 17th, driving the number 88 STL Mazda Miata, with Dale Schumacher starting 16th, driving the number 52 STU Mazda MX-5. Richard James starts 15th. He's in the number 91 STL Mazda Miata. He's from Trabuco Canyon, California, while Whitfield Gregg will start 14th. He's driving the number 17 STU Mazda Miata. Gavin Wardle will start 13th. Gavin's in the number 169 STL Mazda MX-5, while Amy Mills, our guest today during qualifying, driving the number 114 STL Mazda Miata, starts 12th. Starting 11th, your GT3U pole sitter, driving the number 32 Mazda RX-7, Michael Lewis. Bryce Johnson will start 10th, driving the number 15 STL Mazda MX-5. Wes Molno will start 9th. He's in the number 11 Mazda MX-5. That's another STL machine. While John Davies, say it after me, Mazda MX-5, Mazda MX-5. John Davies, he'll start 8th. He's driving the number 67 STL car. Patrick Drinkwine, also in STL, also in a Mazda Miata. He will start 7th in the 151 car. And then starting 6th, driving the number 61 STL Honda Civic SI from Ontario, California, multi-time SCCA solo champion, Jonathan Lugod. Carl Young will start 5th. He's in the number 23 STL Honda Prelude, with Ryan Gutile starting 4th. He's in the number 116 Mazda MX-5. Rylan Hazelton will start 3rd on the field. He's in the number 49 STU Honda S2000, while your front row is made up of STL driver Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts. He drives the number 37 Mazda Miata. He's your STL pole sitter. And losing a little bit of that gap he had coming off the grid, we've got Wilson Powell. He's your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 155.401 in the number 77 BMW M3. And there we go, Brian, as they come out of the final corner. Green flag in the air.
There you go. Green flag in the air on our second group of the split start. You saw the first group come through nice and clean. This is the smaller, more tidy group. Let's see if they show us how to get the job done. And then, of course, there's Tow Truck 2 followed around just in case there's an incident, to be right there and clear it as quick as possible. That is the plan for that tow truck, and that is why it follows the group here. Here comes that group now up over the hill in Turn 6. We're going to catch up with our lead pack going through Turn 6 up the hill. and the right-hander down the hill. Then we'll see them going towards turn 7 here. I love this exit of turn 6 shot right into your living room here. Our first race group coming through hot and fast on lap 1.
All right, so we saw there, I think Carl Young in the number 23 Honda Prelude is he and Jonathan Lugod, the two Honda racers, starting right there, right alongside Young, a retired forensic mechanical expert, which is another way of saying he's been racing for 35 years, not only in SCCA, but NASCAR and NHRA as well. So big experience there for Young in that Honda Prelude. We'll continue to watch that as there he is going right through turn number 8 and in the turn 9. Big surprise, Brian. He might have been fast coming off the grid, but Ryland Hazelton there in the red Honda Prelude as he goes down into turn 1 for the second time. He is your leader, just set fast lap and was almost 3 seconds faster than Wilson Powell, who was our pole sitter. Powell now getting back to within 2 seconds. Nicola Veroni running 3rd overall and is your leader in STL.
And as we suspected, Lee Sanchez, who would have been one of the favorites in this race, not in the racetrack. It came in this race. It came off the track during qualifying, or might have even been, no, it was during qualifying, because we watched it happen. And there was a fire, and I mean significant fire, coming out of the tailpipe of that car. So I'm guessing that car had a rapid unintended disassembly of the motor. And exactly. So they may have another motor and come back out tomorrow. We're not sure. I will do some research over the night, when we get done here, and see whether Izzy will be back out here tomorrow.
Brian, that was very interesting. We just watched a number of our racers up towards the front of the field coming through turn 5 and turn 5 and turn 6. And what was interesting is Jonathan Lugod in the white number 61 Honda Civic.
Yep.
Taking a very wildly different line through that little complex compared to the rear-wheel drive cars just ahead. Those rear-wheel drive cars, the BMW of Wilson Powell in that gray BMW, the E30 machine, who's coming right into our view right now, running 2nd overall, and then Nicola Veroni in the Mazda Miata just ahead. And when you look at the difference in I guess how you race in solo in autocross versus road racing, where you're making these very distinct, very sharp, very late movements. The Honda Civic that we just see there coming through turn 1, you watch what he's doing to get that car to rotate, and he just takes it's almost as if he's like jerking at the steering wheel, and it seems to work with that chassis.
It does. And those are a good example of how you have to drive different cars different ways.
Yeah.
And that is some pretty cool stuff. Ward Runzod in the chat says he'd love to see a tow truck race. Would that be like Turing T or something? That could be fun.
That very much so. And Tony Kart Racer wanting that he said that the SCCA should do sidecar racing. I think we talked about that a little.
Yeah.
Well, I think we talked about a little bit earlier today that we had Wendy Epstein. That's right. The B-Spec Racer was the monkey. And raced, did sidecar racing. I don't know how you'd want to do sidecar racing with an automobile, but I don't know. Maybe given how strong the rear wings are in some of these cars, maybe strap somebody down to the rear wing and just let them move from side
I volunteer
to side.
you for that job.
That's fine.
I volunteer you for that.
I'll be happy to do that.
Ryan Hazelton is our race leader. 2nd place in STU is Wilson Powell. 1st place in STL, Nick Leveroni. Then you've got Jonathan Lugod and Ryan Gutile in 3rd place in STL. Going down to GT3U, Michael Lewis is your 1st place car in GT3U, followed by Justin Graham. Now looking at T3, your race leader at this point is Michael Lowe, followed by Scotty B. White. Actually, no, wait, there's another T3 car. Roger Eagleton and Scotty B. White, that's your top 3 in T3. T4, your race leader, Oscar Jackson, followed by Tony I can never say
Carritzos.
his name right. I'm sorry, Tony. Carritzos and Lynn Griffiths. That's your top 3 in T4. That's how they stand right now with 18 minutes to go.
Well, lucky for you, Brian, that Steven Carritzos isn't racing. He didn't make the green
I know.
flag today.
I only got to talk about one of them.
Exactly.
Good
So
God.
there you go. And a great run so far there for Oscar Jackson, already opening up a 10-second advantage, Brian, over Tony Carritzos there in Touring 4. And, interestingly enough, in Touring 3, Roger Eagleton, we saw this morning, he is doing double duty as he is running that Ford Mustang, both in Touring 3 and also in American Sedan. So he's got a little bit of a rest while our next race goes out, which is the open wheel group. But then he's going to be right back at it with that same machinery in that Ford Mustang. Met Roger. Yeah, go ahead.
I said that is an uncommon double dip.
Yes.
We don't see that too often. So I may have to have him on for a podcast to see if they do any changes to the car other than maybe tires, because I don't know that the A sedan and touring tires are the same, or even if you need to keep them the same, there's a better tool for each class.
That is possible. And there goes we just saw Eagleton go through turn 6 there. The blue, the darker blue Mustang, and it's got you can pick it out. It's got an American flag on the hood. Now there is also a black with twin silver striped Ford Mustang of Matt Latucci in the field here as well. Latucci also doing the same thing, doing double duty, I believe, in both Touring 3 as well as American Sedan. And I'm not sure what the limits are. I mean, certainly in American Sedan, you normally would be running the DOT tires much like they do in Touring 3. It's just a question of I'm not positive what the max wheel size is, what the max diameter and width are for those tires, and whether or not you have to make a change.
I would suggest that we keep an eye on that battle with Eagleton, because right behind him, another Mustang, Scotty B. White, is also, that's a battle for second and third. Yes. Eagleton's in second, Scotty B. White is in third, and I believe White is the slightly...
like the powder blue,
yeah,
light blue.
So the second car here, this one here, I believe, is the Scotty B. White car.
Yeah.
Now he's got a car between him and Eagleton. But that's a battle we should keep an eye on here, because that is a podium battle for second place in Touring 3. So
we'll definitely take a look there. And Scotty B, looks like he's got to get around that STL Mazda Miata. Also, and we'll see how things play out here. Obviously, with a new pavement, Brian, you never know what tire wear is going to be like. We'd been looking at how Lugod was throwing that Honda Civic around, and the question is, when the front wheels have to do everything, when they have to steer, when they have to take the major load of the brakes, and obviously when they have to accelerate as well, how long do those front tires hold up? And last check, Lugod was still keeping it very close to Nick Leveroni here. They were running third and fourth overall. And we'll keep track there. That is, I think the last time I looked, they were separated by maybe two to 3 seconds.
Right.
So Leveroni opening things up, but still very close battle there for the lead in STL.
In STU, still Ryan Hazelton in first, 7 seconds ahead of Wilson Powell in second place. And STL, you've got Leveroni, Lugod, and Utile, and that's your top 3 there. GT3U, Michael Lewis still holding on to that lead there. He's got a big gap between him and the second place GT3U car of Justin Graham. So lots of work there for Graham to try to catch up there. Oscar Jackson, still your leader in T4, followed by Tony Carritzos and Lynn Griffiths. That's how they stand right now with 14 and a half to go.
And getting awfully congested there, Brian, coming out of turn 3. And I think probably the driver maybe getting caught out as they're going through the traffic there. We just saw actually the trailing car in that group. That is Scotty B. White, and he has had to deal with quite a bit of STL traffic here. And Eagleton has been able to open up a pretty sizable advantage at this point as we take a look here. Matter of fact, now an STL car and an STU car between Eagleton and Scotty B. White. The gap now in that class is up to 3.5 seconds. But again, Scotty B. White, he's got 2 out-of-class cars now. That blue, the blue and the white Mazda, and actually 3 out-of-class cars that he has to find a way through in order to get to Eagleton.
It does feel like Eagleton's hitting the traffic at more advantageous times.
Yes.
You know, and it's not that the traffic's really not is being better for Eagleton than they are for Scotty B. I just think he's hitting them in a straightaway or at the right time to make it easy and not have to check up a whole lot. Whereas Scotty is right behind a whole gaggle of cars going into turn 9 right now. So he's going to be stuck behind them through 9, through 10. He'll be able to power through and pass them going down the front straight now. But that's not helping him catch the guy in front who's continuing to open up the lead. So 12.5 to go, halfway point here in our 5th race of the day. That means it's time to take a break. When we come back, we'll have you all the way to the finish line. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow's The Circuit. Rounds number 3 and 4 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we're right in the midst of this Touring 3, Touring 4, STL, STU, and GT3U race. And speaking of GT3U, there's our GT3U leader. That is Michael Lewis. Currently has a almost a 1 minute advantage over his only competitor in class, Justin Graham, both racers in Mazda RX-7s. And let's take a look at where Michael Lewis stands in comparison to the STU racers. As we've talked about today, STU and GT3 or GT3U set to be combined for the 2026 season, and we know that the SCCA's Club Racing Board trying to do the balance of performance right now on GT3U to make sure that they are in line with what the STU racers are doing. So Lewis right now is running 8th overall. And with a fast lap time of 2 minutes flat, 2:0440, Rylan Hazelton, our STU leader, at 1:55. And as we discussed this morning, the GT3U racers, they are already racing at about 100 pounds heavier than the now regional only GT3 class. Of course, they now also have to race with the DOT approved tires as opposed to true slicks. And come March 1st, all of the GT3U cars will need to run 100 pounds heavier than their existing minimum weight.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how that affects things and how that brings everybody a little closer together.
Yeah.
Let's give a shout out to Amy Mills. She was our guest earlier this morning during qualifying, and brand new car, the 114 Mazda Miata. And her goal, she said, for the weekend was to have a good time and to keep the car clean. Well, she's running in 7th in that class, so she's having a great showing. And she says she loves the car, and it's driving just like a dream. So good on her. 7 minutes to go here, and I'm sure she's going to try to keep that thing clean to the finish line.
Well, she's got a brand new 25-year-old race car, so there you go. It's a 1999 chassis.
Well, the car's not new.
Yes, I know.
It is a new race car.
That is correct. Like I said, a brand new 25-year-old race car.
Yes.
And Brian,
we got a big
somebody going off coming out of the final corner out of turn 10. Went off driver's right, went to correct, ended up all the way driver's left in the dirt. And we'll see, especially since that car is going to be coming to us.
The number 2 car of David Lecren, a Mazda RX-8. That was a moment.
Yes, and so Lecren now falling back into 16th position in STL.
Right.
And so not a great run. He actually started the race, Brian, I believe in 10th. Let me double check that starting position, but I believe he started 10th in STL. So unfortunate for him, falling a little bit further back now than I'm sure where he wanted. Let's see here, a couple other drivers to pick up on. Let's see.
As opposed to picking on.
Yes, as opposed to picking on, which is what I normally do with people. Let's see, Sayo Hirashi, who we talked about a little bit earlier today. Let's see if I could get some information on him. Well, we'll try and get some additional information. I think we had him in the SMX race a little bit earlier today.
Let me just jump in real quick.
Please.
You should keep on. The lead at the front has been cut now to just under 2 seconds. Wilson Powell is making time on. He just put his best lap down, which was a second and almost a full second faster than Ryan Hazelton.
Yeah, indeed.
And he has now dropped that down to 1.8 seconds this time by. So I don't know if maybe the tires are going away or what the situation is, or maybe he just had a bad lap, got some traffic in the way. But Wilson Powell took advantage of that and has closed the gap here for our overall lead and our STU lead.
And interestingly enough, Brian, here with Hazelton started to pick up the pace once again. You said that last lap was at the 54.5, but the previous lap to that, lap number 9 for Rylan, was at a 157.5. So on the previous lap, he lost almost 3 seconds. To Wilson Powell there. But otherwise, he's been pretty consistent in the 55s and 56s. And I'm wondering if he was just kind of managing the race and realizes that Powell
Well, yeah.
in that gray BMW is just starting to close things down.
Well, and I've been watching him for the last 2 or 3 laps, and he's been chipping away a little bit at a time, and then he made that big 1-lap gain to get him 1.8 seconds back. So we'll see what happens to the line this time, see if Hazelton's kind of like, oh boy, I got to get going, and see if he can open it up a little bit more.
Well, you know, also that E30 BMW, Brian, is in like it's a kind of a dark silver color.
Right.
If there's one car out there that could kind of sneak up on you as you're trying to manage a lead, that's probably the one. We'll try and pick him up. Jordan, if we could possibly pick up the red Honda S2000, it's red with, I think, white and black down the door. There he is. Nope, that's actually one of our Scions. Coming through 8. We'll see if we can pick up that battle for the lead. Yeah, it's a Honda S2000. We'll pick them up eventually. You know, when it really matters.
Yeah. We will find him at some point in time here, because we're coming up here. We should see the white flag come out maybe next time they come by. There's a Mustang.
There's Michael Lewis.
There's Michael Lewis, yep. There's a brake lock for Scotty B. White.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big brake lock up there. So that right there is like 9th, 10th, and 11th, Jordan, if that helps. And
probably not. Let's see. We're looking for 49. Let me see if they've got Flagtronics in that car. Yeah, he is now coming into turn number 9. So he should be coming into the front straight here in just a second. That's the 49 car that we're looking for. And when he comes by, he's going to get the white flag, I think. Yep, that's him right there. Just
there
went
he
through.
is.
So.
And, yeah, that's the battle for the lead right there. Hazelton and Powell now only separated Brian by about 3 car lengths. You know, obviously the big difference that you have there with the S2000 is, you know, not a lot of grunt out of the slower corners, and especially if Hazelton has to deal with traffic. You know, it's not a great chassis to kind of place and punch the gas and try to dig out from other corners, whereas the inline 6 of that BMW certainly able to do some more digs. And so if Hazelton can't keep the pace up, then obviously that BMW is going to have an advantage.
All right, the white flag is in the air. Next time by will be the final checkered flag. So we are watching the final lap here. There is your race leader in the red car. That silver BMW is your second place car of Wilson Powell. They have gotten a little bit closer. And there is the gap right there as it go into turn 8 for the final time. Wilson Powell is kind of getting there. He's closer than the 1.5 seconds he was by last time. Does he have the opportunity to catch Hazelton here as they come in for the final time? There is Hazelton. It looks like Hazelton's opened up the gap just a little bit, even in this last little bit.
Yeah, and I think Powell had some issues getting around the 63 at Tanamura.
Yeah.
There over by turn 8, and there you go. Checkered flag is in the air, and Rylan Hazelton takes the win in STU, with Powell finishing second in class. Nick Leveroni, he's going to come across the line, and he will finish third overall. Takes the win in STL. Jonathan Lugod, there's Lugod now in the Honda Civic. If he can keep that car running, he'll take the silver today in STL, with Carl Young in the Honda Prelude about 7 seconds in arrears.
Yeah. Well, that was a heck of a race. It came out to get together to be pretty close at the finish after being a big gap, and that's why we go all the way to the checkered flag here, folks. Ryan Hazelton, your winner. Nick Wilson-Powell in second. You want to run us through most of what we got for the provisional results here?
Yeah, indeed. And so Whitfield Gregg will bring home his Mazda in third in STU. If we then take a look at STL, we talked about Leveroni and Lugod. Carl Young will finish in third. Ryan Gutile will finish fourth, just off the podium, with Wes Molno running out your top 5 in a 15-car field. In Touring 3, Roger Eagleton coming across the line in his Ford Mustang. I think that's him coming right at us, right about there. And no, actually it's not. But there he is. There is Roger Eagleton. He takes the win in Touring 3. Scotty B. White will finish second. Michael Lowe will finish in third. Lowe runs his fastest lap of the race, so it is a Ford Mustang top 3 in Touring 3. David Oram finishes fourth in his BMW Z4. Matt Latucci in a Mustang finishes in fifth. In Touring 4, Oscar Jackson takes the win by over a minute. Big gap there to Tony Karatsus. Lynn Griffiths will finish in third. And then finally in GT3U, Michael Lewis will take the win in his Mazda RX-7, with Justin Graham finishing second.
That's going to do it for... I should put the mic in front of my
Yes,
mouth.
you
That's
should.
going to do it for our fifth race of the day. Next up, Formula Atlantic FE2 and P2. And then one more race after that, our big board, GT cars in Touring 1 and 2. That's all coming up ahead. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager.
Welcome back, everybody, to the circuit, Buttonwillow Raceway Park. It is rounds number 3 and 4 of the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. Next up, race number 6 of 7 here this afternoon. It's our open wheel and prototypes, and I'll make it easier for you. Only 2 of those classes out on track right now. It's FE2 and P, or prototypes. And we do have a split start. I'm going to give you our FE2 racers, of which there are 4, and then I will give you our prototype racers, of which there are 3. Starting 4th in FE2, out of Trabuco Canyon, California, driving the number 64 machine, it's Noah Hembayi. Then we've got then we've got Tom Burt. Tom is driving the number 45 FE2 machine. He's from Shoreline, Washington. Paul Marino starts 2nd. He's in the number 44 FE2 car. He's from Chatsworth, California. And your pole sitter in FE2 with a qualifying time of 139.649 from Downey, California. It's Tom Hope. Now let's move over to the prototypes, where Joseph Moran will start 3rd today. He's driving the number 7 Norma M20FC from Laguna Hills, California. Then starting 2nd, Johnny Green. Johnny is driving the number 3 Dauntless Store. He's out of Kamuela, Hawaii, and your pole sitter in prototype. In P, driving the number 23 Elan DPO2. That's a Mazda powered machine. He's out of Alamo, California. Qualifying time of 133.716. Was 3 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Jim Davenport.
All right, that is going to be how we start this race here. 25 minutes ahead of us here for our final open wheel prototype race of the day. And then we've got one more race after this, all of our big boy GT cars. Green flag is in the air. Here comes our fastest race group here this weekend. They will zoom through 25 minutes here, hopefully without any issues. Going into turn 1, that does look like Jim Davenport retained that lead. Johnny Green slotted in behind him. Joe Moran right behind him as well. That was our start for our prototypes. Up next, our FE2 cars and one lone Formula Atlantic. Green flag is in the air now as our next group of cars come down towards turn 1. Tom Hope, Paul Marino, and gang here going through turn 1 the first time. And it looks like so far they have been clean. Here they come at the exit of 1, heading down towards turn 2.
And Brian, I was going to say, sitting, I think, at the back of that field, Greg Labate, who did not set a time in qualifying. You mentioned it in his Formula Atlantic Swift 016. Oh, yes.
Oh, do not get high-sided there. Let's see if he can get the car going here.
Well,
he's
the
all
fact
the way
that he's
off the
still rolling
racetrack. That's
backwards
good.
is a good sign.
Yep. And spinning the tires and lighting the fires. There we go. Back on the action there. I don't know which car that was. We'll find that out. Whoever comes across the finish line last, that's the car that spun.
That would be the one. It looked as though it might be the blue and yellow number 45 of Tom Burt.
Okay.
So we'll see now. Of course, Burt. No, there's Burt right there in the back of that group. So not Tom Burt. He had some issues during the during qualifying earlier today. We'll take a look at that as our prototype field now looking to come out of the final corner and complete lap number 1. From the looks of it there, and judging by the colors of the cars, Jim Davenport, your leader, as he completes the first lap. Johnny Green running in 2nd, and then sitting in 3rd right now in that Norma, Joseph Moran. So still very close fighting here as our FE2s and non-FE2s start to make their way through the final corner. And actually, I'm looking, Brian, did Labate actually? Yeah, that's Labate's car right there at that back of the pack. All right, so it's Tom Hope, Paul Marino, and Tom Burt. And this is why I was a little confused when we only had 4 cars showing, is that Noah Hembayi, driver of the number 64 FE2 machine, did not take the green flag.
I think that 64 car was the spinner. Yep, the 64 car was the spinner.
Oh, you are right. Absolutely.
And he's crossed about 13 seconds back from the rest of the FE2 Formula open wheel field there. So back in the action, he will try to catch up to his friends there. Or he's just going to have a wonderful test session here as they come around the next 22 minutes. A lot to be gained from that, especially on a brand new racetrack. A lot to be learned here. So good that he got back in the fray, and he will either catch the field or log some laps and learn something. Davenport, Crean, and Moran, that's your top three, followed by Hope, Marino, Burt, Labate, and Hambayi. 21 minutes to go here in this race. So when this is a lap counted race, this is always the fastest race of the day because these prototype cars are our fastest cars here, even a little bit faster than the GT1 cars when they are running, and that is why it's typically, but it's the same 25 minutes no matter who's out there.
Yes, it is.
So, going to have some fun tonight here at the racetrack. We are going to award all of our 2024 Cal Club awards this weekend. It's a nice little party, and we get to give out some hardware. It's always a good time for that. So we were going to usually do it the first race of the year, but because we were just getting to the new racetrack, we held it off for one more race weekend. Got a big top tent. I do not have a Barnum and Bailey hat to wear as I MC the event this evening.
Since you're supposed to be the master of ceremonies tonight, are they going to put you in a big giant top hat like you're the ringleader?
Yeah, that is something that has been suggested, and I bet you if I had one of those, I'd wear it, but I do not. So they're stuck with an SCCA hat. But yeah, it's always a good time here for that little event.
So, Brian, one of the things as I was watching the prototypes come through here, and in particular Joseph Moran, you can see the effect of the wings and the ground effects that these cars have in how much dust and dirt they are actually sucking off of the pavement.
Right.
Here, that everything that's been brought onto this track over the course of the entire day, you can kind of see it here as
I don't know what you're talking about, Greg.
No, not at all. As Johnny Crean comes by in second place, and you see it from the distance there, how they look kind of like Pigpen coming down the front straight.
Yeah, it is. And there's, for Buttonwillow standards, not a lot of wind this weekend. So there's nothing to really push that dust off the racetrack. During lunch, they send out the super sweeper to do a pass and clean off what they can. But this is what happens when you race in basically a desert-ish type climate. You're going to get that dirt and dust every time a car goes off. So, and that's something everyone out here is used to, so that's nothing new to them. But when you add a little bit of dust to a track that's already kind of slick and doesn't have much rubber on it, that is a challenge. And some drivers adapt to that quickly. Other drivers need a little bit of time to figure it all out. And I think we've seen that a couple of times today where a couple of drivers have stepped away that we maybe wouldn't have thought in that race there'd be a breakaway, and it has happened. So with 8 minutes 40 seconds here to go, that is kind of what we're seeing play out here a little bit here. Jim Davenport, he has got a 4-second lead over Johnny Crean. Johnny Crean has a 4-second lead over Joseph Moran. Then we've got Tom Hope. He is your leader in FE2, followed by Paul Marino and Tom Burt. And then Noah Hambayi has gotten around the Greg Labate Swift 016 Formula Atlanta car. So he has recovered from his spin to a certain extent, but he has still a 25-second gap or so back from third place. So he has got his work cut out for him in the next 18 minutes.
And so, Brian, a little bit earlier, you were talking about, in particular, down by turn 8, once the sun starts dropping down and the effect that these racers are going to have. I know that our cameras don't necessarily pick it up all that well, and the sun still looks fairly high in the sky in this shot here over by turn 4, but just from previous experience, I'm sure that the actual conditions there are quite a bit darker than what we're seeing on the cameras. It's about 4:30, a little bit after 4:30 in the afternoon now. what challenges do these racers have, do you think? Or are there any particular portions of the course where it might be more challenging for them?
Well, yeah, we're going to see it here when we get the turn 9 camera up, and you'll already see some glare. Now that's obviously to their back, which means when they're going into turn 8, that's where they're getting the glare right now.
They're coming at it, yeah. So right into this area here.
Yeah, you can see it's not quite. We've got a lot of daylight here. I mean, it's better than it was a month ago. A month ago at this point, it was really, really glare-y. I've made up a word. But I think maybe by the end of the GT1 race, it'll become more of an issue. I don't think it's an issue right now for these drivers.
Okay. Yeah, just because, especially on a track like this, and I imagine on the classic circuit as well, where you don't have a lot of visual references to either side of the track. I guess maybe even more, maybe a little bit. It's a little bit better here because most of the corner stations are on those big cement blocks and they're raised up, and and they're painted white, so there's enough contrast from what is around the circuit. But typically, when you're just looking at brown dirt and sand and not a lot of brush or greenery out there, it must be very difficult to then pick out marks and try and figure out corners here as it darkens.
Right. Yeah. And our cameras do compensate as the sun starts to go down, but yeah, it's still sunny afternoon, here at this moment in time, so it's not an issue at this moment with 15 and a half minutes to go. And maybe we'll get out of here early enough that it won't be a big deal. Also, for the next group as well, let me even get to that next group a little bit early here, 15 and a half. Great, let's take our break. And when we come back, we'll get everybody to the finish line here. And as we get ourselves wrapping up our first day of racing here at Buttonwillow on the circuit, we'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are racing out here at Buttonwillow, the circuit at Buttonwillow. Lots of new things out here, Greg. You've been here before.
I have.
If you've been here, you're seeing an implement dealership in this shot. That used to be, besides the racetrack, the only thing at the Buttonwillow exit, and a bunch of cell phone towers.
Yeah.
Now they're building a gas station and a 7-Eleven here. which is going to be awesome. We don't have to go all the way to the other Buttonwillow exit to even get a 12-pack of soda.
Build a place to go eat for dinner.
Yeah, well, we're getting there, man.
All right.
We're getting there. But I think the addition of this extra track, they realize there's going to be more traffic coming through, and it makes more sense now to do it. So really, really excited about that. And from this camera, you can see our race control building there, right behind that big building just off to the right there, and that is where race control.
The little blue one with the door with the white sign on it, or
no, it's a big building. And there is the broadcast center right next to it.
Is that the little narrow, tall thing?
Yeah.
With the white sign on it.
Exactly. So 11 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Your race leader, Jim Davenport, has a 21-second lead over Johnny Crean. And then you've got Joe Moran in third. Those are all prototype cars. Then you've got FE2 is next. 4 FE2 cars. Tom Hope, Paul Marino, Tom Burt, and Noah Hambaye, followed by Greg Labate in that Swift 016 Formula Atlantic car, old school Formula Atlantic car. Up next, GT1 2 GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2. That's our final race of the day. We will come back and do it all again tomorrow. Qualifying will start at 8 o'clock in the morning, 15-minute qualifying sessions for all of our race groups, and then at 10:35, one race before lunch, a lunch break, and then our 6 races towards the end of the weekend. Come back and do this with us again. Like, subscribe, all that cool stuff. I haven't looked at the numbers today, but if we have like 600 watchers and only 100 subscriptions, that's going to make me mad. Gotta like it, all that good stuff. 10 minutes, 25 seconds to go here. Favorite shot of the weekend, that exited turn 6 shot we were just looking at. There it is. Seeing those cars coming straight at you. Car goes in there. Oh, a wipe. Thank you, Jordan, for the artistic. You get a 10 for artistic impression from the Russian judge. Oh, there we go. Here are our cars heading down into turn 9, right into our living rooms again. This is before the right-left combination that gets you onto the main straight here. Couple more cars coming through 9. Oh, hello. I've done that before. I've done that before. I don't know what camera I want, so let's test them all. Jim Davenport, Johnny Crean, Joseph Moran. That is your top 3. Tom Hope, Paul Marino, Tom Burt, these Noah Hambaye, Greg Labate. Those are guys, all of this group down here at Buttonwillow all the time. These are our regulars out here. And here you can see right here, Greg, there is a little bit of glare that we're coming on. Obviously, that's at their back here, but going into that corner.
Into the corner must be
very
difficult.
They're seeing that glare. So, and it's kind of weird because it's uphill, so they're actually looking more up towards the sky anyway.
Yes.
So, you know, and thankfully there's the invention of, you know, dark-colored visors and all that kind of stuff. So they're good at managing this late afternoon sun, nothing new for drivers at Buttonwillow. So the difference here between this and the others, got that sheen of new asphalt that kind of reflects the sun rather than absorbs it. And that makes it slightly more difficult, but these guys have been around for a long time. There are no rookies in this race group. I think Noah Hambaye might be the closest to a rookie, and I've been calling his name out here for 5 or 6 years. So no new drivers in this race. No. Big thanks to folks in the chat. Pete Rose, you should be in the hall. You are in the chat. SS Golf. Boy from New York, Max Baxter here in the chat with us. Tony Kart Racer, Roger, Ward Runzon is here with us. Some guy Ginsberg has been in the chat today. Going back a little further, driver Mod Jess in the chat. Thanks for being with us. So thank you all for being here, weighing in. I call you all my associate producers. Appreciate all the input, all the fun that you give us. You know, just hanging out with Greg every day is not the best thing in the world,
no,
people.
I mean...
So your input makes us a whole lot better here. No, I'm just kidding. I love Greg and I have been doing this a long time together, and we haven't killed each other yet. That's a good sign.
No, that's why you're there and I'm on this side
true.
of the country.
That is true. It's hard to hit you with a frying pan when you're 3,000 miles away.
Exactly.
7 minutes to go here in this race. Up next, our final race of the day, Big Bore. That is next.
Yes. So, Brian, Jim Davenport just reset fast lap. Turns in a 1:35.283. That is, that is almost 9 seconds faster than Johnny Crean it just ran. So,
this is what I like about the SCCA. These guys get to come out here a couple times a year.
Yeah.
You know, maybe 10 times a year if you really got a big program. And even though you've got a 42-second lead, although there's a car slowing down really big time there.
Yeah,
maybe just letting these cars come
that was
through.
Joseph Moran there in the number 7 Norma. But Brian, we ought to take a look and check in. They should be coming into turn 1 now. Tom Hope and Paul Marino. The battle for the lead here in FE2 has definitely started to tighten up just a little bit about as they had just worked their way around Moran. And I think, if anything, Moran might have actually gone with his car placement, might have actually increased the gap a little bit. But the last couple of laps, Paul Marino in that 44 machine, he has been closing things down on Tom Hope. That last time, Hope picked up like 0.3 of a second, but Marino has run a lap time almost 0.2 of a second faster than Hope so far today. That he's got the fastest FE2 lap so far.
Right. What I was going to say was, it's great. With a 45-second lead, Jim Davenport's not easing up. Still going after fast laps. Probably wants to leave here with the track record. I don't see any way where he's not. Let me go back and see. His fast lap up to this point has been, where is that on my little machine here? 1:35.283. The track record from last weekend was a 1:35.853. So he has set the track record here at the new circuit at Buttonwillow.
Yeah, by almost 0.6 of a second.
0.6 of a second. So unless Johnny Crean or Joe Moran can pop one of those off tomorrow, Jim Davenport's going to walk out of here with the track record. Let's see what the FE2 track record was last weekend. It was by Tom Hope, a 1:47.85, and his fast lap right now is a 1:40.091. So he's cut 0.6 off of his lap record from last weekend. So he'll walk out of here with a new lap record. There's
actually, Brian, no, Paul Marino at a 1:40.016.
Oh yeah,
that is your fast lap. Both Hope and Marino just reset their personal bests that last time by. Marino ended up picking up about 0.07 of a second, so he's closing things down slowly but surely. I don't know with under 4 minutes to go if he's if he's knocking them off a couple hundredths at a time, if he's going to be able to get into a position to attempt to pass for the win here. But things are definitely tightening up a little bit here, and with that minute, if we go back to what Davenport is doing in about a minute and a half. We're looking at probably 3 more laps for our FE2 racers.
And Greg Labate, there were no Formula Atlantic cars here last weekend, so he's going to walk out of here this weekend with a track record for Formula Atlantic. So that's pretty cool. It's cool to see you're the first track record holder at any racetrack. That's pretty cool. Coming up on 3 minutes to go, Davenport, Crean, your top 2 cars in P2 or P in prototype. Then you've got Joe Moran, who's dropped back a little bit, but he is still in 3rd place. And Tom Hope, he now has a 1.2 second lead over Paul Marino. Tom Burt, then Noah Hambai. There's your top 4 in FE2, followed by Greg Labate, our 1 car in Formula Atlantic.
Wow, and as they come out of turn 1, Tom Hope pushing it all the way to the edge there, trying to open up that corner as much as possible to carry maybe carry a little bit more speed, maybe maybe in the hope that Paul Marino would actually adhere to that possible track limits thing there for the pit lane exit. And that last time by, again, both racers resetting personal bests, and Marino picking up another 2/10 on Tom Hope. So we see him closing things down. But again, now with 2 minutes remaining on the clock, again, it all depends on where Davenport is, but probably only 2 laps remaining for these racers.
Yep. Looks like 2 to go. Finding the race leader. That's what FlagNet is doing right now to let the starters know when they're coming through. So the next time by for Jim Davenport, he will get that white flag. And that is not Jim Davenport.
No. No, we'll try and pick up Jim on the last lap,
well, let me
maybe.
see. Jim is 23. I think he has a... All right, so Jim Davenport's now coming into turn 7. So we should see him coming out of turn 8 here in just a moment. There he is. And he is looking like he's about to get around Joe Moran here.
Yes.
And put him a lap down. So the second place car there is Jim Davenport. Sandwiched between those 2 cars. He'll make that pass on the front straight, take the white flag, and it'll be the final lap of the race here in our Group 6 race for today. And there's Joe Moran getting way out of the way, letting Davenport by. Also probably let that FE2 car go by.
Yeah, and I think that was Tom
nicely done.
Currently running 3rd in FE2.
So about 2 miles to go here before we get this one wrapped up. One more race to go, so don't go anywhere, people. It's going to be a good one.
All right, let's see if we can jump back to that FE2 battle between Hope and Marino.
I think that was Hope.
Oh, nope, there you are right
yeah,
there.
Right there. So another lap and a half to go for this battle. They'll get the white flag this time by. They head down here. Still a pretty decent lead. What does that look like to me? Second maybe between the 2?
Yeah, I was going to say just about a second separating the 2, about 4 or 5 car lengths, maybe a little bit more here. Now, this is coming here into turn 8. This is where Marino has looked very, very impressive, maybe compared to Tom Hope. But Hope is, I think, with the lack of traffic, Hope's been able to open up things just a little bit the last time by. And on that last lap, both Hope and Marino fell back into the 40s, but Hope was almost, for the second lap in a row, almost 0.3 of a second faster. So whereas Marino had been closing things down, it's going in the opposite direction just when he doesn't need it, when Tom Hope does.
That's right. So now for these 2 cars, you've got about 2 miles to go before we crown the first Super Tour race winner in FE2 and the P class, the prototype class. Sounds like there is the checkered flag in the air for Jim Davenport. Actually, that's Joe Moran, so Jim got by a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Davenport already came across the line to take the win in the prototype class. Johnny Crean, who is still circulating based on his positioning and how many laps Joe Moran has completed. Crean should finish 2nd in P, and Moran 3rd. So let's watch this battle for the lead in FE2 on the very last lap. Actually, that's Johnny Crean right there, just ahead of him.
And then there is Hope and Paul Marino.
And we just watched Noah Hembayi, who's a lap down, just ahead of these racers here.
Here comes our leaders in FE2 into turn 9 for the final time. They're going to come through this right-hander, head down towards the final left-hander. There it is ahead. You'll see them dipping into turn number 10, coming onto the front straight to the checkered flag. And Tom keeps hope alive to win his first Super Tour race of the year here at the circuit at Buttonwillow.
And Brian, Paul Marino was able to make up 9/10 of a second on that final lap to drop the delta to only half a second. If you'd have been able to do that, on the previous lap as well, might have been in a good position to at least to position for a pass for the win. But in the end here, Tom Hope, your winner with Paul Marino second. Tom Burt will finish third. Noah Humbai will finish in fourth. And Greg Labate, your sole racer in Formula Atlantic. So why don't we take a quick break? We'll be back here in a few moments. One more race this afternoon here from the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to our final race of the day, and then we'll do it all again tomorrow. But for now, we got one more to go. GT1, GT2, GTX, A sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2. We are at the circuit of Buttonwillow, brand new racetrack, America's newest racetrack. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg's in the house, and he's going to give us our starting lineup. Hi.
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 All
go.
All right. I will.
Box.
So, final race of the afternoon. GT1, GT2. Don't believe we have any GTX racers. T1, T2, and American sedan. 14 driver set qualifying times. Here is the starting order. Starting 14th, driving the number 96 GT2 Mazda RX-7, Dwayne Graham. Robert Kelly is going to start 13th. Robert's in the number 88 GT2 Dodge Viper. He's out of Huntington Beach, California. Matt Latucci, we saw him just 2 races ago. He is in the number 30, now American sedan Ford Mustang. He starts 12th, starting 11th, driving the number 91 GT2 Mazda RX-7 from Irvine, California, Scott Graham. Starting 10th, driving the number 8 American sedan Ford Mustang from Salt Lake City, Utah, it's Pratt Cole. Starting 9th, driving the number 0, Touring 2 Ford Mustang from Auburn, Washington, your friend and mine, and even Brian's, Scotty B. White. Starting 8th, driving the number 11, American Sedan Ford Mustang from Burlington, California. He's your pole sitter in the class. It's Roger Eagleton. Ollie Thordarson is going to start 7th today. He's driving the number 122 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. He's from Trabuco Canyon, California, and he's your class pole sitter. Starting 6th today, driving the number 52 GT2 Mazda RX-7 from Woodside, California. It's Guy Leidig with Brad McAllister. Starting 5th, Brad's in the number 29 GT2 Ford Mustang. He's from Sherwood, Oregon. And your pole sitter today in GT2 starts 4th overall, driving the number 24 Dodge Challenger from Fullerton, California. It's Ben Valentine. Starting 3rd, driving the number 43 Touring 1 BMW M4 GT4, and hopefully we'll have some onboard cameras from him once again today. It's Drew Delmonico, and starting 2nd on the outside of the front row, driving the number 74 Touring 1 BMW M3, your pole sitter in the class from Pleasanton, California. It's Ian Barberi. And finally, your pole sitter today, driving the number 12 GT1 Jaguar XKR from Poway, California, with a qualifying time of 143.967. There he is, that beautiful black and orange machine. It's Michael Lewis.
And here they come through turn 10. Pace car lights are out and they're on pit lane. And here they come down towards the potential green flag here. If the starter likes what he sees, it'll go green, and it is green. Michael Lewis leads him down that beautiful Jaguar XKR down towards turn 1. Here is the in-car camera from the BMW of Drew Delmonico as they come through turn 1 for the first time. Oh, we got a spinner there. That is a Mazda RX-7, I think, sitting there. Everyone seems to get by just fine. Hopefully they can get that car restarted and keep going, but that really slows down the whole back half of the field. Look at the gap there that's already been made because of that spin.
And we could narrow it down, Brian, that was Guy Leidig in the number 52 GT2 Mazda RX-7, I believe. Actually, I'm fairly certain.
Yeah, it's the 2 car.
Oh, it was the 2. Yeah, exactly. So that was him. The only other RX-7 that we've got in the field is Wayne Graham, who I think was in a first-gen RX-7 and GT2 in the 96 car. So,
okay. Yeah, I don't see a 2 car. Maybe
it's a 52. I think it's the. Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's the 52 car that went around. Big brake lock up there from one of our Mustangs.
Yeah, saw that.
And I think that was Pratt, and still running a little wide. Wow, running wide.
Ooh,
I'm fairly certain that was
wide.
Pratt Cole.
I wish I had that camera, because that thing went right in front of our turn 6 exit camera. That was huge. Well, that's one of our Mustangs.
Yeah, that is Pratt Cole, Brian. And Pratt Cole now giving up 2nd place in American Sedan to Matt Latucci in the number 30 machine. So although Eagleton was your, I think, your pole sitter in the class, Cole had a real good start and moved out to the lead. Now drops back and finds himself in 3rd position.
Michael Lewis leading them down to the start line for the first time here on our first lap. He is going to have your race lead. It looks like that car that spun is out of the way, so that's good news. He has had Michael Lewis now has a 1.1 second lead over Ian Barberi in 2nd place. Ben Valentine is in 3rd. Brad McAllister 4th, followed by Drew Delmonico, Ollie Thordarson, Roger Eagleton, Greg Leidig, Mike Latucci, and Rob Soul is your 10th place car.
You know, and so when we had this group out earlier this morning, Brian, for qualifying, the one thing that we noted was that with these much higher horsepower, much higher torque cars than almost everything that we've seen on track so far today, is that a lot of them were having trouble putting the power down and actually getting drives out of especially some of the slower corners, like a turn 8, like a turn 6, which is a bit of a hairpin, what they're coming up to right now, and to the point where we saw the Touring 1 cars actually running faster lap times than the GT2 cars, which is a little surprising, especially since the GT2 cars have quite a bit of aero help, whether it be from the wings, whether it also be just from the shaping of the bodies as well, and very little gap between the under tray and the ground there to kind of allow them to dig into the ground. But again, so far we're seeing here there he is in that red and white BMW M3, Ian Barberi in the Touring 1 BMW.
Right.
Still managing a pretty substantial gap to all the GT cars behind.
Well, and this just shows you two things. One, how stout that BMW in second place is, and how good a race car driver Ian Barberi is. Because he is driving the wheels off that thing right now to only be about a second back from Michael Lewis here. It'll be more now this time by, it'll be a 3-second lead. But in the before times, a GT1 car would just drive the heck away from a T1 car, and that's happening a little bit. But that first lap was awesome by Ian Barberi. And like you said, all those GT2 cars should be driving around him too, and they're not.
Yeah, well, as far as getting heat and firing off those tires, the Touring 1 cars, they are running DOT tires. They are going to come up to temperature a lot faster than the slicks that the GT cars are on.
Right.
But you're also finding here where the grip levels of the tires that those GT cars are on are just so much higher than the DOTs. But we'll have to see here. Right now, good battle for the lead in GT2 between Ben Valentine in that white Dodge Challenger and Brad McAllister in the Ford Mustang. And as long as they're going to fight things out, that gives a little bit of clearance to Ian Barberi. Probably the one driver who maybe gets caught out is our camera car, Drew Delmonico. He's in a GT4 car, so he's got traction control.
Right.
He's got a whole bunch of electronic aids to help him
this
go
shot
faster.
Right here, the in-car, you could see the sun in his eyes right there. That was a very perfect example of what I was talking about going into turn 8. And now as he's coming away, you can see there's no sun in his eyes. You can see the vast difference here.
Yes.
And he is not wearing a visor. He does not have any tint on his windshield either. So we still have a few more minutes of sunset here. That's just going to be a little more difficult. The other thing we were talking about with Ben Valentine and Brad McAllister, they're not racing against Ian Barberi. They could care less
they're
about
racing
that.
against each other. They're racing for that GT2
probably
win.
almost letting him drive away only because Valentine's racing the guy behind him, spending more time in his rearview mirror and not paying attention to anything in front of him. So.
Yeah, indeed. And we see there coming out of turn 1 where Brad McAllister uses every last bit of pavement to try and maybe apex early, exit later, and carry speed out of turn 2 through into turn number 3 here, which is this 180-degree little horseshoe here as they now make their way up towards turn 4. Again, a portion of the track where you don't get to use the horsepower advantage, you use the torque advantage getting through some of those slower corners.
And if you could, that last shot, you could see there's motorcycles on the classic track today, so they're utilizing both facilities today here. That's one of the big reasons why we built the circuit at Buttonwillow here. I say we, I am a Cal Club member, been out here for 10 years here, so we're really proud of everything we got going on right now. Here is that second place car of Ian Barberi. That's your battle for GT2 lead right there. Ben Valentine's up front. Brad McAllister's in second. I know there was somebody in here rooting for, I think it was Pete Rose, who's a big Valentine fan. Here's a potential pass for the lead, but Valentine's able to cut him off and keep in front of Brad McAllister, but Brad McAllister is not going to let that happen very often.
No, and and again, we're seeing here where Valentine is already having to run a bit of a defensive race, and again, probably to his advantage here with very new pavement. The tires may be able to hold up for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
The question is whether tomorrow, when we have much longer format races, whether they can as well.
Yeah.
But still early days in this race here. What happens? It's not just a question of what the car is doing and how the tires are holding up into a 25-minute race if you're spending 20 minutes of it on the defense. It's a question of how you are handling spending 20 minutes on defense and whether or not you can hold off a car that long, as we see here where McAllister takes a look underneath and seeing if he can maybe push the Challenger out a little wide just by the positioning of his car as they come down that long run now into turn number 6. They're probably into 5 and 6.
Yep. They're into 5. Here they come up the hill towards turn 6, and that is the battle we're talking about. The 2 white cars, the Challenger in front, the Mustang behind. That is Valentine and McAllister as they power through the exit of turn 6, down the hill now towards turn 7. 16 minutes, 45 seconds to go. This is where McAllister tried to make a move last time, not this time. He's going to just kind of sit back there and take a look and try to be in the right spot, learning the tendencies of Ben Valentine, figuring out where his car's a little bit faster, where Valentine's car might be not so fast. Here he tries to go underneath again, but the power out of turn 9 on the Challenger seems to be a little bit stronger, but McAllister's still right there. It looks like that the Challenger could put the power down a little bit better, but the Mustang's handling a little bit better.
Yeah, indeed. But so Brian, is we talked about, well, how is the Challenger going to hold up after running defense for so long?
Right.
As we see McAllister poking the car down to the inside in many different corners here, trying to get the Challenger to open up the corner a little bit.
Yep.
How long is McAllister going to be able to keep the front tires underneath?
Right.
At some point, the front end of that car just is not going to continue to turn in and go down to the apex like it currently is.
The golden hour at the circuit. Beautiful picture. This is going to be a poster here at some point in time as they come over the hill at 2 during sunset here. That might become our new sunset corner at this racetrack because that looks absolutely gorgeous. That got Mustang all over the back bumper of the Challenger. Valentine in front. Now they're side by side going down towards 5. Well, almost side by side. And gosh, I got to tell you, McAllister is all over the mirrors of that Ben Valentine car. Now we got a slower car in the mix. That could play into this as well, although the Challenger looks like, oh no, that car was so close I didn't even see it behind it.
Well, there you go. There are the flames. That is, I think the RX-7 that we saw earlier have some issues that they have now made their way by. That is the guy Leidig 52 machine, I believe, and he's fallen Brian now all the way back in the 15th position.
Yeah.
The last running car on track. Should mention that Scotty B. White did not make it out with his Touring 2 Ford Mustang for today's race. He's the only driver in the field not to take the green.
Yeah, great racing here in this for the GT2 race. We're keeping an eye on this because it's really the closest battle on the racetrack right now. The other class battles not anywhere near this one here as they come now down this front straight again, and you can see McAllister weaving back and forth, being big in the mirrors of Ben Valentine, hoping to find a way to get by, maybe a mistake. Ben Valentine, though, has got a lot of experience. He does not make mistakes very often, so he's going to have to find a way around without having to worry about that. At some point in time, with 13 and a half minutes to go, he's just going to have to make it happen here. Let's do this, Greg. 13 and a half to go. This is the time we take our break. When we come back, we'll take everybody to the finish line. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here live at the circuit at Buttonwillow. There is the track action we've been following for the last 6 or 7 laps. That is Ben Valentine in first in the Challenger, followed by Brad McAllister. During the break, you might have seen a big spin by Drew Delmonico. He had come out of that turn 8 and went right off the track, was able to get back going, didn't lose any spots because he had a big lead over the next car. But there we go here. There's Michael Lewis in that beautiful Jaguar XKR. He continues to be our race leader here, followed by Ian Barberi. There's that car there. And then the GT1 and the 2 GT2 cars. There's a lap car in the middle or a slower car in the middle, and that could cause problems. But right now they've been negotiating that lap traffic very well. There's the beautiful sunset here, turn 2.
Yeah, and that scared me a little bit, Brian, because we had Scott Graham in the first-gen Mazda RX-7, the number 91 GT2 car. It came all the way down driver's right to open up the track for our GT2 leaders to come by, but just the timing was so wrong. He was all the way to the inside on that right-hand turn, and you knew he wasn't going to very easily going to be able to navigate that corner from where he was taking the entry. And luckily, and everything worked out well. It looked like both Valentine and McAllister actually followed him through turn 1 in order to minimize any possible damage that could have happened here. But great fight continuing on, and we were talking to see if perhaps that Delmonico car, you know, could provide us a little bit more insight into the battle just ahead between Valentine and McAllister. And just as we were talking about it, Drew Delmonico had that off over at turn 8. But we're seeing now, Brian, with that exchange at turn 1 the last time by, Ben Valentine now has opened up his biggest advantage of the race. And again, this isn't for the overall lead. This is for the lead in GT2. And as they come out of the final corner out of turn 10, it's now about maybe 7 car lengths.
Yeah, it looks like Valentine was able to negotiate some of those slower cars just a little bit easier, and now he's got his eyes set on Ian Barberi, and here's why. If he can get around by Barberi, that is a huge buffer zone between him and the second place car, and Ian Barberi will not be easy for either car to get around. But if he can put that BMW between him and the Mustang, that's a huge advantage with 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. But as we say that, McAllister's catching right back up. Oh, there's a big off there at the exit of turn 4.
Delmonico.
Oh, that's Delmonico
again. Yeah, that's the GT4 car.
Yeah. And there you go. Just like we said, a big lead, not anymore. McAllister's right back with Valentine. And they're much closer to Barberi now as well. And there's Michael Lewis also.
Yeah, I was going to say, all of them are now closing up on Michael Lewis. Lewis, that last time by, ran a 152, Brian, a full 10 seconds off of his previous fast lap. Now, I know Lewis had some issues in his GT3U machine a little bit earlier today. And, you know, of course, these GT1 machines, they are somewhat fickle.
Finicky?
Yeah, finicky, but, you know, it could just as well have been because of the traffic that that all these races are coming up on.
Right. And it always helps when you're the first place car because you get the blue flags, and they get really good blue flags when you're the first place car.
It also helps when you have 500 horsepower on the next car in front of you. No, look at that, Brian. Michael Lewis, he is pulling down the pit lane, and indeed, it looks like he has decided to call it an afternoon here. So our GT1 leader now going to drop through the field. The question is, he did make it halfway. So
yes,
he
did.
will be credited with a finish.
And a win, because he's the only car in GT1. So that's not an untypical move by Michael Lewis here to get to where he needs to go. Now he's out of the way of those cars, won't play a factor into their battles for their races. And so his job is done. And that is what he needed as he tries to qualify for the runoffs again. Here is your pass for the lead in GT2.
And
that is McAllister around Valentine with 6.5 to go.
Wow, and there you go. And we'd see that for a number of laps where McAllister was positioning the car, essentially pushing Valentine wider and wider on most corners where he'd miss apexes and leave enough room to the inside for a car to come alongside. It was just a matter of time before McAllister was actually able to time it right so that he could actually pull up alongside, and he got a better run out of turn 1 there as Valentine's been having trouble getting the power down. And so now the question is, one, does McAllister come under attack from Valentine and the Challenger, pardon me?
Right.
And do we see a touring car as the overall winner of a big bull race here in the Super Tour, which, unless it rains, is not something that we typically see. And now you see there where McAllister starting to take looks to the inside on Barberi, even though he was many car lengths back, just to let Barberi know that he's there.
Yeah, well, and this may be a situation where Valentine was doing a really good job of car placement, a really good job of slowing McAllister down, and McAllister really did have the faster race car. Once he figured out how to get around him, he might now be able to walk away and get past Ian Barberi to take the overall win. But now Barberi is actually pulling up with even a little bit bigger lead now. So with 5 minutes to go, there's nothing, absolutely nothing settled here at our final race of the afternoon. There they come now through turn 3 and heading up towards turn 4. It does appear, though, that McAllister is pulling away a little bit from Ben Valentine. Really itching to get around Barberi and put that buffer car between the two. That's really would be critical at this point in time. That would, I think, seal the deal here, Greg. If he can get around Barberi at least and have that buffer zone, I think that will be lights out for Valentine at this point in time.
Yes.
Which is disappointing, I'm sure, for him. He put on a big Valor-led effort here to get through the first half of this race, but McAllister was just able to make his way around. So we'll see what happens here. Still 4 laps to go. Or 4 minutes to go, I'm sorry. Here they come into turn 8. What an impressive drive by Ian Barberi in this T1 car here. To run basically up front with these GT2 and GT1 cars all race long.
And so, Brian, we haven't really talked about it much as we've been watching this particular race here in American Sedan, and we saw how close things were in American Sedan between all the Mustangs in the first 2 laps.
Right.
Roger Eagleton now has opened up, I think, somewhere along the lines, and that's Eagleton. No, that isn't Eagleton, pardon me, but Eagleton had opened up somewhere along the lines of about 28 seconds on Matt Latucci, with Michael Lowe another minute back from there.
Right.
Pratt Cole, who had worked his way on lap number 1 up to the lead in American Sedan, but then we saw him go wide on 2 separate occasions. He is now running 2 laps down from our leaders in American Sedan. So this race just has not worked out for the Salt Lake City driver.
Just got the word from race control. Next time by, 1 to go. The white flag will come out. And Ian Barberi hold on to take the win here in a T1 car over this furious battle in GT2 between Brad McAllister and Ben Valentine. That is the question that we're all waiting to answer here with a lap and a half to go. Just a little over 3 miles left in this race. Don't forget, folks, we're going to come back and do it again tomorrow. Qualifying action starts at 8 a.m. First race of the day just after 10:30, so join us again tomorrow here. If you're watching, hit the like and subscribe button. 2 to go here, 2 minutes to go. This will be the final lap. Here they come through turn 8 for the second to last time. The red car is Barbieri. The T1 car, BMW, in first place overall. Second place is the Mustang of Brad McAllister. That is the white car coming into your view right now. Right behind him, the second white car. That is the Dodge Challenger of Ben Valentine. All of those cars getting around that slower car as they come across the start-finish line for the fun time. Look at that beautiful picture. Yes. Sunset at Buttonwillow. Nothing finer here.
Yeah, and the little bit of glare there in the gravel trap. Now, our leader is coming up on our American stand leader, on Roger Eagleton, and actually they just went by him, coming through turn number 2. And great fight here, and that Challenger. Let's check in a little bit. That last time around, Valentine was all of 9/100ths of a second off the pace of Brad McAllister. The gap, though, as we watched, Brian, is still at about, what, at about 2, maybe 3 car lengths. And the one thing that we've seen is that the Challengers had issues putting the power down. So we'll see now as they're coming up on some of our slower
here's
traffic.
a pass for first place in GT2. Oh, an attempt by Valentine. Throws it in there, not able to get it done. He's got a couple. Oh, look at the slide coming out of 2, out of 6. That's probably going to end the chance for the win for Ben Valentine. But let's see whether he can get it together. There's Ian Barbieri in first place overall. Valentine's had to fall back here. I think that was his one last good chance, and he knew it.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. He went very deep on the brakes, tried to outbrake Valentine going, or probably outbrake McAllister going into turn number 6, and he was stuck all the way to the inside. The only way through that corner was to put his foot into the throttle, and we saw the rear end then start to step out on him. As our leaders now coming through, Barbieri makes his way around one of our American sedan racers here as they come out of turn 9 and onto the front straight for the final time for the finish.
Here they come to the line. First place, Ian Barbieri hasn't put a wheel wrong for the entire race. He's going to take the overall win in T1. Then across the line, your GT2 winner, Brad McAllister, followed by Ben Valentine. And after an adventurous run, the second place car in T1, Drew Delmonico, he's going to be your second step on the podium.
All right, and as they come through, Brian, Pete Rose in the chat just said that Ben Valentine, only the 3rd race that he has been in that Dodge Challenger. So I would agree. Great run for him as he's trying to learn a very difficult make a very difficult challenge there. And great run for him, finishing second in GT2. Looks like Delmonico comes across the line in a race I'm sure he wishes to forget. I'm sure he's going to want to make it a little bit better tomorrow when our racers here should be taking to the track somewhere around, right around, was it 4:15 tomorrow?
Yeah, 4:15 tomorrow.
Yeah, give or take, that'll be when our first race starts. But before that, join us tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to have qualifying to start the day, 15-minute qualifying sessions, and then we go racing 35 minutes or 19 laps, whichever comes first for each of our 7 race groups, Brian.
That's going to do it from a sun-setting Buttonwillow Raceway Park. The circuit at Buttonwillow, our first day of racing in the books. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Follow us on the Inside on the SCCA Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel. We'll do it all again tomorrow. For Gregg Ginsberg and Jordan Worth and
whatever that guy's name is, Brendan
I'm Brian Bielanski. We'll see you here again tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Go have fun, stay safe, and go play with cars.